the great swordsman of Marvel. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 126 Pain. The innocent and naive answer made Chen Feng's face turn ashen. Who wants chaotic energy? What I need now is your understanding. Don't you even understand that? I have it too, Chen Feng said irritably. Then, red chaotic energy slowly flowed in his palm. Ah, you have it too. You can also use chaotic magic, Wanda exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the red energy in Chen Feng's palm. She stared incredulously, even reaching out to touch it. Chen Feng flipped his hand, retracting the chaotic energy from his palm. A look of disappointment immediately appeared in Wanda's eyes. By the way, Wanda, I have a question for you. Chen Feng's aura suddenly shifted, and he asked seriously. Go ahead, Wanda nodded, her bright eyes fixed on Chen Feng. Her piercing gaze, combined with her large blue eyes, made her even more beautiful. Chen Feng, momentarily distracted, was completely captivated by Wanda's intense gaze. Are you alright? Wanda innocently waved her hand in front of Chen Feng's eyes. I'm fine, I'm fine. You came from the fan? Do you know how to get back? Chen Feng immediately composed himself and asked. I came from. Wanda turned around and pointed to a high mountain behind her. Then she looked at Chen Feng again and said, I know how to get back. Do you want to go there and take a look? Chen Feng nodded without hesitation at Wanda's question. He really wanted to see Hydra's secret base. Then come with me, Wanda said with a smile. She was clearly very welcoming to Chen Feng, her new good friend. But as she was about to leave, her expression changed, and she said bitterly, but they won't let me bring strangers there. Hearing Wanda's words, Chen Feng hesitated for a moment, then said, It's okay, I'm just going to take a look outside, I won't go in. We'll just open it directly when the time comes. After Chen Feng's earnest explanation, Wanda reluctantly agreed. Led by Wanda, Chen Feng quickly spotted the basic wheel. Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, watched Chen Feng and Wanda from behind, his brows furrowing even more. The power of chaos had actually been mastered by a mutant. And Chen Feng could even easily suppress the power of chaos. This strength had exceeded expectations. No. Mephisto's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and a murderous intent suddenly erupted. Another Ghost Rider appeared before him, awaiting his command. Mephisto whispered in the Ghost Rider's ear. Although he usually didn't pay much attention to worldly affairs, leaving them to the Ghost Rider, the appearance of someone he might not be able to defeat completely would definitely attract his attention. And this time, Mephisto would let Chen Feng know that the ruler of Earth still belonged to the Lord of Hell. Meanwhile, in the scarred fairy tale, Sewer looked at Jane, whose face was somewhat haggard and filled with emotion. Jane, believe me, you'll be alright. Father will definitely find a solution. Hearing Saul's words of concern, Jane gave a reassuring smile. Thor, I'm alright, I just miss my family a little. I believe you'll heal me. Jane's energy had completely erupted a few days after arriving in Asgard. If she couldn't extract this energy within the next month, death awaited her. According to Liang Ding's diagnosis, the energy within Jane was sealed ether particles. This was a treasure belonging to the Dark Elves, who thousands of years ago planned to use it to swallow the 9 realms whole. But Sting's appearance, with his immense power, defeated the Dark Elves and sealed the ether particles. Now, it had reappeared and been absorbed into Jane's body. This meant the Dark Elves were about to reappear. Jane, don't worry, Thor said gently, pulling Jane into his arms. The two gazed into the distance at the setting sun. Meanwhile, in Asgard's overseer, Loki was imprisoned. Judging from his expression, he had clearly gone mad. Losing his freedom meant losing everything else for Loki. Even his most respected and beloved mother couldn't pull him out of the darkness. But just then, Loki seemed to discover something, pointing into the distance. The enemy had invaded. All soldiers, come out. Defend against the enemy. Thor looked at the huge spaceship that had suddenly appeared before him, his head pounding. Jane, you go into Asgard, I'll handle things outside. Thor released Jane and said seriously. Faced with this sudden situation, Jane could only obey Thor's orders and nodded. Lightning was already crackling on Thor's hammer. Thor leaped and rushed to the front of the spaceship. Countless lightning bolts swirled in the air, and huge bolts of lightning struck the spaceship. But the moment they hit the spaceship, they were blocked by an invisible barrier. Thor's face showed surprise. After so many years of training, his strength had long since increased by a great level. Now he couldn't even cause any damage to a spaceship, which was really hard to believe. Thor, Odin's son? Inside the spaceship, a man with white hair tied up stepped out. Lay down your weapons and surrender immediately, or you will know the wrath of S.H.I.E.L.D, Thor solemnly declared. However, all he received in return was a smile from the white-haired man. The white-haired man raised his arm, and a bolt of energy swept out like a crescent moon, leaving almost no room to dodge. Thor tightened his grip on his Thunder God weapon, unleashing lightning, and collided violently with the energy bolt. Suddenly, a deafening sound echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The entire S.H.I.E.L.D seemed to be awakened. A descendant of Odin, so arrogant, the white-haired man coldly shouted. The energy bolt directly shattered Thor's lightning and struck his body hard. His chainmail suddenly shattered, countless cracks spreading in all directions. Thor was sent flying backward like a cannonball, crashing into a distant house and shattering it. Odin, hand him over, the white-haired man roared at the sky. The entire Asgardian community heard it all. Jane, with Frigga, was pale and felt as if the ether within her was being pulled out. Jane, don't worry, Thor and his father will defeat these attacking enemies. Frigga could only try to calm Jane down. Are you sure you can? Just then, the white-clad man suddenly appeared before Frigga and Jane, grinning maliciously. Jane, stay behind me. Seize the opportunity and leave, Frigga said in a low voice. She picked up her sword and pointed it at the white-clad man. The sword sliced through the air, aimed directly at him. But in a flash, he was overtaken. Then, with a casual grip, he seized the sword from Frigga's hand. He plunged it into her stomach, the blade turning a deep red. A strong smell of blood filled the air. Quick, run, Jane, Frigga cried out, using her last strength to hold back the white-clad man. However, Jane was already terrified by the blood and stood frozen in place. Die, you bitch. The man with the white braid shoved the dying Frigga aside with a powerful thrust of his arm. Just as he was about to deal with Jane, Thor arrived. A single blow from Mjolnir shattered the sword in the white-haired man's hand. Mother, Thor roared, his eyes filled with rage. I won't let you get away with this. Thor had lost his mind, unleashing a barrage of lightning strikes. But at this moment, Asgard had been completely occupied by the Dark Elves. The army was in a state of rout, and Odin, the king of gods, was completely subdued and unable to support the others. In the Asgardian prison, all the criminals were released, including Loki, who regained his freedom. Asgard, the throne is mine, Loki clenched his fist, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. He vanished from the prison in a flash. On the other side, Thor and the white-haired man were locked in fierce combat. Their battle was earth-shattering, countless houses destroyed by the aftershocks of their power. Wanda Guard was in complete chaos. Wanda, is this your home? Chen Feng asked. Wanda nodded, yes, very happy. But just then, a sudden gust of wind blew by. A mutant, so fast that his figure was indistinguishable, leaving only afterimages in the air, rushed towards them. But when he tried to attack Chen Feng, he was immediately stopped by a hand grabbing his neck. Let me go, the man cried out desperately. But his strength was completely unable to break free. He was like a little chick, weak, pitiful, and helpless. Pietro, what are you doing here? Wanda asked in surprise, looking at the man in front of her. This man was Wanda's brother, Quicksilver Pietro. His speed had reached an extreme, even surpassing the concepts of time and space. But in front of Chen Feng, in front of a powerful being with a space stone, he was simply no match. It seems your brother has a problem with me. Chen Feng smiled slightly and spoke calmly. Chen Feng, let go of Pietro. He didn't mean it, Wanda said softly, looking at her younger brother with heartache. Chen Feng smiled disdainfully and then released his grip. Pietro, in his escape, once again displayed his incredible speed. With a glance, he was behind Chen Feng, his foot swiftly striking. Chen Feng sneered, his hand flicking lightly, instantly grabbing Pietro's foot. If it weren't for your sister's sake, you'd be a corpse by now. With a sudden burst of strength, he slammed Pietro to the ground, creating a large crater. Under the immense force, Pietro's head spun, and he saw stars before his eyes. With a casual flick, he tossed Pietro to Wanda's feet, gasping for breath. His chest heaved, his face contorted in pain. "Little brat, don't try to act tough in front of adults," Chen Feng said, slowly walking towards the base ahead. "Pietro, are you alright?" Wanda helped Pietro up, a hint of worry in her eyes. She had already witnessed Chen Feng's power, it was far too strong. After a long while, Pietro 507 slowly opened his eyes and weakly said, "I'm fine." At this moment, Wanda finally felt relieved, but Chen Feng had already disappeared from her sight. "Wanda, who is he?" Pietro asked with some apprehension. "Chen Feng, a very powerful person. You'd better not go near him again." Chapter 127 Shadow. Wanda then realized that she knew absolutely nothing about Chen Feng, while he seemed to know everything about her. This feeling filled her with dread. "Let's catch up quickly." A sense of unease stirred within Wanda, and she hurried to catch up with Chen Feng. "I'll take you there, Wanda." Pietro's power rapidly returned. With lightning speed, he carried Wanda, and soon they were behind Chen Feng. Looking at Chen Feng's back, she suddenly felt an immense towering presence, unable to keep up. "Chen Feng, don't go any further. They'll kill you," Wanda shouted a warning to Chen Feng. But Chen Feng merely gave Wanda a reassuring gesture and slowly walked deeper into the distance. "Pietro, we have to stop him." Wanda looked at her brother beside her, a sense of anxiety creeping in. She desperately didn't want Chen Feng to get hurt or suffer any mishap. Pietro looked at Wanda with a complex expression, deeply moved by her unfamiliar demeanor. However, without hesitation, Pietro obeyed his sister's words. In an instant, he leaped into the air, leaving a long afterimage. Like a streak of light, he appeared before Chen Feng, blocking his path. "Go over there, they'll kill you," Pietro shouted, his arms outstretched. However, Chen Feng merely smiled faintly and shook his head. "Go tell your sister not to worry about me." With that, a red energy flickered at his fingertips. A sudden sensation surged through Pietro's heart. Before he could finish speaking, he was lifted by the red energy, unable to escape no matter how much he struggled. With a thud, he was back beside Wanda. At this moment, the red energy on his body slowly dissipated. Pietro looked bewildered, staring at Wanda in front of him, then glancing at Chen Feng in the distance, completely confused. After a while, he asked, "Wanda, how come he has the same mixed energy as you?" Wanda helplessly shook her head. "I don't know either," but at this moment, a loud alarm suddenly rang out within the Hydra base. "Back off. Don't come any closer. Get out of the way. Ordinary entry, take one more step forward, and you'll die." The words were arrogant and condescending. However, Chen Feng did not retreat a step, nor did he stop. Instead, he continued to walk forward. Da. 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 Bullets of the gale force winds whistled out. They hit Chen Feng's feet, proclaiming the might of Hydra. "This is just a warning, get out of here." An angry shout came from within the base again. "Back." Chen Feng smiled lightly. The wounds of the gale, yet he grasped them. The 8 gems on Chuang's body gleamed with dazzling light. "Fire. Kill him," the Hydra leader inside the base angrily issued the order. Chen Feng outside was far too arrogant, blatantly ignoring this blatant display. In front of Chen Feng, artillery fire roared, bullets and bombs rained down like a net from heaven. Just seeing this spectacle would probably make the White House tremble. Chen Feng sneered, lightly raising his swift wind sword. A terrifying aura of creation, capable of shattering heaven and earth, surged forth, seemingly tearing the entire sky apart. Heaven and earth changed color, everything submitted to this aura. The bullets and bombs densely attacking from the sky were blasted into dust by the aura, falling to the ground. The personnel inside the Hydra base, witnessing this terrifying scene, were stunned speechless, their jaws agape. This overwhelming power, like a god's, exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Wanda and Pietro behind him were deeply shocked by Chen Feng's strength. Only then did Wanda realize why Chen Feng had told her not to worry. Perhaps even chaos magic was less than a tenth of this sort energy. Pietro was even more terrified. If Chen Feng had used his full strength earlier, he might not be seeing the sun now. Chen Feng sheathed his Gale sword and continued to stride forward. Asgard was engulfed in endless battle. The Dark Elves gradually gained the upper hands in the arena, and the Asgardians were retreating step by step. Odin, the king of the gods, was even more entangled by the cursed spells of the Dark Elves. Thor, the god of thunder, was also fiercely attacking the leader of the Dark Elves. The two were evenly matched, with lightning and dark energy each occupying half of the sky. "I will kill you." Lightning flashed on Thor's hammer, bursting out with dazzling light, and its aura was extremely sharp. The Dark Elf leader chuckled dismissively, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that transformed into a colossal axe capable of splitting the heavens and earth. He brought it down with devastating fury on Thor. At that moment, lightning and dark energy clashed head-on once more. Fortune would not smile upon him, only his own strength mattered. And at this moment, the Dark Elf leader's power was clearly superior. Thor was blasted away by the powerful dark energy, crashing into several houses and shattering them. Thor, blasted away by the dark energy, slowly rose from the ruins. His face was covered in dust and dirt, and he looked extremely disheveled. "The son of Odin is nothing more than this," Malekith, the Dark Elf leader, sneered. "You are just like your useless mother, utterly vulnerable. Shut. Die." Hearing this, Thor was completely enraged. No one could insult his mother and father, not a single one. Thor's power suddenly converged, coalescing into Mjolnir, Thor's hammer. A terrifying burst of lightning erupted, like a lotus about to bloom, incomparably beautiful. "Don't you know the difference between us?" Makinka sneered, dark energy gathering once more before him, transforming into countless sharp long swords. He aimed them at Thor, preparing to unleash a furious attack. At this moment, the wind and cloud surged, as if the energy of heaven and earth had been mobilized. The two men's auras reached their peak, a clash of titans. "Trash, get out of my way. You're the one who should die," both roared simultaneously, unleashing attacks that pierced through clouds and shattered rocks. The earth-shattering energy collided violently. The aftershocks of this tempestuous storm swept outwards in all directions, devastating everything in their path. Houses, dark elves, Asgardian soil, wherever it reached, nothing grew. All living things were overturned by the aftershocks of this energy, even the weak were reduced to dust. Ah! 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 In the earth-shattering storm, only the roar of fury could be heard in the city. Everything else was engulfed in boundless energy. Those far away stared intently at the energy storm, their eyes wide. This was probably the most terrifying battle to erupt in Asgard in recent centuries. Even Odin stared intently at this place, as if he saw his younger self in Thor. In the future, when they returned to Asgard, Thor would still be the one to inherit. A moment later, the energy storm dissipated, revealing the figures of two people inside. Thor and Marcus stood facing each other, staring at each other. "I told you, you are no match for me," Marcus said angrily. "Are you sure?" Thor retorted angrily. Hearing this, Marcus's expression changed, and he suddenly felt as if a bolt of lightning struck his body, causing him to fall to the ground. Thor's hammer, crackling with lightning, was about to strike Malekith. However, at that moment, a black figure rushed in with incredible speed. An axe blocked Thor's hammer, and simultaneously, a powerful kick sent Thor flying. Severely wounded, Thor fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string, unable to rise. Odin arrived at that moment, his energy surging wildly. Malekith and the cursed warrior were already heading towards the spaceship. Odin didn't stop them, letting them leave. With Malekith and the cursed warrior gone, the other dark elves also left Twangsagard. Odin glanced deeply at the fallen Thor, seemingly with a profound meaning. The news of Frieza's death soon spread throughout Twangsagard. Everyone was plunged into endless grief. A few days later, Thor stood in his palace, looking at the vengeful spirit before him, and said solemnly, "Father, please let me go to the dark world and bring Malekith back." Without a second thought, Sting refused outright. "Father, Mackenzie is now under attack. This is our best chance. Besides, Jane doesn't have time to wait any longer. The etheric particles within her are about to kill her," Thor continued. Odin coldly replied, "Thor, this is too dangerous. You must understand that if your operation fails, the ether will fall into the hands of Maginkus. And the time for the 9 districts to connect is fast approaching. Once Maginkus obtains the ether, he will definitely use it to devour all 9 districts. That will make things even more complicated." Thor wanted to continue arguing, but Odin directly drove him out. Having no other choice, even if Odin refused, Thor was prepared to force his way out to the Dark District. Loki must know the other passages out of Asgard. A flash of inspiration struck Thor, and his mood instantly improved. The reason he wanted Odin to agree was because he needed the Bifrost to leave Asgard. But now, remembering Loki, this most difficult problem was solved. In a flash, Thor arrived in the dungeon of Asgard. Loki, I'm going to the dark world to avenge my mother. Are you coming? Thor asked simply and directly. Frigga, that woman is dead. What does that have to do with me? Loki chuckled nonchalantly. It was as if Frigga were a complete stranger, someone he had no connection to. Don't pretend you don't care. I know you're the one who cares most about Mother. Loki's facade crumbled, and he continued, if you're not going, then I'll go avenge Mother alone. Chapter 128 Spread. Having said that, he didn't wait any longer and was about to leave the dungeon. I promise you, Loki's eyes changed drastically as he watched Thor stride away, and he shouted loudly. Thor stopped, turned around with a look of I knew it, opened Loki's prison door, took him, and left the dungeon. I'm going to kill that bastard with my own hands. This was the sentence Loki repeated most often on the way. As long as I can kill him, I'll do it anyone, but how are you going to leave without being discovered? Thor asked seriously. Isn't that simple? Loki scoffed. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into an ordinary Asgardian warrior. In another instant, he became Captain Rogers of the Mithril Division. In just a few seconds, Loki changed forms several times. How about that? Not bad, right? Loki asked arrogantly. Nur simply smiled and remained silent. Relying on Loki's transformation magic, the two quickly left the dungeon. At the same time, they brought Jane along and headed to the location of the spaceship. Is that you? Jane's expression immediately turned serious upon seeing Loki. It's me, Miss Beautiful, Loki greeted her politely. But what followed was only a resounding slap. This is for the people of Earth, Jane said angrily. Thor, your little girlfriend has quite the temper, doesn't she? Loki said sarcastically, his expression unreadable. The group headed towards where Ruofikian was, but along the way, Loki and Jane were constantly at odds. However, Thor didn't have time to deal with their conflict, time was limited. Quick, this is the ship, let's go in. Thor locked onto a ship and led the two inside. But they hadn't been piloting it long when they were spotted by the Asgardian guards. A moment later, a ship sped off, chasing after Thor and Loki. Loki, don't you know the other exits from Asgard? Tell me quickly, Thor shouted urgently. Loki gave a wicked smile, glanced at Thor, and then went to the pilot's seat. Under Loki's control, the ship sped off in a completely different direction towards a very remote place. The Asgardian guards behind them issued a warning, signaling Thor to stop the ship. But Loki, having made up his mind, completely ignored the warnings from the guards behind him. Attack them! The guard captain had no choice but to give the order. Instantly, lasers swept out, like a giant net, heading straight for Thor and Loki's ship. However, Loki's ship piloting skills were quite good, he dodged the attacks from the guards behind him time and time again. We're about to break through. Hold on, Loki shouted. The space ahead suddenly began to fluctuate violently. The ship's hull shook violently. Jane and Thor were momentarily unsteady, swaying precariously. Hold on, we'll be there soon, Loki said gravely. Thor caught Jane, relying on his powerful divine strength to withstand the spatial fluctuations. We've arrived. A moment later, the ship entered a desolate world. It resembled a vast, desolate desert, utterly uninhabited. Thor, Loki, and Jane stared at the boundless wasteland, their eyes filled with shock. The world inhabited by the Dark Elves was truly desolate. Let's go, it's time to find Malekith. Thor was the first to snap out of his daze, choosing a direction and heading forward. Loki and Jane, standing beside him, only then reacted. Thor, are we just going straight to Malekith like this? Do you think you can defeat him? Loki stopped, asking solemnly. Thor paused, turning to look at Loki. Then do you have a better plan? Loki smiled, revealing an enigmatic smile. Do you think my title as the god of tricks is something I earned casually? Loki's enigmatic smile made Thor frown. Tell me your plan, Thor said succinctly, his tone full of ambiguity, yet retaining the authority of an elder brother. Ho ha, Loki chuckled, giving Thor a meaningful look. Then he explained his plan. We must seize the opportunity in one fell swoop, otherwise, if Malekith gets the ether, things will get very troublesome, Thor said seriously. Although the plan has a high success rate, it also comes with enormous risks. If successful, it will directly defeat Malekith. But if it fails, the price could be the entire 9 districts. Therefore, this plan can only succeed, it cannot fail. Jane, I'm sorry to trouble you. Thor looked at Jane with concern. It's okay, I won't hold you back. Jane smiled brightly, extremely sunny. Don't worry, I will protect you. Thor stroked Jane's head and kissed her forehead. Loki stared speechlessly at the two, finally managing to utter, "Life is precious, but love is more valuable." Afterwards, having fully prepared their plan, the three began their operation. After drawing out some of the ether particles from Jane's body, they awaited the arrival of the Dark Elves. "They're here," Loki shouted. A massive spaceship, like a giant tank, loomed in the distance. "Ready," Loki yelled. Thor then stood in front, gripping Mjolnir, its lightning flashing. Loki and Jane stood beside Thor, both gazing at the distant spaceship. A moment later, Malekith, accompanied by a large dark elf, quickly arrived before Thor and the others. "Asgardian, I don't know whether to admire your courage or your lack of intelligence to dare come to the dark world to personally seek me out." Thor abruptly raised Mjolnir, aiming it at Malekith's head. "Thor, remember this name." But just as Thor was about to strike, Loki suddenly sprang up, thrusting his sword forward and instantly disarming Thor. Then he grabbed Jane beside him, dragged her, and forcibly brought her before Malekith. "Loki, you've lied to me again." Thor collapsed to the ground in agony, roaring hoarsely. But only Loki's merciless voice answered him. "I am Loki, an enemy of Asgard. Let me watch Asgard turn to dust." With that, he immediately threw Jane in front of Malekith. Malekith, seeing this, lifted Jane up, and waves of dark energy surged from his body. Then, the ether particles within Jane's body seemed to sense this and rushed out rapidly as well. As the ether particles rushed out, Jane screamed in pain. The ether particles twisted and deformed in the air, about to enter Malekith's body. "Loki, quick!" Thor, lying on the ground, immediately shouted. Loki immediately dispelled Thor's illusion. His severed hand instantly regenerated. Endless lightning crackled on Mjolnir. It struck the ether particles in the sky with lightning speed. Meanwhile, inside the Hydra base in Sector D, everyone finally came to their senses. "Continue the attack. Use the new weapons," the leader roared. In an instant, all the powerful 3.5mm weapons were aimed at Chen Feng. The entire space seemed to rumble with thunder, the earth-shattering sounds exploding in the sky. Chen Feng, his eyes half closed, wielded the Gale Sword, its power surging like a raging storm. He swept the sword out, unleashing a tempestuous torrent of sword energy. All attacks, bullets, missiles, lasers, were reduced to ashes. Yet Chen Feng remained standing, unharmed. Everyone was once again deeply stunned by Chen Feng's power. Who dares to stand against the enemy? Only General Chen Feng. At this moment, a chilling atmosphere suddenly filled the air. The wind howls, the Yi River is cold, one man, one sword, cleaving through heaven and earth. While everyone was still stunned, Chen Feng took a step and vanished from his spot in an instant. As if using a magic trick to shrink the distance, he appeared out of thin air in front of the Hydra organization. Seeing Chen Feng suddenly appear before them, everyone in the Hydra organization was stunned. They stared at Chen Feng, speechless, their eyes filled with fear, their hands trembling, swallowing hard. You are, who?" The highest leader of the Hydra organization in the base stammered weakly. "It seems your research on the scepter is progressing quite well," Chen Feng answered irrelevantly. He walked past the people in front of him and went straight to the scepter behind him. At this moment, the scepter was still shining with a dazzling, azure light, extremely beautiful. Chen Feng grabbed the scepter and examined it carefully. "Mind Stone, how well have you progressed?" he muttered to himself. Then he walked to the Hydra members and placed the scepter, which shone with a warm blue light, before them. "What have you researched?" Chen Feng's words were like a devil's seductive whisper. Everyone was instantly mesmerized, answering like robots. After hearing their words, Chen Feng's lips curled into a smile. Then, with a wave of his hand, a crack appeared instantly, for the power of the void spread out from it. "Let's go, I'll take you out to choose." Chen Feng took the lead and stepped inside, followed closely by the others. A moment later, Chen Feng led the Hydra members to Wanda and Pietro. "Chen Feng, what's this? What did you do to them?" Wanda asked anxiously upon seeing the Hydra high-ranking members. "Let them go. Don't you dare harm the leader of Earth." Pietro was even more direct, shouting angrily. Chen Feng glanced at Pietro with interest. This deep gaze made Pietro immediately look away, turning his head away. Although his words were fierce, he still couldn't truly face Chen Feng's eyes. That supreme pressure would definitely make it hard for him to breathe. It has to be said, Hydra's brainwashing methods are quite powerful. They've even made you believe they're the leaders of a cult. Chen Feng turned to Wanda and said with a smile. If Hydra existed in the 21st century, it would definitely be the most powerful pyramid scheme on Earth, perhaps even the #1 cult. What did you say? They are the leaders of a cult. We are the ones who save this broken world. Not that so-called Avengers. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 Darkness. Wanda retorted sharply. Breaking free from ingrained thoughts was a painful and difficult process. At that moment, the chaotic energy within her erupted, engulfing the entire space with a loud bang. Wanda, Pietro shouted, forcing his way forward at top speed. Previously, when Wanda was in this situation, she was the one who ultimately suffered. Therefore, to prevent Wanda from getting hurt, he was willing to risk injury himself to keep moving forward. However, just then, an even stronger surge of chaotic energy, like a raging river, rushed in. It collided instantly with the chaotic energy released by Wanda. Upon contact, it stopped Wanda's violent power, and the entire space fell into stillness. Wanda, stay calm. Don't let anger blind you. Chen Feng's clear voice, like a flowing stream, seemed to flow through Wanda's blood. In an instant, Wanda's easily agitated emotions were calmed, and her fluctuating voice subsided. You feel your beliefs have been challenged over the years? No problem, I'll tell you the truth now, Chen Feng spoke. Then, he picked up his scepter and lightly tapped it towards the highest leader of Hydra. Wanda, Chen Feng is right. I am not a savior, and Hydra is not a religious organization. We've only been deceiving you to make you serve Hydra. The two of you are strong enough to fight the Avengers, and with the power of Quan Zio, Hydra will surely be revived. Then, we can complete the plan of our ancestors, conquer the Earth, and all humanity will submit to Hydra. Those who disobey will all die. Hydra is the only one on Earth. Long live Hydra, a whooshing sound rang out, and then the man was seen with a pierced chest. Crimson blood, like a light drizzle, stained Pietro's face and clothes. Huff. 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 Pietro gasped heavily. You beast! In the blink of an eye, another punch was thrown. The blow struck the man's face with the force of a bamboo stick, jerking his features and contorting them into a grimace. Wanda, watching from a distance, was so shocked by the sight that she covered her mouth. The younger brother she remembered, though sometimes disobedient, had never been so forceful. Just fight. Vent your anger and break through the barriers Hydra has placed on you. Chen Feng stood aside, his words carrying an encouraging tone. The best way to break free from what's ingrained in your heart is to kill the one who gave you that thing. With bloodshed, you will be completely liberated. In the dark world, Thor's sudden appearance was clearly unexpected by the dark elf Maleki. He glared at Loki with a murderous intent that burned within him. Was my acting too over the top? Loki said dismissively. Looking at Thor leaping high, carrying 1,000 hooks of lightning, and the astonished Machinki below, Loki believed their plan had succeeded. Rumble. Terrifying and violent lightning crashed down on the ether particles. The once calm and desolate dark world, like a desert, suddenly erupted with strong winds, a massive earthquake, and enormous cracks spreading outwards in all directions. Large swarms of dark elves, unable to withstand the force, were blasted away. The ether particles that were about to enter Malchus's body were also frozen in midair. Thor, Malchus roared furiously. Endless dark energy suddenly erupted from his body. The ether particles, which had been frozen in midair, seemed to break through the ice and continue their advance. Meanwhile, Soul's lightning was completely enveloped by the dark energy and blocked behind him. Die! Malchus waved his hand, and another burst of dark energy shot out. It was about to strike Soul's body, shattering his armor and sending him flying backward. He crashed into the desert, leaving a ravine hundreds of meters long. After Thor was blasted away, the ether particles entered Malchus's body without any hindrance. Ho-ha! In mid-air, Malchus, now fused with the ether particles, roared to the sky. The entire dark world seemed to be incredibly excited by the return of the ether particles. Jane plummeted from mid-air. Having lost the ether, her illness was cured, but she was instantly incredibly weak. Loki, witnessing this, flashed a resolute glint in his eyes. His 7 sharp heads appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, He took a step forward, instantly appearing beside Malekith. As the god of mischief, Loki excelled in magical attacks. Close combat was his weakest point. But at this moment, to defeat Malekith, he disregarded everything. "You ain't." Malekith abruptly turned, glaring angrily, and roared. The entire space seemed frozen by those words. Loki was also suspended in midair, looking like a lamb to the slaughter. Loki struggled desperately, trying to stab Malekith with his dagger. But the absolute difference in strength made it impossible for him to do so. "Doo-woo. You're just a child of the ice giants, fooled by that old man Odin for so long, actually taking your family's enemy as your father? Do you really think you're an Asgardian? You've always been that clueless piece of trash." Majinkus waved his right hand, and a massive beam of energy shot out. No, Soul had just stood up when he saw Loki about to be executed, and roared angrily. The beam, fused with ether particles and dark energy, immediately pierced Loki's cavity, shattering his heart. In an instant, Loki's face turned pale, and he stopped breathing. He fell from the sky like a lump of mud, collapsing onto the cold desert. In Soul's lifeless eyes, only endless regret remained. Soul rushed to Loki's side, caught him, and felt his gradually cooling body, his expression filled with grief and indignation. "And you, Thor, today you'll die in the dark world along with this ice giant." Malekith didn't care about Thor. Eliminating all threats was always his style. Especially Thor, Odin's son, his eternal enemy, his mortal foe. Another beam of energy shot towards Thor at lightning speed. It pierced through time and space. It seemed impossible to withstand Malekith's attack. Thor endured the pain, wielding the Thunder God's shield, forming an endless minefield to protect him from Malekith's attack. Then, his speed increased dramatically, and he found Jane, who had gone missing, and with the two of them, they fled the scene at top speed. Moments later, the energy beam pierced through Thor's lightning shield, blasting a 100-meter-high crater into the ground. But Thor and the other two were nowhere to be seen inside. Damn it! Where did they go? Malekith looked around but couldn't find Thor. Find them. They can't have gone far, Malekith roared angrily. They dared to sneak in right under his nose? Absolutely not. But at that moment, a dark elf beside him suddenly spoke up. Master, the Nine Stars connection is about to begin. We should hurry to Earth. Upon hearing this, Malekith fell silent. After a moment's thought, he nodded. They must be going to Earth too. Once we get there, we'll kill them. Everyone, listen to my command. Head to Earth. Forget about those three. In an instant, all the elves of the dark world entered the flying map and left. Thor, who had fled far away, finally stopped, feeling the emptiness behind him, and relaxed slightly. But Loki, whom he had been holding, had already turned to dust, scattered across the desert along the way. Thor was clearly still immersed in the grief of Loki's death, and for a moment forgot about Jane beside him. After a while, Jane slowly opened her eyes. Still somewhat dazed, she looked at the grief-stricken Thor before her and asked with suspicion, "Thor, what's wrong?" Only then did Thor come to his senses. He forced a smile and shook his head. Nothing. Jane's words reminded Thor that he had to stop Magus and prevent the 9 districts from falling into endless darkness. This was his mission, and he had to complete it. Damn it, how was he going to leave this dark world? Thor shook his head at the thought. Without Loki, he had no idea that there was a way out. "Perhaps I can help you," Jane said softly beside him. These words were like a spring of water in the desert, and Thor immediately grabbed Jane's shoulder. "Really? Can you really find a way out?" Thor bombarded Jane with questions like a wild beast, leaving her stunned. Was this really the Thor she knew? "Yes, I can definitely find it." Jane paused for a moment, then nodded, her eyes filled with determination. Even though Jane didn't know why Thor had become like this, she knew she had to give him confidence at this moment. They looked at each other, as if encouraging one another. In the following time, they wandered around the dark world, searching for a way out. Heaven helps those who help themselves. After countless disappointments, Thor and Jane finally found the passage. "This place seems familiar," Jane said, touching the seemingly empty air with some doubt. "This place is very similar to the space I felt on Earth." Hearing Jane's words, Thor's face lit up with a strange light. He clenched his fist, thinking of Loki, whose body had been pierced by a bullet, and a chill spread through him. "Then let's go." Thor took the lead and entered the cave. Jane quickly followed. In that instant, the two disappeared from the dark world. The next moment, they suddenly appeared on Earth. "Don't touch me," Wanda pushed away Chen Feng's arm and turned her head away. Even after half an hour, she still couldn't accept the fact that she had been kept in the dark all along. Meanwhile, Quicksilver Pietro, who had personally killed the Hydra leader, now seemed even more ruthless. "Wanda," Pietro called softly, hoping to calm his sister down. "Stop." Chen Feng looked up at the distant sky, his brow furrowing. The sky over there suddenly erupted in turmoil, as if a force was suddenly stirring. Although the wind was faint, it was still detected. Chapter 130 Flames. Chen Feng gazed silently into the distance, the power within his body seemingly stirred slightly by this movement. It could be said that Chen Feng was now the god of Earth, controlling all life on Earth, including the entire planet. Therefore, if anything else attempted to attack Earth, Chen Feng would sense it with extreme sharpness. What's wrong? What happened over there?" Pietro looked at Chen Feng with a pang of sympathy, asking curiously. "No, just a little breeze," Chen Feng said calmly. But at that moment, a strong gust of wind suddenly howled, blowing the hair on Chen Feng and Pietro's foreheads. "Sherlock. You just finished speaking, and now you're going to slap me in the face," Chen Feng muttered inwardly, dissatisfied. His expression changed instantly, not from tension, but from annoyance. The aura of etheric particles suddenly mixed into the air. Along with it came the power of etheric particles and everything else. At this moment, not only Pietro, but even Wanda, who was deep in thought, raised her head. "What is this?" Wanda muttered to herself in confusion. The chaotic power within her, stimulated by the etheric energy, was about to burst forth. "Wanda, want to go take a look?" Chen Feng turned his head and asked. Wanda was completely bewildered by the question and paused for a moment. After a while, she nodded. She also wanted to know what was causing the chaotic power within her to erupt. "Let's go." Chen Feng created a space, taking Wanda and Pietro to the center of the etheric eruption. New York City. Dark clouds rolled across the sky, as if to engulf the entire city. The endless darkness plunged everyone into panic. They all stood on the streets, looking at the divine celestial phenomenon in the sky. What was this? Was another god about to descend? My god. Was the end of the world coming? Does Earth have no future? Run. I need to get out of here. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Everyone, come this way. The entire city suddenly descended into chaos. Some were shouting and screaming. Others were stunned, staring blankly at the strange phenomenon in the sky. Still others donned cheap, counterfeit superhero costumes, wanting to protect all living beings. But none of this would affect the Dark Elves' plans in the slightest. In the boundless darkness, a gigantic spaceship, like a giant tearing through the fog, returned to Earth. Director, alien creatures have entered Earth. All personnel on alert, enemy attack, quick. Get ready. Head to York City. Protect the citizens. With the Dark Elves' entry into Earth, S.H.I.E.L.D also went into emergency mode. Everyone was mobilized. But so far, everything they had done was in vain. As the Dark Elf leader emerged from the spaceship, McKinkis gazed at the dark sky and proclaimed, "Darkness is coming. The 9 districts will unleash their final power, devouring everything." Darkness. McKinkis opened his eyes, as if performing some kind of ritual. Immediately afterward, vast swathes of etheric particles from his body spread out, swirling and shifting in the air. McKinkis's expression seemed to grow increasingly one of enjoyment, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. In the sky, the 9 districts gradually aligned into a straight line, a sight that stunned countless onlookers. Their jaws dropped open, speechless. Just then, a streak of light flashed, and Thor and Jane returned to the building where they had first spent their days. This was where Jane had initially obtained the etheric particles. There was no time to lose, the alignment of the 9 stars had already begun. Thor stared at the distant darkness, his face grave. "Then let's go there quickly," Jane, understanding the urgency of the situation, hurriedly said. "No, Jane, you stay here. I can go alone." Thor shook his head, refusing directly. Seeing Jane about to argue, he spoke again, "Don't make me worry about you." This immediately silenced Jane, leaving her speechless. "Then be careful," Jane said affectionately, her beautiful eyes fixed on Thor. Thor glanced at Jane one last time, then turned and left the abandoned campus. At that moment, only a red afterimage remained in the sky. Below the spaceship, Chen Feng and his 2 companions appeared. Looking at everything above them, Wanda and Pietro were even more shocked. Aliens, they had never seen anything like it before. "Is that an ether?" Chen Feng examined it closely for a long time, still unsure. If it was an ether, then it was what made up the reality stone. Extremely precious. Sir, what brings you to Earth? At that moment, a fierce gust of wind suddenly swept in. Chen Feng turned around and saw Sir rushing towards him. Without much hesitation, Sir told Chen Feng everything. The ether, the dark elves, all the most important things were revealed one by one. It really is the ether, an unexpected gain. Chen Feng grinned and smiled. At a time like this, you still have the mood to laugh? Once the ether invades the 9 regions, everything will be plunged into darkness, Thor roared. The ether is no ordinary thing, its power is extremely immense. Even Ding could only bury it, unable to completely eliminate it. Once it fully erupts, no one can stop it. Thor, you're still as impatient as ever. Chen Feng didn't care. The ether, no matter what, is the reality stone. And he already has 2 stones. The space stone and the mind stone combined. How could they not defeat a reality stone? Don't joke about the interdimensional world. Thor, I didn't expect you to actually escape from the dark world. I knew I wasn't wrong. Malekith, on the spaceship, looked down at Thor and said sarcastically. He completely ignored Chen Feng beside him. Because he didn't sense any powerful aura from Chen Feng, he simply regarded Chen Feng as an ordinary person. However, Wanda, who was beside him, piqued his interest. Chaos power, even in the universe, is an incredible and terrifying power. Thor, you're fast enough, you've even found helpers. Malekith looked at Wanda beside him. Helpers? Upon hearing this, Thor immediately glanced at Chen Feng beside him. The only one here who could be his helper was Chen Feng. But in fact, the two of them misunderstood each other. Thor, it seems that what he said is not the present. Chen Feng noticed this and said with a smile. Thor, now is the perfect time to send you to see that ice giant. You two can reunite on the ground. Ho ha, Malekith laughed arrogantly. This struck a nerve with Thor once again. Thor's expression changed drastically, his eyes turning red with boundless killing intent. You're the one who should die. Die with Loki, Thor roared, unleashing a torrent of power from his body. He instantly soared into the air, leaping towards Malekith, who was over 10,000 meters above the ground. The thunder god in his hand flashed with astonishing lightning, its light filling the entire space. Heaven and earth seemed to tremble from this immense thunder, the very space itself quivering. HMPH. You think you can still be my match? Malekith scoffed disdainfully from the spaceship. Having regained control of the ether, he had become utterly arrogant. He wouldn't even consider Odin, the Allfather, a worthy opponent. Kill him, Malekith's eyes flashed with killing intent. The ether particles that had been swirling in the air suddenly transformed into a giant sword, aimed at Thor before him. Then, with a whoosh, like an erupting volcano, 1,000 bolts of lightning shot out from the ground at lightning speed, colliding abruptly with the powerful ether particles. The entire world seemed to tremble. No one could predict who would emerge victorious. At that moment, Malekith's expression suddenly changed, his brows furrowing. Thor, whom he had initially considered easily defeated, possessed an energy in his lightning bolt that was far more potent than he had anticipated. Ah! You will pay the price for Loki's death, Thor roared angrily. Mjolnir shone with an even more dazzling light. The ether particles were all obscured by the lightning at this moment. Did he think he could forgive me with the power of anger? Don't dream. Malekith roared. Dark energy, surging like a tidal wave, gathered throughout his body and entered his sword. The etheric particles, which had been shrouded and suppressed, suddenly broke through, piercing through a patch of lightning and merging with the dark energy. They transformed into venomous dragon drill, carrying a ferocious impact, and struck the earth. The lightning-covered structures of all things were shattered piece by this impact. No matter how hard Thor tried, the lightning around him showed signs of being steadily defeated. I won't lose. Thor collected all the lightning around him and then concentrated it into the thunder god's bell. A moment later, the thunder god's bell erupted with light as bright as day, so dazzling that even the poison dragon not formed from ether particles was completely suppressed by this light. Clang! The thunder god's bell and the poison dragon knot clashed violently. A deafening sound echoed throughout the world. The earth-shattering shockwaves suddenly expanded outwards. Houses and buildings within a radius of several thousand meters were all shattered, reduced to ruins. The terrifying shockwave even cracked the solid ground, creating long, narrow trenches. Chen. A figure was suddenly thrown backwards from the very center of the smoke-filled area. Like a bullet, he flew into the ruins. After a while, he still hadn't gotten up. It seemed that this attack was extremely powerful. Even an Asgardian god would barely withstand it. Chen Feng, watching this scene, stroked his chin. The power of the ether particles was truly not to be underestimated, especially when controlled by someone. Alright, little girl, you're the only one left. Surrender to the endless darkness. Submit, and you might save your life, Malekith said coldly, looking at Wanda below. His chilling tone and domineering words made him seem like a high and mighty god, casually proclaiming the deaths of everyone. So self-righteous, does he really think he's the master of the universe? Chen Feng said calmly. Malekith on the spaceship immediately flew into a rage, his eyes blazing with intense fire. Chapter 131 Opponent. Arriving on Earth, this was the first time someone hadn't been able to break through his own defenses. Mortal, don't you know you're talking to yourself? Malekith flicked his finger, and a surge of dark energy shot out. Then he stopped looking at Chen Feng, treating him like a dead man. The dark energy dissipated instantly before reaching Chen Feng, like a handful of yellow earth scattered on the ground. Who is it? Helping this end, Malekith quickly reacted, shouting angrily at Zhou Chu. From beginning to end, he didn't believe that Chen Feng himself possessed great strength. Because Chen Feng hadn't emitted any powerful aura at all. Wanda and Pietro, standing to the side, stared at Malekith as if he were looking at something strange. Was this guy out of his mind? With so few people around, he still didn't understand? Not coming out, huh? Then I'll make you come out. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Malekith became even angrier. He directly mobilized the ether particles in the sky, using a small portion to attack Chen Feng. A muffled sound appeared, but Chen Feng, despite being at a disadvantage, remained unharmed. This time, Malekith sensed a terrifying power emanating from Chen Feng. You're not an ordinary person. Malekith was immediately shocked, pointing at Chen Feng in disbelief. How powerful could a person be to condense their power to a point where others couldn't even perceive it? This alone was enough to make Malekith incredibly astonished. Cursed warrior, go kill him, but at this moment, Malekith didn't have much time to spare for Chen Feng. The 9 stars alignment had begun, and he only had so much time left. He couldn't afford to waste it on Chen Feng. Yes, the cursed warrior nodded, leaping from over 10,000 meters in the sky. His landing shattered the ground, creating a massive crater. A creature created by mysterious magic, Kamaquis also has records of it. Chen Feng glanced at the cursed warrior before him and immediately thought of the Ancient One. He wondered if Doctor Strange had appeared yet. It seemed he needed to choose a time to visit Kamaquis. The time stone is right there. If the cursed warrior and Malekith knew what Chen Feng was thinking, they would be furious and start cursing. They wouldn't even need to go through the motions, they'd start cursing immediately. They're about to fight, and he still has time to think about other things? Perhaps only Chen Feng on Earth would say something like that. Roar, the cursed warrior roared. The sound was so loud that it instantly became a shockwave, sweeping across the battlefield. Chen Feng coldly exclaimed, emanating an aura that instantly shattered the shockwave. The world returned to calm. The cursed warrior's attack was easily neutralized by Chen Feng, surprising Malekith in the air. But he quickly turned his head, because the 9 stars alignment had begun, and it was time to release the ether particles. At this moment, as long as the cursed warrior could hold off Chen Feng, that was enough. He didn't have time to worry about anything else. All dark elves, charge down now and kill them, Malekith shouted after taking his first step into the dark sky. The dark elves inside the spaceship surged forth like a dam bursting, roaring wildly. You mortals, all of you, die? The cursed warrior turned to look at the overwhelming horde of dark elves, his voice chilling. In his eyes, Chen Feng and the others beside him were nothing but corpses. Chen Feng, I'll hold them off. You deal with this monster. Wanda's chaotic energy suddenly erupted from her body, instantly filling the entire space. The sudden burst of chaotic power startled both the cursed warrior and the dark elves who had descended on their camels. This supreme power in the universe was terrifying even when wielded by Wanda, who hadn't fully mastered it. If it were Chen Feng, it would be even more frightening. Chen Feng looked at Wanda meaningfully, his eyes flashing with complex light. What are you waiting for? Pietro, you come and help too. Wanda glanced at her unmoved brother beside her and snapped. Okay, I understand. Pietro was startled by the sudden reprimand. How interesting. Chen Feng smiled inwardly. Wanda, This woman was truly baffling. What's there to be afraid of? She's just a mortal. Kill her, the cursed warrior roared. The dark elves, suspended in the sky, surged with renewed power, leaving countless afterimages as they charged down. Protected by the power of chaos, the dark elves were all kept at bay, unable to reach Chen Feng. But under the overwhelming onslaught, Wanda's face paled, her forehead covered in beads of sweat. She looked unlikely to hold on much longer. Still too young, her control over the power of chaos is too ordinary. Chen Feng sighed softly. Then, with a flick of his finger, a red energy beam entered Wanda's chaotic power. Instantly, the pressure on Wanda lessened, and she involuntarily looked at Chen Feng beside her. The only person who could help her was this man before her. The crimson chaotic power, like an inverted hemisphere, blocked all the dark elves. Even with their fierce and relentless attacks, they couldn't break through the chaotic energy amplified by Chen Feng. I'll kill you first, the cursed warrior roared, seeing the dark elves unable to penetrate. He raised his giant axe, aiming it at Chen Feng's head, and brought it down in a furious clash. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out, piercing the entire sky. A swift sword, flashing with multicolored light, blocked the cursed warrior's giant axe. You think you can stop me with a broken sword? Don't dream, the cursed warrior roared. He mobilized all his power, and his giant axe, like a mountain, crashed down with immense force. The entire space seemed to shatter under the weight of this immense pressure, fragmenting like a mirror, utterly unbearable. But Chen Feng's expression remained unchanged. He showed no sign of discomfort. It was as if he hadn't exerted any power at all, relying solely on the Gale Sword to withstand all the force. Impossible, the cursed warrior exclaimed in astonishment. Even Odin, the father of the gods, wouldn't withstand his attack like this. Your power is too weak, Chen Feng sneered. The Gale Sword suddenly swung upwards. The giant axe was deflected, sending the cursed warrior flying backwards. They slammed heavily into the ground, creating a crater hundreds of meters in diameter. Countless cracks appeared on the cursed warrior's armor. The giant axe shattered as well, leaving a gap several centimeters wide below it. That part was instantly reduced to dust by the swift net. The cursed warrior struggled to his feet, his body a mess, covered in dust and dirt. Enraged by Chen Feng's taunt, he roared to the sky. The echoes of his roar reverberated throughout the heavens. Two people getting angry, huh? Chen Feng chuckled, his expression unchanged. The greatest advantage of something created by magic is that it feels no pain. As long as its energy isn't exhausted, it will never die. I'll kill you. The cursed warrior's aura suddenly shifted, charging towards Chen Feng like a giant. The ground trembled, as if an earthquake was about to occur. Everything shook. Even Pietro was affected by this violent force. His speed slowed. Truly a brainless idiot, Chen Feng sighed helplessly. Encountering such creatures was the most troublesome. Then let's finish you off with one sword. A cold glint flashed in Chen Feng's eyes, like a chilling glacier from 1,000 miles away. He gripped the Gale Sword tightly, its 8 differently colored gems radiating brilliant light. Then, these 8 distinct powers converged, condensing on the blade of the Gale Sword. A vast, earth-shattering sword intent suddenly emanated from the blade. Wherever it passed, space was severed, and heaven and earth seemed to split in two. Die, Chen Feng coldly shouted, swinging the Gale Sword forward. A crescent-shaped sword intent surged forth with devastating force, instantly creating a trench hundreds of meters long and tens of meters deep in the ground. It swept towards the charging cursed warrior with overwhelming force, seemingly unstoppable. Ah! The cursed warrior also felt this overwhelming sword intent. But at this moment, he had no way to retreat. Even if he had to grit his teeth, he had to go. Boom! A deafening roar echoed across the entire sky. The heavens and earth trembled, and 100 demons gathered. Wanda's chaotic energy was shattered instantly. Countless dark elves outside were also reduced to black fragments by the impact, falling to the ground. All the enemies were wiped out at that instant. Only a desolate land and 2 dumbfounded figures remained. This. Pietro was speechless with shock. Just moments ago he was fighting the dark elves, and in the blink of an eye, the enemies had vanished. This extreme impact deeply shocked the naive young man. Only that guy in the skies left. Chen Feng looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. The world fell silent, as if entering the depths of an ancient, timeless universe. Only endless tranquility remained. The cursed warrior was shattered into dust by Chen Feng's sword, only fragments of black iron armor remained on the spot, everything else vanished. The power of the 8 rings fused together was indeed immense. Chen Feng couldn't help but exclaim. He hadn't tested the power of the 8 rings before, but this time, he had a complete experience. Sheathing his Gale sword, Chen Feng looked at the darkness in the sky. The ether particles, released by Malekith, swirled and circled below the alignment of the 9 stars. They seemed to be searching for a dimension to enter the darkness. Chen Feng, hurry and stop him, otherwise all 9 dimensions will be swallowed by the ether particles, and everything will fall into endless darkness. Thor stared gravely at the ether particles in the sky. He had just been fighting desperately against the Dark Elves, and coupled with the injuries he sustained in the Dark World, he was no longer able to continue fighting Malekith. He could only place all his hopes on Chen Feng. Just stand there and watch carefully, Chen Feng said gently as he walked forward. Thor, your fighting skills really need improvement. You can't defeat a powerful opponent by relying on brute force. Chapter 132 Conformity. Upon hearing this, Thor's already heavy face turned ashen. Only Chen Feng could withstand such sarcasm. With a leap, Chen Feng vanished from his spot, a streak of light flashing across the sky. Black man, stop. Your game is over. In that instant, Chen Feng appeared before Malekith. Malekith, still manipulating the ether particles, was startled and stared at Chen Feng in utter astonishment. What are you? Cursed warrior, and black elf. Before Malekith could finish speaking, he sensed the situation below. His already displeased expression darkened further. You killed them? Malekith asked in a deep voice. He turned around, the ether particle following his movements. Even without Chen Feng's answer, he knew it was this man who did it. The ether particle paused, transforming into a giant sword, aimed at Chen Feng and charging towards him. Its domineering aura spread outwards, seemingly causing the heavens and earth to change color, as if all power had to submit to it. Chen Feng scoffed disdainfully. Instead of using gale force, he took out the space stone. A deep blue light instantly enveloped the entire space. The powerful force and the ether particles' power clashed. For a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. The Space Stone and the Reality Stone, both belonging to the 6 Infinity Stones, were evenly matched in terms of power and other aspects. The two forces fought like dragons and tigers, their light dazzling and vibrant. But beneath this beautiful brilliance lay an astonishing power. It was simply hidden by the darkness of the sky, unknown to the ordinary humans below. How could you possibly possess such power? Malekith stared at Chen Feng in disbelief. The ether particle was a supreme treasure left behind from ancient times. Nothing in the entire 9 realms can withstand it. There are many things you don't know, Chen Feng said coldly. Don't overestimate yourself. The ether particle is not something immortal like you can contend with, Malekith roared angrily. Try it and you'll see, but perhaps you won't have the chance to know. A chill flashed in Chen Feng's words, like an ancient glacier, causing people to feel as if they were melting. Die, Malekith roared. Then, most of the ether particles were summoned back. They jumped and tumbled around in front of him. Gradually, they transformed into a giant axe, aimed at Chen Feng's head, and slammed down. The space stone shone brightly again, releasing its equally powerful force. The ether particles collided with a magnetic field. A thunderous roar echoed through the clouds. A terrifying shockwave swept outwards, seemingly sweeping away the darkness in the sky. The time for the 9-star alignment was also delayed. The 9 regions slowly deviated from their unified trajectory. But Malekith understood that without killing Chen Feng, he could never seize control of the 9 regions. Don't think you can stop my plan. With the final time running out, Malekith unleashed his last strength. He wanted to defeat Chen Feng in one strike. No, kill him. Reply, I have already stopped him, Chen Feng said calmly. This nonchalant statement completely enraged Malekith. The 9-star alignment wasn't even over yet, and he already thought he had won. Don't be so arrogant. You'll die by my hand. The ether particles completely dissipated, all converging together and clinging tightly. Gradually, they transformed into a giant wolf, howling at the sky, piercing straight through the clouds. The black giant wolf, its jaws agape, pounced on Chen Feng. Its entire body radiated an endless, overwhelming aura. Anyone, regardless of who they were, would likely have to submit to this sharp aura. However, Chen Feng had not yet fully mastered the power of the Space Stone, so he was temporarily at a disadvantage. Ho ha, you're just a mortal, Thinking you can fight against gods just because you possess great power? You're nothing but trash. Ma Jinky laughed loudly as he watched this scene. However, Chen Feng was unmoved, his expressionless face making it impossible to guess his thoughts. One could only sense a terrifying void energy suddenly being released from Chen Feng's body. It was remarkably similar to the power of the Space Stone. The two merged together, instantly resisting the attack of the ether particles. The howling giant wolf was held in place by special forces, unable to advance an inch. What? Impossible. How could you stop it? Marcus stared in disbelief at Chen Feng below. Even he couldn't guarantee he could withstand the full force of the etheric particles. But Chen Feng, without flinching, had completely resisted the power of the etheric particles. That nonchalant attitude made Marcus shudder. That look of disgust was truly unbearable. It was as if he was telling him to use an even stronger attack. Look, your plan has failed. Chen Feng pointed to the alignment of the 9 stars in the sky and said calmly. At this moment, the 9 regions were no longer in a straight line, meaning Malekith had failed. He was to be mercilessly mocked. Below, Soul, seeing the 9 regions no longer aligned, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Watching the terrifying shockwave generated by the collision of the two forces, Thor couldn't help but gasp. Chen Feng's strength had increased far too quickly, almost at the speed of a fire emperor. Thor was powerless to catch up, only able to look up to him from afar. The once pitch-black sky gradually brightened, with slivers of light peeking through. You beast! You ruined my plan. You will pay the price. Malekith was utterly enraged. Thousands of years of waiting for this day. And because of a mortal, everything was ruined. The energy of the ether particles was fully unleashed. The sky, which had shown a sliver of light, was once again plunged into endless darkness. Then the ether particle instantly transformed into a ferocious demon, howling menacingly. Since you haven't grasped the difference between yourself and me, then... I'm sorry, a cold glint flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. His aura was chilling, making one feel as if they were plunged into ice. In his hand, a weapon gleamed with an intense, blazing light. The power of the Mind Stone was unleashed, merging with the pressure of the Space Stone, instantly erupting with a terrifying aura. Even the demon formed from the ether particle faintly staggered back 2 steps. Impossible, Malekith roared. All the power within his body was released. Dark energy swept out in an overwhelming torrent, instantly entering the ether particle and amplifying its size. The ether particle's aura also surged once more, almost reaching the peak of the entire world. The Space Stone and the Mind Stone clashed with the ether particle and the dark energy. It's like Mars colliding with Earth. No matter who's involved, it will ultimately cause irreparable damage to the planet. The destruction of Earth is not even a question. Hurry up. Are you all birds of a feather? Get to work. Fury stared at the 2 energies swirling in the sky above the screen, his voice filled with rage. Agent Hill, you take command of them. I'm going to the scene right now. Fury removed his headset, looked at Hill beside him, and gave the order. Director, be careful. Agent Hill could only offer Fury his final blessing at this moment. There was no way Fury would abandon this idea. Otherwise, he wouldn't be Director Fury. Don't worry about me. I've never failed in so many secret missions before. Escaping from the muzzle of a gun has always been my forte. Fury smiled slightly, revealing a set of bright white teeth. Agent Hill nodded and said nothing more. After speaking, he turned around and watched the battle unfold on the screen intently. Seeing this, Fury left with peace of mind. This time, I'll protect Earth myself. Above York City, 2 forces were already clashing fiercely. Violent roars echoed in the sky. Explosions were like fireworks. You brat, don't be so smug. I haven't even used my full strength yet. Malekith looked at Chen Feng, who seemed relaxed, and spoke angrily. He had never seen such an arrogant person before. It's just strength, Chen Feng said calmly. His words made Malekith lose face. His words were full of contempt. You die, Malekith roared. The ether particles and dark energy unleashed terrifying power once more, directly disrupting the entire space. The combined power of the Space Stone and the Mind Stone was no match for the ether particles. There was no pressure whatsoever. After all, 2 stones are far more powerful than 1. Even with Malekith's best efforts, he still couldn't break through the power of the 2 stones. He could only flail and claw under the obstruction of their power, but he couldn't penetrate them. This is impossible. Malekith roared, his eyes blazing with boundless fury. With a bang, Malekith's terrifying aura suddenly surged. His body seemed to crack, splitting apart in all directions. To kill Chen Feng, Malekith disregarded the strain on his body. He was willing to pay any price to kill Chen Feng. Thunder crackled on Chen Feng's palm. Although it hadn't evolved into super thunder yet, it was already incredibly powerful. Compared to the initial lightning strike, it was many times larger. In just a moment, the space around Chen Feng was so intensely controlled by the lightning that the temperature skyrocketed. The entire space was distorted, making it almost impossible to see anything. This terrifying orb reached Malekith, scaring him half to death. Compared to Su's lightning strike, it was simply not in the same league. There was a chasm between heaven and earth. Even with the title of God, you are nothing but trash, Chen Feng said calmly. His words were light and casual, showing no respect for Malekith. Under the dark sky, S.H.I.E.L.D arrived at the arena. What is this? It's terrifying. Is the end of the world here? Chapter 133 Exit. Although seeing this scene on screen was one thing, experiencing it firsthand was incredibly shocking. All the agents were completely stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. Don't be stunned. Proceed according to plan. And protect yourselves, Agent Hill's voice came through the communicator, extremely serious. Everyone snapped back to reality. A determined glint flashed in their eyes as they sprinted towards their designated direction. Rumble. Countless explosions echoed through the air, the entire earth seemed to tremble. The S.H.I.E.L.D agents were almost unable to stand, teetering on the verge of collapse. The power of God, laughs, my God. This is terrifying. Because of this power, all the agents were once again gripped by fear. Calm down. All of you, calm down, Agent Hill shouted angrily. The fate of Earth now rests on your shoulders, understand. These people finally snapped back to reality. If they weren't given enough pressure, they wouldn't budge. This group seemed unlikely to shoulder the future of S.H.I.E.L.D. With the Iron Clan crashing down, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents finally arrived below Maurice and Chen Feng. We've arrived. Now prepare to install the missiles. The words coming through the communicator made Agent Hill breathe a sigh of relief. Now, quickly prepare everything in the plan. I'll give you the starting instructions later, Agent Hill said gravely. She glanced at Director Fury, who was still on his way, a complex expression in her eyes. At Fury's age, he couldn't compare to ordinary agents. Whether it was reaction time or explosive power, there was a significant gap between him and these younger agents. The only thing he could compensate for was perhaps Fury's unparalleled experience. This is why older agents often transition to behind-the-scenes work. Their experience allows them to help younger agents grow quickly and avoid many pitfalls. But now, Fury is risking his life alone in the arena of two gods. To ordinary people, it seems like an egg hitting a rock, a futile attempt to break through. But in Agent Hill's eyes, everything Director Fury does has its reasons. I believe you can do it, Director. Hill gripped his bow, full of confidence and fury. Director Fury, piloting the spaceship, quickly arrived at the arena. After a brief observation of the arena above, he charged forward. Navigating the terrifying shockwaves, he deftly evaded wave after wave of attacks. In a matter of moments, he caught up with the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents ahead. While the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were still cautiously climbing step by step, Fury flashed past them. Who is this? Judging from his appearance, he must be from S.H.I.E.L.D. Isn't he afraid of death? Just charging in like that, this reckless man has disrupted our plans. At that moment, some agents exclaimed in amazement, others complained. But regardless of who they were, their eyes were filled with admiration as they looked at Fury. Such a fighting spirit is unparalleled within S.H.I.E.L.D. Look, he's about to rush in. Just then, a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent shouted. Everyone was shocked, staring in disbelief at the fighter disappearing from sight. Headquarters, someone has already rushed in. Should we go and provide support? An agent hurriedly asked. No, just do your own thing. But what they received was Hill's cold reply. Are you sure you don't want to? A little surprised, asked again. Do as I say, execute orders, Hill snapped angrily. At this moment, all the agents finally quieted down. However, based on their keen intuition, they all guessed that this might be an elite sent by headquarters. Yes, everyone shouted, no longer mentioning Fury, and headed towards the arena above according to the established plan. In the sky, the battle between Chen Feng and Malekith had reached a fever pitch, especially Malekith, who was using all his strength, his old face flushed red. All the dark energy in his body poured out into the ether particles. In order to contend with the power of the two gems, Malekith was willing to pay any price. But the price he paid was the unbearable strain on his body. His entire body was covered in countless tiny cracks, extremely human-like. If this battle wasn't ended quickly, Malekith himself would probably explode and die. Dark undead warning, lend your souls and power to the great Lord of Darkness, dedicate your power for the cause of darkness, Malekith suddenly roared to the sky, as if chanting some incantation. Just some fancy stuff again, boring, Chen Feng said indifferently. His contempt was evident in his eyes. Mortal, do you really think that you can defeat the great Lord of Darkness, the eternal and endless darkness, with 2 treasures obtained by chance? Death is your only way out. On the ground, the souls and last strength of all the dead dark elves and cursed warriors, after their disintegration, all poured into Malekith's body. Even in the distant dark world, the entire ground was shaking violently, as if something infinitely ancient was about to emerge from below. Due to the limitations of space, it could not be fully aroused. Moreover, Malekith did not have the skill to open a spatial passage. Therefore, he could only use the power of the dark elves who had died on the scene. Even though it was only a portion, the aura he unleashed surged upwards, reaching a terrifying peak. Malekith, said you would die, and you will die, Malekith roared, displaying an air of superiority. Utterly useless, all show and no substance, Chen Feng scoffed lightly, completely disregarding Malekith. Hearing this, Malekith was utterly enraged. I will show you the difference between gods and mortals. In an instant, terrifying power erupted. Ether particles then gathered around Malekith, transforming into countless sharp swords, like a sword technique that returned all wounds to their source, the sharp sword energy crisscrossing wildly. HMPH. Chen Feng merely snorted coldly, not taking Malekith seriously at all, because all of this was insignificant. Possessing the power of 2 gems, as long as they released even a fraction of their power, they could easily defeat Malekith. Monster, get out of Earth, you are not welcome here. Just then, Furion appeared, angrily shouting at Malekith. Then, all the weapons on the fighter jet were revealed. Vulcan Gatling guns, Aegis missiles, even small nuclear bombs, were all fired. They attacked Malekith from all directions. But in Malekith's eyes, these ordinary weapons were like small waves rising on the sea, having no killing power whatsoever. With a casual wave of his hand, a stream of dark energy was released, without even exerting force. All of Fury's attacks were neutralized, even his mount was pierced through. Thick black smoke billowed from his body, accompanied by intense heat resembling flames. The fighter jet instantly lost its ability to stay in the air and plummeted towards the ground. Over 10,000 meters below. At this point, Fury's only option was to jump out. However, even then, Fury did not leave the fighter jet. But now, Malekith no longer cared about Fury. In his eyes, Fury was a dead man, posing no threat whatsoever. That was him. Now it's you, mortal, Malekith roared. Ether particles transformed into countless swords, like a monstrous wave, surged forth. Die, however, at this moment, another deafening roar came from behind. The last few missiles on the fighter jet suddenly fired. Malekith didn't even have time to react before being hit by a missile. The immense force exploded on his back. Although it didn't cause any injury, it disrupted Malekith's attack. You little devil, Malekith's eyes blazed with fury. Fury's sudden interference thwarted Malekith's attack. This enraged Malekith, who turned and unleashed a black streak of light. Fury's fighter jet was cleaved in two by this force, leaving him no chance to parachute. Damn it! Scorching flames raged around Fury, searing half of his body. But the parachute seemed to have malfunctioned, completely failing. As the flames intensified, the fighter jet was on the verge of exploding. Die? You piece of trash. You dare to challenge the gods, Malekith roared, his eyes blazing with boundless rage. This was blatant contempt, complete disregard for Fury. But while Malekith attacked Fury, Chen Feng wasn't idle either, unleashing his lightning bolt. You really think you're a god, Chen Feng said calmly from behind. At this moment, lightning was about to strike Malekith's body. Instantly, a dazzling display of lightning illuminated the entire space, blinding everyone. Wanda, Pietro, and the Asgardian gods below were plunged into endless daylight. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were also trapped in this world of daylight, all signals cut off. Headquarters. Headquarters. Can you hear me? We're in a world of daylight. Don't you know what's happening? These new S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, encountering this situation for the first time, were visibly panicked. The consequences of their inexperience were fully exposed. "You two, do you want to come with me and rush out to help Chen Feng?" Thor said to Wanda and Pietro behind him. Before they could answer, he swung Thor's weapon and charged forward. Powerful lightning crackled and roared in the air. But for a moment, Thor couldn't escape the daylight. It felt like an endless universe, with no exit in sight. "Sherlock," Thor roared. "In this situation, wouldn't everyone else just have to watch from the sidelines?" On the other side, Wanda and Pietro, who originally wanted to join in, could only circle around in the endless daylight, unable to break through. "Wanda, it seems even the heavens won't allow us to join their fight," Pietro said, enunciating each word clearly. Seeing this, Wanda had no choice but to give up. Although she really wanted to help Chen Feng, her strength was still insufficient. At this moment, Chen Feng, 10,000 meters in the sky, was still fighting Malekith. The fighting power between the two had reached the highest level. Even though Chen Feng possessed the power of the two gems, Malekith was no pushover, unleashing all the power of the ether. Its terrifying power even surprised Chen Feng. "If I hadn't not yet fully mastered the power of the Space Stone and the Mind Stone, I could have destroyed you in one move," Chen Feng thought to himself. Then he took out the Gale Sword, which shone with multicolored light. Chapter 134 Dissuasion. The light was so dazzling it was almost blinding. The power of the 8 gems surged forth at that moment, directly merging into the energy of the fused Space Stone and Mind Stone. Time and space were filled with a chilling atmosphere, a silence that sent shivers down one's spine. "Is this all there is to it?" Machinkus, facing him, sneered dismissively. Then, black liquid seemed to flow from his eyes, and his entire body seemed to have fallen into magma several thousand degrees Celsius, instantly melting. "Have you extracted all the dark laws within your body?" Chen Feng remained calm upon seeing this, showing no sign of emotion. "I didn't expect that even a mortal like you would know this." "Then you should understand its terrifying nature," Malekith roared. Then, his entire body transformed into dark laws and quickly entered the ether particles. The next moment, the ether particles were occupied by Malekith, taking on his appearance. With the ether particles as his physical body, Malekith's defense and attack power both increased dramatically. "You ain't. I told you long ago that you could never defeat me," Malekith said sarcastically. Then, in a flash, he rushed in front of Chen Feng. It seemed that he wanted to ignore the power of the Space Stone and the Mind Stone and attack Chen Feng directly. But it can only be said that Malekith was too arrogant and overestimated his power. The energy formed by the intertwining of the two stones blocked Malekith's attack. Just like a fishing net, it completely cut off the fish's chance to move forward. "This is impossible," Machinkus roared in disbelief, his eyes blazing with fury. "Earth, the weakest of the 9 regions, could not possibly possess energy stronger than the etheric particles fused with the laws of darkness." "I'm sorry to disappoint you," Chen Feng revealed a sly expression. Then he grabbed the 2 gems in front of him and slammed them together. A violent sound echoed through the heavens and earth. It was as if a giant hand had crushed the entire sky. The distance between heaven and earth seemed to be forcibly shortened. This terrifying force then swept down from 10,000 meters above. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were all blown away, and their fighter jets, unable to withstand the pressure, shattered. Fortunately, the fighter jets helped to block the force, preventing the agents from suffering further damage. Wanda had to use her mixed magic to protect Pietro and herself. Even Thor, the god of thunder of S.H.I.E.L.D., raised Thor's armor and used his immense strength to stabilize himself amidst the shock. "What kind of terrifying battle are you two having?" Thor looked up at the sky, muttering to himself in utter astonishment. Having fought across the 9 regions for so long, Thor had never encountered such terrifying power. Even his father, Odin, probably couldn't unleash such strength. His respect for Chen Feng rose even higher. At that moment, the 3 gems collided, sweeping Mars into the fray as well. After all, he was now one with the ether. "You filth, you're truly an eyesore," Chen Feng said with disgust. Then, his power surged, and the Space Stone and Mind Stone flashed again. Another attack, like the heavens, slammed into the ether. Boom! Crack! Amidst the violent roar, a faint cracking sound accompanied it. Invisible to the naked eye, extremely tiny cracks had appeared on the ether. What? Malekith looked at his own body and was immediately terrified. The dense cracks on it made him freeze. Malekith knew very well the hardness of the ether. Even facing his full force attack, it wouldn't have shattered. Yet now, Chen Feng's attack had directly created countless cracks. Anyone else would probably be terrified and collapse to the ground. Help me heal. Hurry up. Marcus mobilized his internal energy, trying to close all the cracks on the ether particle. But no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't heal it in the slightest. On the contrary, as time passed, the cracks multiplied and grew larger. More importantly, Marcus had already merged himself into the ether particle. So if the ether 43 guest particle shattered, it would mean his own death. Boasting had been sealed away for thousands of years, finally escaping with great difficulty. Marcus didn't want to die so unjustly at the hands of a mortal from Earth. And he hadn't even completed his plan. What a waste of such a valuable thing as the ether particle, all wasted on you, Chen Feng sighed. Then, holding two gems, he unleashed another terrifying energy ray at Marcus. Before he could even react, the ether shattered, turning into fragments that swirled in the air. Chen Feng waved his hand, collecting the ether into his palm. But facing the shattered ether, Chen Feng felt a pang of regret. How to synthesize it into the reality stone was the most crucial point. However, Chen Feng clearly didn't know this method. Perhaps only those ancient life forms of the universe knew it. After thinking for a moment, a flash of inspiration struck Chen Feng, and he came up with a solution. Since he couldn't do it himself, he would have someone else do it for him. This would save both effort and worry. So he did just that. At this moment, Chen Feng turned his gaze to Thor below. Of everyone present, he was definitely the best choice, and the only choice. Because among the highest life forms in the universe, perhaps only Thor knew this. The others hadn't even stepped outside Earth and simply couldn't do it. Chen Feng, Thor noticed Chen Feng's gaze at this moment, his expression puzzled. Especially the feeling in Chen Feng's eyes made Thor a little uncomfortable. In the blink of an eye, Chen Feng suddenly disappeared from Thor's sight, startling him. I have something to give you, but unexpectedly, Chen Feng was already beside Thor. Huh? What is it? Thor asked somewhat flusteredly. This was the first time Chen Feng had been so enthusiastic, making him extremely uncomfortable. Of course, it's something good. Chen Feng smiled slightly and opened his palm. Ether particles, Thor exclaimed. Even though the ether particles were shattered into powder, their familiar scent still made Thor recognize them immediately. Wait? How did it turn into dust? Thor pointed, asking in confusion. After all, when he fought Marcus, the ether particles were still intact. Don't worry about that. This thing is yours now. Chen Feng interrupted Thor's thoughts and handed him the ether particle powder. Don't underestimate these powders. They still possess world-destroying energy, but they've only calmed down now that they're in my hands. After giving the powder to Thor, Chen Feng immediately relaxed. Next, it was just a matter of waiting for Thor to hand over the powder to the supreme being of the universe. Because last time Odin defeated Magus and buried the ether on Earth, it was still found again. Therefore, this time, Thor was determined not to repeat the mistake and would definitely place it in the hands of someone he could absolutely protect. The supreme being of the universe was the only choice. How about we bury the ether on another planet? Thor's sudden question startled Chen Feng. Was this person contradicting him? Chen Feng then gave Thor a series of brainwashing sessions, finally making him abandon the idea. Chen Feng, I know who to give it to, Thor said firmly. It seemed he had already found the right person. Very well, then go ahead. I'll handle things on Earth. Chen Feng nodded. Thor swung Mjolnir, then took flight and disappeared into the atmosphere in an instant. He really was a big guy. Chen Feng smiled slightly, no longer paying attention to Thor. He turned and went to Wanda and Pietro's side. Wanda, now that you don't have a home, why don't you stay at my place for a while? Chen Feng said thoughtfully. Well, this is a little embarrassing, Wanda stammered. They'd only known each other for a day, and he'd already come to her house. Wanda still couldn't quite accept it. Seeing Wanda's expression, Chen Feng understood everything and said softly, Wanda, actually, I'm doing this for your safety. You need to know, you two siblings aren't ordinary people, but mutants with superpowers. And in the Middle East, there's a special agency called S.H.I.E.L.D, created specifically to manage you. Once discovered, you two will both be arrested and imprisoned, used as test subjects. So Wanda, I'm doing this for your safety. You don't want to spend your future days in a damp basement, dying a miserable death, do you? It has to be said, Chen Feng's words were very persuasive. Wanda immediately hesitated. Her eyes flickered, undecided. Wanda, how about we go to Chen Feng's house? I don't want you to live a life of wandering, homeless. I'd feel so guilty. Pietro 4.4 also watched from the side, offering advice. Chen Feng looked at him with satisfaction, inwardly approving. This kid is not bad. After thinking it over, Wanda finally decided to stay at Chen Feng's house for a while. However, if she disturbed Chen Feng, she would definitely leave immediately. Don't worry, my house is very big, there will be no problem. Chen Feng smiled slightly, then opened up a special passage. Chen Feng believed he could easily handle Natasha and Mindy. After all, both of them now regarded him as their only support. They would unconditionally accept him, both spiritually and physically. So Chen Feng was not worried about the two women at all. He was still afraid that Wanda might have a change of heart and want to leave. But Chen Feng also had a way to deal with that. In a short while, Chen Feng brought Wanda and Pietro to his house. At this moment, the house was a bit deserted. Due to the sudden invasion of the Dark Elves, Tasha had been recalled by S.H.I.E.L.D. and Mindy was not at home because she had to go to school. That's why it seems so empty. Chapter 135 Outbreak. However, a woman's intuition is very sharp, and she can notice even the smallest details immediately. Chen Feng, there must be other people living in your house, right? Zhengde looked around and asked tentatively. Chen Feng looked at Wanda's face, hesitated for a moment, and then said, that's right, there are two other people living in my house, both women. Upon hearing this, the clueless Pietro was immediately stunned. He stared at the calm Chen Feng, as if to say, brother, you already have women, and you still called my sister over? Isn't that courting death? However, Chen Feng didn't care about Pietro's gaze at all, keeping a close eye on Wanda. As long as she didn't leave, everything would be fine. Unexpectedly, Wanda simply nodded and continued, 4. She got up in the room. Turning her head, a meaningful look seemed to flash in her eyes. It was as if she was choosing, yet it also seemed to carry a hint of jealousy and disapproval. Then you and Pietro, just choose here first, be casual. I'll go outside and buy some groceries to cook you a big meal. It was already close to evening, and the three of them hadn't eaten anything since morning. It was all because of the sudden appearance of Malekith. Wanda echoed, then walked straight into Chen Feng's room. Pietro, seeing Wanda acting somewhat strangely, was momentarily at a loss. Wanda, are you alright? He asked cautiously, quickly approaching her. I'm fine, how could I be alright? You should look around too. If the environment isn't good, or if you feel it's not suitable, then we'll leave, Wanda said calmly. From the outside, there seemed to be nothing wrong. But Pietro had a strange feeling about the atmosphere. However, hearing Wanda say this, Pietro didn't linger and looked in different directions. Only Wanda remained in Chen Feng's room, looking here and there, like a master monitoring her husband. Chen Feng came out of the room, one purpose being to buy groceries, and the other being to tell his wife Tasha and Mindy about Wanda and Pietro's situation. If he didn't inform them in advance, the situation might get out of control when they met. He dialed Tasha's number, and a gentle female voice came through the phone. Honey, what time are you coming back tonight? I'm going to make you a big meal, Chen Feng asked with a smile. Around 7 o'clock, I guess. It's all because of that alien who suddenly appeared. It made our work so much more complicated. Otherwise, we could have gone home earlier, Tasha complained. It's okay, I'll make it a little later. You can have something hot when you get back, Chen Feng comforted her gently. Thank you, honey, Tasha replied sweetly. Darling, there's something else I need to tell you now, Chen Feng said mysteriously. What? Tasha's curiosity was immediately piqued. We have guests today. They're having dinner with us tonight, Chen Feng said happily. Is it a man or a woman? Tasha asked sharply. Sure enough, a woman's intuition is quite reliable. Chen Feng didn't say anything and said directly, one man and one woman, both mutants, a brother and sister. Upon hearing this, Tasha was immediately moved and asked, mutant? How did you end up with these people? Within S.H.I.E.L.D, mutants have always been defined as an unpredictable factor. Many mutants, once they gain powerful abilities, become arrogant and flaunt their power everywhere. Most of them pose a significant threat to society. That's why Tasha was so agitated and worried about Chen Feng. It's alright, they're both very kind. I trained them from Hydra, Chen Feng explained, reassuring Tasha not to worry. Okay, since you've said that, I won't say any more now. Tonight, I'll get to know these two mutants better. Tasha's words were a clear acceptance of Chen Feng's actions, an indirect agreement. Thank you, darling. They kissed briefly before hanging up. Afterwards, Chen Feng followed the same script and called Mindy. But Mindy, with her fiery temper and intolerance for a third woman, was very strong-willed. Fortunately, Chen Feng was quick-witted enough to explain Wanda and Pietro's tragic past to her. Finally, Mindy agreed. After making 2 phone calls, Chen Feng realized that his status at home was a bit low. No, if Natasha and Mindy continue like this, I'll definitely feel very aggrieved in front of Wanda tonight. I must change this situation. Chen Feng made up his mind and clenched his fist. But the most important thing now was to keep Wanda at home and prevent her from having any thoughts of leaving. At this time, a delicious dish seemed crucial. However, deciding on a dish stumped Chen Feng. After all, he didn't know what Wanda would like. After thinking it over, Chen Feng finally decided on hot pot. This delicious Chinese food would surely make Wanda linger and never want to leave. Chen Feng thought carefully. People in the Americas mostly like sweets. So tonight, Chen Feng decided to turn the broth hot pot into a cheese hot pot. And the other half would still be a spicy hot pot. 2 flavors were prepared, one to cater to the locals, and the other for them to try. If Wanda likes spicy hot pot, it would be a success. In a flash, Chen Feng arrived in Chinatown. After all, only here could he find all sorts of ingredients suitable for hot pot. But Chen Feng planned to make the broth himself. As a chef, this was a piece of cake. He spent over 20 minutes in the market selecting all the ingredients. Now it was time to show off his superb skills. At this moment, Mindy returned home first. He saw Wanda coming out of Chen Feng's room. A cold smile played on his lips as he asked, "You're the friend Chen Feng brought back, right?" "Yes, that's me. My name is Wanda, and this is my brother, Pietro." Wanda extended her right hand, introducing herself earnestly. "Aren't you dressed properly?" Mindy also extended her left hand politely. The exchange was relatively peaceful so far. "By the way, you two are from the DE region, right?" Mindy asked abruptly. "That's right, we've always lived in the DE region," Wanda nodded, not understanding the meaning behind Mindy's question. "That's good. I heard Chen Feng say that. I thought you were in the logging region, since the DE region and the logging region are relatively close." Mindy breathed a sigh of relief and said slowly. But Wanda and Pietro both looked at each other with pity, not understanding the meaning behind Mindy's words. "You too, don't you know what I mean?" Mindy said as if on purpose. The two shook their heads at the same time, but Wanda already had a clue. "You live in the DE region, don't you know that there are many machine operators in the logging region? You know, last time I went to the logging region, my wallet was stolen and it almost killed me. But luckily I'm good at fighting, and I caught that S.H.I.E.L.D in no time and gave him a good beating, so you must be careful in the future. When you go to the logging area, be careful of the people from the surrounding areas. There are many thieves in tourist spots, waiting for tourists to walk into their traps," Mindy explained excitedly. But the implication in her words made Wanda very angry. However, thinking that this was Chen Feng's house, Wanda forcibly held back and maintained a smiling demeanor. "Then thank you for the reminder, Mindy. However, we didn't encounter many thieves in the logging area. Perhaps you're just an easy target for those thieves." Wanda lowered her voice, like a smiling assassin. Mindy also understood the implication in Wanda's words. Being young, she couldn't control her emotions well, and her face immediately turned red. For a moment, Mindy was so angry that she couldn't speak. "It's because there are too many thieves there. I'm such a nice person, with a kind face, that I became their target." After thinking for a long time, Mindy finally retorted. However, the aggression in her words was negligible. It could only be said to be defensive, protecting herself. "Miss Mindy, why don't you show me around? There are so many places in the area I want to see." Pietro, seeing the situation was getting out of hand, immediately stepped forward. This prevented Wanda from arguing with Mindy again. After all, this was someone else's house. "If you want to see things, go by yourself. You're all adults, are you afraid of being kidnapped?" But Mindy didn't appreciate it at all and went down the stairs that Pietro had built. "Miss Mindy," Pietro was extremely embarrassed and could only smile to ease the tension. "No wonder you robbed the thief and beat him up, you're such a tomboy," Wanda said sarcastically without any politeness. Seeing her brother get angry, how could she, as the older sister, not stand up for him? "Who are you calling a tomboy?" Mindy immediately became anxious and shouted angrily. Because of her regular exercise, her arm muscles were more developed than most girls. So when she first started school, many boys would call her a man in the field. After Mindy caught them and taught them a lesson, they all became his underlings. But the tomboy mem remained in Mindy's mind, refusing to go away. Seeing Mindy about to explode, Pietro looked extremely flustered. Only Wanda sat on the sofa, completely unconcerned. The atmosphere froze to freezing point, the temperature in the entire room dropping to its lowest point. It was as if they had entered the Ice Age, with a howling wind threatening to freeze everything. Pietro stood there nervously, looking left and right, glancing at Wanda, then at Mindy, at a loss. Just as he was about to explode, Chen Feng returned home with Tasha. "Snow. Why is it so cold?" Tasha complained as soon as they entered. This broke the silence in the room. Sister Tasha. Mindy rushed over to Tasha as soon as she saw her. "What's wrong?" Tasha asked with concern, looking at Mindy's eyes, which were brimming with tears. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Direct Access. "What's wrong with her?" Tasha asked suspiciously. Generally speaking, people who visit someone's home for the first time are usually very careful. At least they won't upset the host. She betrayed me," Mindy stammered, her voice choked with emotion. Like a child who had suffered a great injustice, she sought refuge with her mother. "Chen Feng, if this is how you treat your guests, I'll leave now." Wanda also stood up at this moment, her eyes red-rimmed. It seemed she was about to explode. Chen Feng was caught in a dilemma, glancing at Wanda, then at Mindy, hesitating to leave. "Pietro, tell me what happened." At this moment, Chen Feng could only look at Pietro. "Remember, tell me everything." Without any emotional bias, Chen Feng pressed Pietro closely, releasing a powerful pressure. Under these circumstances, Pietro didn't hesitate to utter a single lie. Pietro nodded, swallowing hard. Then he finally opened his mouth, speaking slowly and deliberately. After listening, Chen Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then he turned to Mindy and said very seriously, "That's wrong of you, Mindy. Wanda is our guest, and I already told you about the siblings. How could you still talk nonsense like that?" Hearing Chen Feng say this, Wanda's face softened. Mindy, however, pouted angrily, very angry. She wanted to retaliate but couldn't find a reason. However, Chen Feng's rudeness in front of outsiders made Mindy very unhappy. HMPH, Mindy couldn't stand the atmosphere, snorted angrily, and went to her room. "Natasha, go and discipline her," Chen Feng said to Natasha. With a glance, Natasha understood and followed him into Mindy's room. "Wanda, don't be angry. Mindy is still a child, and she's going through puberty. She's a little willful. Please forgive her." Chen Feng approached Wanda and spoke softly. "I know, but her words were really hurtful." Pietro did nothing, yet he was met with indifference. Wanda chimed in, "It's alright, I'm fine." Pietro waved his hand vigorously, telling everyone not to worry about him. He had sacrificed a lot to ease the tension between Wanda and Mindy. "Pietro, how can you let this go? You did nothing, you even kindly helped her, and she treats you like this?" "It's her fault," Wanda protested, vehemently arguing. "I'm really fine, Wanda. Mindy is just a child, I understand her." Pietro, seeing Chen Feng's somber expression, immediately spoke up. Since witnessing Chen Feng's immense power, Pietro had held him in high esteem and naturally wouldn't let him find himself in a difficult situation. "Wanda, don't worry, I'll teach Mindy a lesson later and make her talk to Pietro." Chen Feng quickly smacked his lips during the break. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Wanda felt much better, her serious expression softening slightly. "After I teach Mindy a lesson, I'll give you and Pietro a good meal, you'll definitely like it." Chen Feng lifted the bag in his hand, then turned and left, leaving behind a cryptic remark. "But he'll still do it." The same thought simultaneously crossed Pietro and Wanda's minds. Chen Feng's existence had completely changed their views on the strong. They both began to imagine Chen Feng diligently cooking in the kitchen. A short while later, after a thorough lecture from Chen Feng and Tasha, Mindy reluctantly agreed to go and say goodbye to Pietro. However, Chen Feng had to pay the price of undressing Mindy. This little girl hadn't slept with him since she turned another year older. But unexpectedly, she still harbored this desire. She wanted to lean against Chen Feng's chest again. "I've agreed to all your conditions. Hurry up and say goodbye to Pietro. I'll prepare something delicious for you later," Chen Feng urged. He didn't want Wanda to wait too long, and then her mind would wander to other things. Okay, she replied, her expression still somewhat dissatisfied, but her tone filled with joy. The conflict between the three finally came to a close with Mindy's seemingly sincere words. After this incident, a barrier was essentially created between Mindy and Wanda, and neither of them would look into it. Tasha, however, was extremely sensible and went to talk to Wanda. A woman as experienced as her could easily see that Chen Feng truly had feelings for Wanda. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to so much trouble, having Mindy speak and even personally cooking delicious food. Tasha had long known that someone as outstanding as Chen Feng couldn't be possessed by herself. Therefore, she had already prepared to share Chen Feng with someone else. Otherwise, she would have decisively rejected Chen Feng when she was with Mindy. Chen Feng, who was preparing hot pot in the room, finally smiled with satisfaction upon seeing this scene. He hadn't been wrong about Tasha, she was indeed the best virtuous wife. The two sat together, chatting and laughing happily. Pietro, on the other hand, wandered around the room alone. He had originally wanted to take the opportunity to ease the tension between himself and Mindy, but was directly rejected. This annoyed Pietro a bit. He was, after all, a handsome guy with superpowers, definitely the type girls liked. But what he didn't know was that Mindy's heart only had Chen Feng, and could only hold him. After a while, an extremely rich aroma filled the room, instantly stimulating everyone's taste buds. Unsurprisingly, everyone was drawn to the hot pot. Sensing the predatory gazes from outside, Chen Feng subtly stepped forward. "HMPH, if I can win your hearts through your stomachs, do you think I can't win your hearts?" Chen Feng confidently thought to himself. After preparing everything, Chen Feng brought out the pot and ingredients. Seeing the hot pot for the first time, everyone looked on with suspicion. But the rich aroma made them yearn for it. This was a couple's hot pot. The left side was a non-spicy version, with a broth made only of cheese and milk, while the right side was the authentic Chinese hot pot, spicy and numbing. If you like spicy food, you can eat more of the spicy stuff on the right. Chen Feng first introduced the hot pot to Tasha, Wanda, and the others. Then, pointing to the dishes on the side, he introduced them one by one. When everyone heard about pig's blood and beef tripe, their eyes widened in shock, looking at Chen Feng as if he were a monster. Animal offal is unacceptable in the Mi district. They would just throw it away. "Chen Feng, can we really eat these things?" Tasha asked, pointing with a hint of fear and disgust. It has to be said that people in the Mi district instinctively consider offal to be extremely unpalatable. "Of course you can, it's very delicious," Chen Feng answered confidently, giving the four of them reassuring smiles. Despite Chen Feng's assurance, the four still looked unconvinced. "Even if I, Tasha, did an impossible mission, jumping off a cliff at 10,000 meters and dying outside, I would never eat this stuff." You could tell from their expressions that they absolutely felt that way. "Just wait and see," Chen Feng smiled slightly. Then he put all the tripe into the pot, and it sizzled loudly. Wanda, Tasha, and the others only put beef and some vegetables into the hot pot. Those things that were disliked were simply ignored. When eating duck intestines, the key is to dip them in and out 7 times, then 8 times, and they're ready to eat. Chen Feng picked up a piece of duck intestine and began to demonstrate for everyone. However, when Chen Feng put the intestine in, everyone's eyes trembled violently. It looked more terrifying than the end of the world. "You guys should try it too," Chen Feng said to the four of them, and also prepared the dipping sauce for them and put it aside. No, I'll eat these," Wanda shook her head and refused clearly. "I put a lot of effort into preparing these things. I even got burned by the boiling oil in the kitchen. I worked so hard, and you refuse me so heartlessly. My heart aches," Chen Feng said, pretending to act. After hearing this, Tasha and Mindy both felt very sorry for Chen Feng. The two had spent the most time with Chen Feng and had long developed a deep affection for him. Naturally, they didn't want Chen Feng to be so heartbroken, so they nodded. "Then I'll give it a try." Tasha took the lead in picking up her chopsticks, and despite her lack of skill, she carefully picked up the duck intestines. Although she was very afraid, she endured it. Minglian, who was standing to the side, saw Yunsu come up and her whole body stiffened. as if she wanted to retreat. She herself was also very scared, and her hand holding the stone was in place. After moving up and down, she finally entered the right side of the mahjong table. With Chen Feng's guidance, she also completed the 7 up and 8 down steps. When she came out, Guangxu moved, her hands seemed to be stiff, and she couldn't move at all. "Try it, it's very delicious," Yi said silently from the side. Looking at Yi's expectant gaze, Tasha sipped her water and then slowly moved it to her side. As she entered the room, she thought of countless possibilities, her heart was heavy, and her face was pale. She endured the pain and put the table into the room. Without even tasting it, GZHI headed straight for the depths of the shop. "Wait a moment," Yi suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Qi Terran inexplicably paused twice. A look of utter despair appeared on his face, as if he were about to die. But just a second later, Qi Pisang's expression changed completely. He began to eat with great relish, looking extremely happy. "Qi Tasha Group, you didn't eat something bad, did you?" Pointing at Tasha's head, she asked suspiciously. "What are you saying?" Tasha immediately clapped her small hand, glancing away. "You all should try it quickly, this is really delicious," Tasha said, her voice tinged with lingering curiosity. Chapter 137 Relationship. The spicy flavor made her feel even better. Generally speaking, people in the rice region like to eat a lot of food. So their seasonings are often spicy and there are many different kinds. However, only a small percentage of people can tolerate it. Wanda, Mindy, and Pietro were completely incredulous when they heard Tasha's words. They stared at Natasha like she was a child. But at this moment, Natasha picked up another piece of sausage and put it in the pot to heat it up. This scene was quite strange in the eyes of the three of them. "Don't worry, don't disturb it, it's really fine, and it's very delicious," Chen Feng said gently beside her. At this moment, Natasha ate another piece of duck intestine. The numbing Sichuan peppercorns had already made her forehead sweat. It seemed that although Tasha could eat spicy food, she could only handle mild to medium spiciness. Too much was still too much for Tasha to bear. "Wanda, why don't we try it too?" Pietro looked eager to try and encouraged Wanda. "Okay." Wanda thought about it for a long time. For a girl, such a disgusting thing was especially difficult. After a while, she nodded. Using chopsticks that were not particularly disgusting, Pietro and Wanda each picked up another sausage. Following Chen Feng's instructions, they began to act. Even though it was their first time, their technique was very skillful. Perhaps it was related to their mutant nature. In every aspect, they were superior to ordinary people. "Adding some seasoning will make it taste even better," Chen Feng said kindly from the side. The two hesitated for a moment, but finally followed Chen Feng's instructions and did so. Pietro was very calm and ate it after finishing. Like a gourmet, he ate it very seriously. The changes in his facial expressions were very interesting. After a moment, he gave Chen Feng a thumbs up. "It's really delicious, Wanda." He turned to look at Wanda, giving her confidence to eat it. Wanda nodded, and after this encouragement, she finally made up her mind. With one bite, she put it in the jar. In an instant, Wanda's aroma exploded. The rich, numbing flavor, the aroma of the sausage itself, and the tangy taste all blended together in the soup. The three flavors complemented each other, bringing it to its peak. "Delicious." Wanda couldn't help but exclaim. Especially the numbing flavor, which Wanda loved. "Shop." At this moment, a strange voice suddenly came. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Mindy, who was drooling. "It's nothing, I'm just a little hungry." Mindy's face immediately turned red, and she said quietly. "Then you'd better hurry up, or there won't be any left," Chen Feng said calmly. Wanda, Tasha, and Pietro couldn't wait to start eating. The food in the small bowls disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Leave some for me. Leave some for me," Mindy shouted loudly. She was anxious. She didn't care about anything else and joined this food battle. The four of them, who were completely unfamiliar with each other, started a food storm. Even Chen Feng found it a little difficult to start. Especially Pietro, whose superpower is speed. In this battle of culinary delights, he held an absolute advantage. Before long, the table was indeed much emptier. But Pietro and Super Tasha were both covered in sweat. The hot pot, though delicious, was still too much. Their tolerance for the savory taste had reached its limit. But what Chen Feng didn't expect the most was Wanda and Mindy. These two, who were most at odds, were actually the most fond of savory food. and from the looks of it, the two seemed to be having a contest. It seemed like they would fight until one of them was forced to quit. This was no longer a simple matter of eating, it had escalated to the level of a struggle. As for Wanda and Mindy, the three of them, Super Tasha, Pietro, and Chen Feng, watched silently from the sidelines. Every now and then, they would pick up a little something, put it in the pot, and eat it. Of course, it was in the milk pot. The hot pot was completely occupied by Wanda and Mindy. "Hey, how long are you two going to keep eating?" Sasha asked, looking at the two in front of her with some surprise. "I'm not too sure about that either," Chen Feng nodded, feeling a bit awkward himself. He turned to look at Pietro and asked curiously, "Wanda, are you a big eater?" The sudden question startled Pietro, who took a moment to react. He said, "I've never seen her eat like this before, this seems to be the first time." Hearing Pietro's answer, Chen Feng and Sasha were both stunned. She can eat so much? However, Wanda and Mindy, who were in the center of the arena, had already ignored the three people around them. There was absolutely no deliberate holding back. The backs of the two were already bright red, and even a little bit small. The three of them watched the fight between Wanda and Mindy from the side. The hot pot was bubbling and steaming, and the flowers inside were completely cooked. The flower petals were splashing out of the hot oil. Even Chen Feng, who loves to eat, felt a little uneasy watching this. "Should I get you two some water?" Chen Feng asked cautiously. "No need," but he received a stern reply. His hand, which had been about to pick up the soup pitcher, abruptly dropped. "Chen Feng, will they be alright eating like this?" Tasha asked with concern. Because the spiciness was already quite unpleasant. People who can't stand the smell will definitely spit out their food at this taste and avoid it like the plague. Judging from their appearance, there shouldn't be any problems, and with me here, I definitely won't let them get sick, Chen Feng said confidently. But there was still an indescribable glint in his eyes as he looked at Wanda and Mindy. Indeed, the battle between women was too terrifying. "Serve the food." Just then, Wanda and Mindy put their chopsticks on the table and shouted loudly. Only then did Chen Feng realize that all the dishes on the table had been swept clean by the two of them. "That's enough. You're both gentlemen. You should be more reserved," Chen Feng shook his head and advised. Because the two people in front of him were flushed, with fine sweat on their foreheads. "Serve." "I haven't eaten yet." Little did he know that the girl from the rice district had no intention of being reserved at all. She shouted at Chen Feng, and the strong smell hit him directly in the face. Okay, wait for me." Seeing this, Chen Feng knew he couldn't stop them. To avoid further upsetting them, he could only agree. After Chen Feng left, Wanda and Mindy stared at each other, their eyes locked. Even their slightly ragged voices were suppressed. Neither wanted to lose to the other. "Little sister, don't eat anything too spicy. Be careful not to hurt yourself. If you get sick, it'll be a real pain," Wanda proudly puffed out her chest and said sarcastically. Mindy's face flushed red. Even her ears turned bright red. "You should be worried about yourself. Be careful you don't end up stuck on the street tomorrow." Mindy, embarrassed and angry, even stuck out her tongue like a child. "We're all friends, so don't argue. Besides, you two love spicy food so much, you might not be able to find anyone else to eat with in the future." Tasha immediately intervened when she saw the two were about to start arguing again. Upon hearing this, Wanda and Mindy stopped their bickering and fell silent. "That's right, it's rare to find someone who can handle spicy food like that. Here it comes, but that's all we have." "Whatever you want." Chen Feng only brought out a portion of the dishes. This was partly to ensure their safety, and partly a decision made after hearing Tasha's words. He wanted to take this opportunity to clear up the misunderstanding between them and build their friendship. This was also Chen Feng's purpose in preparing this dinner. "I want this." Wanda quickly grabbed a piece of tripe with her chopsticks. She really loved this. "I want this too." Mindy wasn't far behind, grabbing another piece of tripe with lightning speed. "If you like both, don't rush, there's plenty more," Chen Feng said quietly from the side. Wanda and Mindy locked eyes at this moment. Looking at the tripe on each other's plates, a strange light flashed in their eyes. Without arguing or saying anything, they simply put the tripe into the fire. "Wow, this is promising," Chen Feng thought with a surge of joy upon seeing this. In the time that followed, Wanda and Mindy's previous confrontational atmosphere vanished. A peaceful harmony settled around the hot pot. The two finally began eating like women. A sense of mutual appreciation between them, A shared love of food was palpable. Such food buddies, sharing the same tastes, were truly rare to find in this world. The last piece, you're young, you eat it, Wanda said to Mindy, seeing the last piece of tripe in her bowl. Mindy hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Although Wanda had taken the initiative to be friendly, she still felt a little awkward. In the following moments, the entire atmosphere completely changed. Yi and Pietro, experiencing this transformation, found it all unbelievable. Finally, the two walked away together, heading outside to gaze at the night sky. Pietro, tell me about you and your siblings when you were little. I want to know more about Wanda, Chen Feng said, pointing to the starry sky, each word distinct. Our business, the sudden question plunged Pietro into memories, his eyes shimmering. After a moment of reflection, Pietro finally spoke. I remember when I was very young, Wanda and I became brothers. To this day, I still don't know what my father looks like. Pietro seemed to treat Chen Feng as an older brother he could confide in, recounting his childhood stories. As time passed, the light outside grew even brighter, and the stars in the sky shone brightly. Chen Feng was like a very reliable older brother, while Pietro was like a little brother. Inside the room, Wanda and Mindy gradually opened up about their feelings. First, they talked about their past relationship, and then about the incident at the casino. Now they could talk about it openly and honestly, realizing their mistakes. Over a hot pot meal, Wanda and Mindy's relationship rose from the depths of despair to peak. Although they weren't quite as close as Tasha, they had surpassed ordinary friends. It's time to pack up. You two, go to room 4.3 for a face-to-face meeting. Tasha smiled at the two of them and began clearing the plates from the table. Startled by Super's words, the two paused for a moment, then chuckled. Go on, I need to clean this place up, Tasha urged them. At this moment, Wanda and Mindy stood up and headed towards Mindy's room. Meanwhile, Pietro and Chen Feng outside were almost done. Wanda and Pietro's experiences had given Chen Feng a deeper understanding of them. They possessed powerful superpowers, but their childhood experiences were deeply painful. Therefore, Chen Feng had a better idea in mind to make Wanda trust him more. Pietro, you and Wanda stay here together, Chen Feng said to Pietro. Chapter 138 Digestion. This time, Wanda and Mindy talked all night long in the secluded room, completely ignoring Chen Feng. This agreement, which Chen Feng and he had both forgotten, was now completely forgotten. But Chen Feng seized this opportunity to be intimate with Tasha in the courtyard. The next morning, Wanda and Mindy were already sitting in the living room, chatting and laughing. When they saw Chen Feng and Tasha come out of the room, their expressions changed drastically, and they looked at the two of them with extreme strangeness. The noise was really loud. Wanda and I couldn't sleep well. It's gotten heavier, Dee said. There was a hint of sarcasm in his words. Little star, what are you saying? Chen Feng said softly, but his heart remained calm. But Tasha next to him blushed slightly and looked very shy. A little girl who was close to him said this, especially his younger sister, was even more arousing. To be honest, keep your voice down in the future, don't make me laugh. She was obviously dissatisfied with Chen Feng's attitude. However, in fact, she was more concerned about Tasha. Because in her mind, she had long had the idea of doing something naughty with Chen Feng, but Chen Feng had always used the excuse that they were too young to get too close. That's why Chen Bian's conditions included Chen Feng sleeping with her. Wanda, let's go over there. Ming took Wanda's hand and walked to the side. When he did, he didn't forget to say to Chen Feng behind him, I forgot to prepare breakfast. Seeing Ming Gao's bee-like expression, Shishin couldn't help but laugh. He could only look helplessly at the little star child beside him, who was already speechless. He said a word of peace, and then if he wanted to go inside, he would have to go early. Although the food was simple, it had a rich aroma under the watchful eyes of Shishin and Suwon. It attracted everyone's attention. Especially Wanda, who stared intently at the food on the table, even swallowing hard. For a long time, delicious food had been a concept to her. Until now, living with Chen Feng and the others, she realized that there were such addictive things in this world. After a delicious meal, Tasha reluctantly went to S.H.I.E.L.D. The mess left behind by the Dark Elves still needed them to clean up. Mindy, on the other hand, took a few days off to prepare to take Wanda and Pietro to the United States for a good time. As for Chen Feng, he was forgotten by Mindy. Mindy, take Wanda out, be careful, Chen Feng instructed Mindy. This place, seemingly calm on the surface, was actually turbulent beneath. In the darkness, things unimaginable to ordinary people were unfolding. Chen Feng, don't worry, I'll protect Mindy. Wanda suddenly stepped forward, speaking confidently. Possessing chaos magic, she naturally feared no force on Earth. With Sister Wanda by my side, there's nothing to worry about, Mindy echoed. Their relationship had reached a level that astonished Chen Feng. Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. Then he watched Wanda, Mindy, and Pietro leave the house together. Sitting on the sofa, he stared blankly at the ceiling for a long while before finally coming to his senses. The time stone, it's time to hold it in my palm. He stood up and conjured a void in front of him. Powerful spatial energy emanated from it. Within the rift was a frigid ice field, with howling winds blowing. In a flash, Chen Feng entered the void rift and disappeared from the room. Inside Kamar-Taj, the Ancient One and Mordo stood at the door, watching Strange practicing outside, lost in thought. He was also an extremely talented person. They only hoped he wouldn't follow Caecilius into the dark world. Mordo stood to the side and respectfully said, "Don't worry, Sorcerer Supreme, I will keep an eye on him." Since being defeated by Chen Feng last time, the Ancient One had a long talk with Mordo. After a long period of guidance, Mordo finally suppressed the inner demon in his heart. "Never let him come into contact with too much dark magic," the Ancient One said again. Then he returned to his room to continue his training. In the training ground, Strange continued his physical cultivation. His first visit to Kamaji, and the discovery that he still possessed a soul, completely changed his view of the world. "My hands, they can definitely be healed." Strange stared at his hands, lost in thought. He recalled once again his time as a doctor. "Strange, don't relax, stay focused," a warrior beside him shouted, pulling Strange from his reverie. "Yes," Strange replied. Inside the Ancient One's room, a rift suddenly appeared. Chen Feng's figure emerged from it. "Chen Feng, why are you back?" The Ancient One was both happy and suspicious upon seeing Chen Feng. When she left earlier, the holy technique Chen Feng had left was imprinted in her mind. "I heard you have a newcomer here. I have some knowledge of him, so I came to check him out," Chen Feng replied calmly. "Strange, do you know him?" Upon hearing this, Guyu was immediately surprised and asked curiously. "I bought his house, so you could say it's fate," Chen Feng said casually. "It is indeed fate. Come on, I'll take you to see him," Guyu said, standing up and leading Chen Feng out of the room. The two went outside and saw Strange still practicing in the training ground. "Looks like he's not bad," Chen Feng said with a slight smile. "His talent in magic, while not as good as yours, is still top-notch," Guyu said slowly. It was clear that she had high hopes for Strange. She hoped he wouldn't repeat Caecilius's fate. Chen Feng's sudden words made Guyu's expression change. Caecilius had always been a sore spot in Guyu's heart. The one she once thought could become the next Sorcerer Supreme. In the end, he was defeated by dark magic. Especially since he became her enemy under the Ancient One's watchful eye. "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him," the Ancient One said solemnly, clenching her fist. "Or, I can take care of him for you," Chen Feng asked, turning his head. "Oh? You're going to teach Strange? Do you have designs on him?" The Ancient One looked at Chen Feng with surprise upon hearing this, as if she were seeing him in a new light. Suddenly wanting to experience what it's like to be a teacher, that shouldn't be a problem, right? Chen Feng stared intently at Strange before him, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Handing Strange over to you is no problem, of course. I also want to see how far you can teach him." The Ancient One nodded and walked towards Strange. The Sorcerer Supreme. Seeing the Ancient One approach, all the sorcerers bowed respectfully and stopped what they were doing. Chen Feng, following behind the Ancient One, received suspicious glances from all the sorcerers. They had all witnessed the time Chen Feng had been away from Kamaji. At that time, everyone was filled with endless fear of Chen Feng. That chilling aura, seemingly emanating from the depths of their hearts, made everyone feel as if they were frozen in ice, unable to stop trembling. Especially their senior brother, Mordo, the strongest sorcerer besides the Ancient One, was defeated in just a few rounds. Now, seeing Chen Feng again, besides awe, they were filled with intense curiosity. "Ancient One, what brings you here?" Strange asked sleepily. "I've brought you a new master." The Ancient One stepped aside, revealing Chen Feng behind her. "Him? A little kid?" Strange's expression changed instantly, becoming somewhat ugly. It seems your hand has been partially injured. Chen Feng smiled slightly, a light shimmering in his eyes. Strange stared intently at Chen Feng, immediately falling silent. It seemed as if a magic power was drawing him in, making him unable to resist believing in Chen Feng. It seems Chen Feng can be your master. Guya glanced at the two of them, her gaze meaningful. No, Strange clapped his hands, interrupting Guyi. Unless he can prove he's strong, I won't let him guide me. It seems you want to see real magic. Chen Feng stopped Guyi from speaking slowly and deliberately to Strange. I'm here to learn magic, to heal my hands, not to waste time, haha. Before Strange could finish, Chen Feng continued. Then, the world shifted, the surrounding environment completely changing. From a snow-covered, icy landscape, it transformed into a breathtakingly beautiful, almost otherworldly, illusory space. Countless overlapping spaces within it were inverted, divided into fragments. They constantly shifted, some near, some far, some large, some small, seemingly approaching in an instant, then regressing tens of thousands of years in a flash. The mystery and profundity of the scene left Strange, who was inside, momentarily stunned. He stood there dumbfounded, seemingly unable to believe what he was seeing. Suddenly, Chen Feng pushed forward, and a black circle of light instantly passed through Strange's body. He vanished from his spot, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a completely different scene. It was clearly the familiar streets of New York. But moments later, the space changed. The New York City folded up, dividing into 4 parts, top, bottom, left, and right. Each part operated independently. Strange couldn't find a way out and had to keep running through it to avoid being swept into an unknown space from which he could never escape. After a while, Chen Feng restored the space. Strange and Chen Feng reappeared before everyone. Now, am I qualified to teach you? Chen Feng asked calmly. The answer was undoubtedly yes. Of course, Strange nodded. The magic just now proved everything. You should all continue your training, don't waste this precious time. Seeing there was nothing for him to do, Guya turned and left. So, what should we train next? Strange's eyes shone, eagerly anticipating the next lesson. Don't rush, we have plenty of time, and you have a lot to digest, Chen Feng said, leading Strange away from the training ground. They stopped in a quiet room. Strange, following behind Chen Feng, felt as if he had experienced an incredibly magical journey. Each step felt like traversing centuries. The changes in the surrounding area flashed through Strange's mind and fast forward. He wanted to explore the secrets of the future, but everything before him remained a blur. Even with focused attention, he couldn't achieve any results. What level do you think your magic has reached? Chen Feng suddenly turned his head and asked Strange. I feel my mental energy is enough, but I'm still one step short of casting the final magic. Strange thought carefully and said slowly. Come with me, Chen Feng said succinctly. Then, with a wave of his hand, a spatial rift appeared. A cold, icy wind rushed out, bringing with it countless tiny ice crystals. Go in, Chen Feng took the lead and entered, waving to Strange who was standing motionless behind him. Chapter 139 Difficulty. After hesitating for a while, Strange finally took a step and went inside. The biting cold wind penetrated deep into Strange's bones, making him shrink back and tremble all over. Maintain absolute focus, and then rely on your own strength to return to Kamartaj. Chen Feng took a step back and immediately left the snow-covered Himalayas. He left behind a Strange who hadn't yet recovered. When Strange came to his senses, he found himself surrounded by endless snow and wind. Chen Feng was nowhere to be found. Strange breathed heavily, his face pale and flushed, like a frail old man on the verge of death in the endless white snow-covered mountains. Will it be all right to leave Strange in there? Mordo asked with some concern beside the Ancient One. Trust Chen Feng, and trust Strange? The Ancient One didn't say much. A strange light appeared in Mordo's eyes as he stared intently at Chen Feng in the room and Strange, still in the Himalayas. Judging by the time, you should be out soon, Chen Feng muttered to himself, reflecting on the passage of time. On the frigid Himalayas, Strange strained with all his might, trying to concentrate. But the extreme cold quickly shattered his will, broken by the howling wind. No, if this continues, I'll die here, Strange gasped for breath, but the warmth was instantly frozen into tiny ice crystals. Come forth. Magic 8, Strange frantically rotated his wrist, attempting to conjure a golden magical circle according to the instructions. No matter how loudly he shouted, The golden circle only partially appeared before vanishing. It couldn't form a complete magic gate. Ha. 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 I can't die here. Strange looked at his purplish-red, trembling hands, his eyes burning like a raging fire. Once again, he disregarded everything around him, ignoring the howling wind and the sub-zero temperature. He focused his mental energy to an absolute level of concentration. Outside, the three of them were watching Strange closely. Only Mordo's eyes were filled with worry. Chen Feng and the Ancient One observed calmly. Suddenly, a golden circle of light appeared in the room. Strange, covered in tiny snowflakes of ice cream, collapsed onto the floor, his body still radiating cold air. But he was completely absorbed in a trance. Congratulations! You've mastered basic spatial magic and can perform short-distance spatial jumps. Chen Feng applauded the enraptured Strange, his eyes filled with admiration. No wonder you're the future Sorcerer Supreme. Even in challenging environments, you can easily unleash your potential. Chen Feng lightly flicked his fingers, and suddenly a ball of flame appeared in his palm, radiating a bright light. In an instant, the icy chill in the room was completely dispelled. With a slight movement of his hand, the flame entered Strange's body, its temperature-sensitive energy invading and entering the 5 or 6. A short 10 seconds later, Strange, who had been rushing past, slowly calmed down. Looking down, he saw another figure, and then looked back. Fire. There's fire in my body. After that, Strange discovered that the flame in his cavity was not causing any substantial harm to him. Instead, it provided him with a powerful force. The Rice of Law, consider it a gift from me to you, to celebrate your merits and the most appropriate degree of law. Yi then spoke. Looking at the space outside, he said, next, we will cultivate the next law together. Strange. You've suddenly realized how fast it's gone. I'm not even fully prepared. Your body and will are already capable of continuing your studies, only your subjective mind hasn't accepted it yet, the God of Plans explained, while asking the three strange questions. Under the control of the rich energy, his whole body exuded a lively aura. Then he felt the space in the circular area move, as if it had split apart. What is this? Strange was greatly surprised, curiously looking at the table beside him. But no matter how he touched it, he couldn't feel the dimensional world of this table, which was also a separate world, forever connected to the outside world. You can train yourself here, see the world, and not be affected by the outside world, Yi continued his explanation. But this place is also very dangerous. For you, there is no guarantee of success, and you will easily be trapped here. Strange heard this and noticed his hand, feeling the shape of the object. Then he looked closely and found that there was nothing on Chen Feng's fingers. You haven't succeeded, are you not afraid of riding here? When he asked this question, Strange realized that he had been mistaken. As a powerful person who could rival the Ancient One, he had the means of ordinary people. When you reach my level, you will understand how the mirror dimension world works. Chen Feng spoke concisely, without saying much. But even this little bit was enough to make Strange yearn for it. In the following time, Chen Feng trained Strange, helping him to become stronger faster and acquire more magical knowledge. Because before coming here, he had a complete plan in his mind. Time flew by, the sun had set, dusk was approaching, and a beautiful sunset was falling. Today's training ends here. You can choose to continue studying in the library for the rest of the time. After Chen Feng finished speaking, his body disappeared and left the room. Chen Feng had another purpose in coming to Kamaji, one concerning himself. The magic of the immersive world and the laws of the Xingwen continent had reached a perfect harmony. But he always felt something was missing. So tonight, Chen Feng decided to consult the Ancient One. Perhaps she would offer some good ideas to help him perfect the last bit. You've come here for something. The faint candlelight illuminated the Ancient One's frail figure. No one visits without a reason. I have a matter concerning magic that I'd like to ask you. Chen Feng didn't hold back, directly stating his purpose, getting straight to the point. I thought your magic would never need my guidance. The Ancient One chuckled, full of interest in Chen Feng's question. Like a genius, Chen Feng had only been studying magic for a short 7 days. In those 7 days, he had already mastered all of Kamaji's magic. Of course, he also knew the 2 laws concerning the dark world that had been taken by Kycilia. This problem has troubled me for a long time. It's not a huge issue, but it's not insignificant either. Chen Feng frowned slightly, recalling the matter of merging the 2 types of magic. Tell me, he said. If I can do it, I will definitely help you. Guyi had always wanted to win Chen Feng over, so she wouldn't let this opportunity pass her by. You know, magic is another form of expression in this world, guided by our spiritual power. But if there are two different types of magic, parallel lines with virtually no intersection, how can we try to bring them together? Chen Feng said seriously. These words shocked Guyi greatly. She stared in disbelief, lost in thought. After a long pause, Guyi paused, then asked, "Why do you have such different ideas about the two methods?" Even Guyi herself only had a superficial understanding of them, but had never truly witnessed them. "How do you know this? Did you see another method?" Guyi looked at Chen Feng seriously and quickly asked. "Yes, I did see another method, so now I need your help." Chen Feng didn't intend to fabricate anything and said directly. Because he knew that Guyi wouldn't do this, and that he had no reason to have any ideas. "Perhaps you are the most suitable person for the supreme method." After a long pause, Guyi smiled bitterly and walked out of the room, as if recalling memories from a long time ago. Chen Feng also followed Guyi closely, without asking too many questions. At this time, giving her time to recall as much useful information as possible was the best thing to do. After a while, the two arrived at a somewhat quiet house. The white snow on the walls exuded a cold atmosphere, and it seemed that no one had lived there for a long time. "Perhaps you can find what you are looking for here." Guyi was the first to enter the house, seemingly talking to herself. "This is the most secret place left by each sorcerer supreme. The two spells you mentioned, previous sorcerers have encountered. I looked them up here before, but they were too far removed from my own experience to investigate further." The Ancient One listened to her words and walked around the house. The magical aura within was extremely dense, enhanced by the previous sorcerers, making it comparable to a small space. If a new sorcerer like Strange came here, he would definitely get lost inside, unable to escape. "Is this the one?" Chen Feng picked up a notebook from the table. The Ancient One glanced at it. "Yes, this is it. You can take it and read it, but don't leave this room." The Ancient One nodded, adding a note. Chen Feng agreed and then examined the somewhat ancient notebook. The incomprehensible symbols inside made Chen Feng's brain ache a little. But since collecting all the books in the Camartel library, these ancient symbols weren't too difficult. At most, one could say they were a little challenging. Soon, Chen Feng found the part he needed and began reading it carefully. He entered a state of deep meditation, his mind racing. The sky outside was dark when Chen Feng finally closed his notebook, exhaling a deep breath of turbid white smoke. Guyi had been standing by his side the whole time, not leaving. Seeing Chen Feng's seemingly puzzled expression, she asked curiously. He only had one thought, but that was enough. He didn't give a long answer. He needed to digest the ideas he had gained. "Alright, let's go back." Guyi didn't ask any more questions. In the blink of an eye, Chen Feng and Guyi disappeared from the house. It was as if no one had ever entered. After leaving the quiet room, Chen Feng went straight back to his own body. He carefully recalled everything that had happened before. His whole being seemed to enter a state of ethereal tranquility. His magical energy flowed rapidly through his blood, traveling through 400 miles to reach his entire body. It even overflowed, filling the room, thick as water. Chapter 140 Resistance. This energy received a general energy level and another energy level completely different from the first. One was a deep blue, the other white. They invaded each other's bodies, their roots peacefully magnetically merging together. But after reaching a certain point, the situation suddenly changed, the winds and clouds shifted. Suddenly, a powerful energy wave erupted, obliterating the space. The surrounding space seemed to be being struck, like a bright mirror, with dense, unstable energy appearing on it, almost cracking. The energy was extremely intense. It kept adapting, but instead of maintaining its momentum, it continued to evolve. Just as the energy was about to explode out of control, a powerful energy surged out from within the body. In that instant, it rushed into the most intense part of the two energy battles, breaking through the strongest point. The two magical energies, like a floodgate opened, found a way to coexist peacefully, merging seamlessly together. At this point, Chen Feng's head was covered in beads of sweat, and he was sweating profusely. The merging of the two worlds' magic was indeed extraordinary. After a while, Chen Feng finally opened his eyes. He carefully examined the pure blue and pure white magical energy before him, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. The so-called great mage was indeed quite renowned. Chen Feng touched his head, recalling the words in his notebook, a slight smile playing on his lips. In this world, there are always people extremely strong in certain areas, to the point that his level is simply unattainable. After merging the rune magic and the Marvel magic, a major worry in Chen Feng's heart disappeared. Next, he would focus on training Strange properly. The next day, early in the morning, Chen Feng went to Strange's room. Strange, who had just woken up, was startled when he saw Chen Feng's face. "This, so early?" Strange asked doubtfully, quickly putting on his clothes. "The sooner you train, the sooner your hands will recover," Chen Feng said calmly. These words immediately ignited Strange's fighting spirit. In less than a minute, he was fully prepared. With Strange's own training and Chen Feng's guidance, he quickly became a top-tier mage, only slightly inferior to those with more extensive experience. However, one day, Strange couldn't suppress his curiosity. Using the Eye of Moto, he restored the 2 pages of paper that Cecilia had given him, seeing some hidden things. But Moto used the dimensional network to leave Song, and everything returned to normal. The continuous flow of the problem was strictly controlled. Any misalignment of the control zone, or disorder of the dimensional entrance, would lead to an endless cycle of rebirth, making the system Strange's fate seem reversed. Because of this, he had indeed gained some insight into the paper. "You are a mysterious master with immense power. Perhaps he has told you something," Mordo said solemnly to Strange. "Go, this place is no longer suitable for you." Strange, still in a daze, saw Mordo off. He had no chance to decide, as if he had been trapped in an unknown destiny. "Can I not go?" Strange smiled bitterly, trying to regain his composure. "No, since you chose to enter Kamaji and have shown such talent, plus using the Eye of Amato, it's enough for you to get to the final thing." Mordo shook his head. The meaning in his words was extremely clear. "All right." Strange saw the look in Mordo's eyes and knew that he couldn't refuse, so he could only agree. After turning around a few times, Mordo led Strange into a quiet little house. The Ancient One and a slightly fat middle-aged man with a shaggy head stood in the pitch-black house. In front of them was a black sphere that shone with a deep light, like an extremely beautiful universe. "What is this?" Strange was stunned by the fantastical scene, his jaw dropping. Even with his knowledge of the laws of nature, this thing still shocked him immensely. The 3 sanctums of Earth, including Washington, London, and Hong Kong, the Ancient One explained slowly. Then, rotating beside the black sphere as brilliant as the starry sky, she continued, "In the universe, there is something called the Dark Dimension, the territory of the Dark Lord Dormammu. It is constantly expanding outwards, endlessly devouring the universe of the surrounding regions. Countless planets have already perished within Dormammu's Dark Dimension. The 3 sanctums are to resist Dormammu's invasion and protect Earth." As the Ancient One explained, Strange gradually understood. His gaze towards the 3 sanctums became more complex, filled with bitterness and fear, as if reflecting a lack of confidence in his own strength. "Strange, if you are ready, I can make you the guardian of one of the sanctum sanctorums, and the king will assist you," the Ancient One introduced the king, speaking slowly. "I am the guardian of the sanctum sanctorum, the king." The king extended his hand and bowed slightly. Strange grasped the king's hand, nodded, and politely introduced himself. "Where is Chen Feng?" Strange looked around, suddenly asking with a hint of doubt. He was currently preoccupied with other matters. The Ancient One looked at the 3 sanctum sanctorums before her and replied, "Have you considered it?" Upon hearing this, Strange fell silent, his mind still unprepared. "Perhaps you need more time." The Ancient One didn't force Strange to leave. Boom. Just then, a loud explosion rang out from the sanctum sanctorum, signaling an intrusion. The king immediately shouted. He looked at the Ancient One, awaiting her decision. "Go quickly. Don't let the sanctum sanctorum be destroyed." The Ancient One hurriedly gave the order. "Strange, you go with the king." The next second, Strange, the king, and Mordo vanished from the house. Suddenly, they appeared inside the sanctum sanctorum. The wall in front of them was shattered, and 4 figures appeared before Strange and the others. "Caecilius! You traitor! You actually let him go!" Mordo shouted angrily. His tone was full of rage, clearly showing his deep hatred for Caecilius. "Tong, Mordo, you're still working for that selfish woman. You've really fallen into her trap." Upon hearing this, Caecilia shook her head slightly. She sighed softly and continued, "Why has the Ancient One lived so long? Haven't you realized it yet? Or did you choose to ignore this fact? She's been fabricating stories about us while secretly doing these things. and I will make her thoughts known to all the wizards in the world. Mordo, you still have a chance to join us, and the rewards are very generous, Mordo retorted angrily, shouting vehemently, Die? Caecilius. If I want to kill you, you traitor, with my bare hands, then there's no room for negotiation. Caecilius raised his hand, saying with some regret. The two men beside him suddenly exuded a strong aura of magic. The next moment, several violent forces surged within the sanctuary. Mordo wielded a magical longsword, engaging one of the men in combat. Despite being a master of Kamasuji, he couldn't gain any advantage over this man. Meanwhile, the king was caught up in a fight with the other man. Newbie? It seems you've just been brainwashed by that woman, the Ancient One. Caecilius looked at Strange in front of him and smiled slightly. Elemental light flashed in his palm, transforming into a giant axe, while a huge black energy wave shot out, heading straight for Strange. Sherlock, Strange cursed inwardly. Having only recently begun learning magic, Strange was no match for Caecilius. He quickly drew a magical circle, disappeared into it, and vanished from the sanctuary. However, the teleportation distance was limited, only reaching the outer streets of the sanctuary. Caecilius caught up in the blink of an eye, laughing as he watched the panicked Strange. What nonsense are you spouting? Strange roared angrily. His mind raced, searching for a way to escape. With his current strength, defeating Caecilius was impossible. And he couldn't afford to entangle himself with Caecilius for too long. No matter how hard you try, you can't leave, rookie, Caecilius said dismissively. In his eyes, Strange was already a dead man, a stinking corpse. Strange didn't speak, already gathering energy within his body, preparing to teleport to a place where he was confident he could defeat Caecilius. Just you wait, Strange roared. Golden beams of light danced between his fingers, drawing a circle at top speed before disappearing inside. Meanwhile, Caecilius seemed to be quietly resting. I'd like to see where you can go, he said. Slowly, Caecilius followed. The place where the Sorcerers Supreme have lived, we've actually arrived here. Interesting, Caecilius looked at the scene before him, a gleam of interest in his eyes. But how will you teach yourself here? With a slight smile, his eyes gleaming, he quickly used a spell to locate Strange. Weak little mouse, let me send you to meet them under the watchful eyes of the Sorcerers Supreme. Caecilius approached Strange silently, like a fierce hunter. Little mouse, I'm coming. If you don't want to die, hurry up and die. Strange, behind a table, felt his heart pounding. I recommend a good book, Fairy Tale, I Am the God. Those interested should check it out. Strange forcefully suppressed his pounding heart and let out a heavy sigh. After exhaling the stale air from his legs, Strange's complexion looked a little better. But at this moment, Caecilius had already arrived not far from Strange. Come out, my little mouse. If you run and beg for mercy, maybe I'll spare you, Caecilius whistled, like a confident hunter. Huff. 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 Strange exhaled a few breaths, golden light leaping between his fingers, and a long chain instantly appeared. He stood up abruptly, wielding the chain fiercely, striking Caecilius's head with lightning speed. Still resisting. Chapter 141 Suspended Boundary. Caecilius reacted with lightning speed, his hand pulsating with black magical energy as he instantly seized the chains. Strange, however, showed no sign of despair. Instead, using the chains and Caecilius's strength, he charged forward. Golden light shone in his other hand, revealing a swift, gleaming sword. Caecilius merely smiled, seemingly unfazed, and deftly shifted to the right, dodging the deadly attack. Then, his right palm instantly transformed into a hard stone, striking Strange's waist with tremendous force. The violent force sent him flying, crashing into the wall and creating a large crater. Sliding down the wall, Strange clutched his mouth, coughing violently. Still too weak. Strange clenched his fist, a wave of despair washing over him. If he could reach the level of the Ancient One or Chen Feng, he wouldn't need to care about Caecilius at all. If you hadn't resisted, I might have spared you out of loyalty, as long as you joined us. But now, blood will spill from your wounds, and you will die here. Caecilius's eyes gleamed red, a cruel killing intent suddenly erupting from them. Run, Strange roared inwardly, but his numb, weak legs wouldn't allow him to stand. How could he die here? Under extreme pressure, Strange finally managed to stand up and rush towards the slightly open space ahead. Still thinking of running? He really didn't know his own limitations. Caecilius watched Strange flee in a hurry, not following closely behind, but walking slowly behind. Strange, whose internal organs were severely damaged, couldn't run very fast. In Caecilius's eyes, he was as slow as a tortoise. However, Strange made his way along the tables, until he reached a wider, beautifully carved table, where he finally stopped. Strange took several deep breaths, his face and body drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through. Run? Why aren't you running anymore? Are you still running? A moment later, Caecilius caught up, sneering. You should die. Golden light flashed on his fingers, quickly transforming into a large blade, aimed at Strange's neck. The blade slashed down with incredible speed, the sound of wind cutting through the air filling the air. If this strike landed on Strange's neck, it would be an instant kill, sending him from this world forever. Just as this attack was about to happen, a red cloak on the table behind him suddenly wrapped around Strange's body, pulling him backward rapidly. The speed was so fast that Caecilius's blade couldn't keep up. A magical artifact recognizing its master? Caecilius's eyes widened at this sight. Most importantly, this cloak was the symbol of all previous Sorcerers Supreme. Gaining the cloak's approval was tantamount to possessing the potential and ability to become the Sorcerer Supreme. You're a fraud, just like the Ancient One, Caecilius roared. He had joined Camaji with the ambition of becoming the Sorcerer Supreme, but in the end, all he understood was the Ancient One's darkness. Today, I'll destroy you and this piece of trash together. Caecilius's eyes blazed with vengeful fire, his entire body radiating an immensely powerful magical aura. Liphus continuously erupted, filling the room. Caecilius's figure swiftly caught up with Caecilius. Cloak, take me back to Camaji, only there can you protect me, Strange earnestly said to the cloak beneath him. The cloak seemed to understand Strange's words, hastily changing direction and hurtling towards them at breakneck speed, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. Caecilius was utterly astonished by this sight. The Sorcerer Supreme's cloak was indeed incredibly powerful. Don't even think about leaving, Caecilius quickly gave chase, his hands flashing with various mysterious spells. But the cloak was incredibly agile, dodging left and right without being hit once. Damn it! That cloak! Caecilius was furious, his face turning red with rage. You can't escape my grasp. If Strange escaped, Caecilius would be absolutely enraged. However, after Caecilius caught up with Strange, he discovered subtle fluctuations in the space there. Damn it! They even left a passage here. Caecilius cursed. The methods left behind by the previous Sorcerer Supreme truly disgusted him. He traversed a 987-dimensional space and then vanished from the house in the blink of an eye. Caecilius hurriedly followed, but was blocked by an invisible barrier, crashing into it. Damn it! He forcefully pushed against the invisible barrier, but only ripples spread outwards like water. His hands flashed with magical light, continuously attacking the barrier in front of him. Despite the fierce onslaught, like a raging storm, it was all in vain. I won't let you go, Ancient One, Camrad, await your demise. Having gained nothing, Caecilius angrily threw down his robes and turned to leave. The cloak carried Caecilius to Camrad, where they saw the serene Ancient One. It seems you've gained the approval of the former Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One said with satisfaction. A strange emotion flickered in Strange's eyes. But he didn't mention anything else, including the fall of the Sanctum Sanctorum. It seemed everything was under Ancient One's control. Ancient One, I've read the contents of those two pieces of paper that Caecilius tore off. So tell me about your situation, Strange asked slowly, his voice calm. Ancient One was surprised that Strange knew about these secret matters. For a long time, Ancient One remained silent, simply gazing at everything before her, her gaze lingering on the seemingly empty space. Strange, you have been chosen by the Ancient One, meaning you have the ability to become the Sorcerer Supreme. Therefore, I, Siri, recommend you to become the Guardian of the Covenant Sanctum. Answer my question, Ancient One. Don't try to evade the question, Strange roared, accusing the Ancient One. But the Ancient One didn't speak. She drew a golden light in front of her hand, walked into Strange's path, and vanished in an instant, arriving inside the Covenant Sanctum. I will tell you everything you want to know, but I hope you will agree to my request to become the Guardian of the Covenant Sanctum. The Ancient One gazed at Strange, awaiting his answer. If you tell me everything, I will consider it. Strange nodded, not directly refusing. Just then, another golden light appeared, and Mordo flashed into the Covenant Sanctum. Looking at the two strange figures before him, Mordo's face showed suspicion. I did indeed draw energy from the dark dimension, which is why I have lived so long. The Ancient One's words immediately struck Mordo. Sorcerer Supreme, what are you saying? I don't believe it, Indo roared, his eyes filled with disbelief. It is the truth, Mordo. You have been kept in the dark all along, or rather, you have never wanted to believe it, Strange said in a low voice. However, the Ancient One's expression remained unchanged, as calm as before. Caecilius will definitely return. We must be careful and strictly defend the Sanctum Sanctorum, the Ancient One said solemnly. But at this moment, both Mordo and Strange wore complex expressions. As soon as she finished speaking, the Ancient One turned and left. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from the Sanctum Sanctorum. You pedant, all you think about is shirking responsibility and escaping reality. You possess immense power and the approval of the former Sorcerer Supreme, yet you don't do anything commensurate with your abilities. Mordo's expression changed as soon as the Ancient One left, and he angrily rebuked Strange. Right now, we should unite against external enemies, not waste time here fighting internal battles. Just as Mordo was fuming, a loud noise suddenly came from the sanctuary. Downstairs, Caecilius reappeared in the sanctuary with a cruel smile. Guardians, I'm back. Aren't you surprised? In his palm was a huge ball of energy, radiating dazzling light, its ferocity chilling. Oh no. He's going to destroy the sanctuary. Stop him, Mordo shouted. With lightning speed, he jumped down. He drew his samurai sword from behind and slashed at Caecilius's hand with lightning speed. You think you can stop me? Caecilius said disdainfully. He pulled out an arm and thrust it forward with a sudden burst of magical energy. Indo had no time to dodge and was blasted away by the energy, crashing into a bookshelf behind him. Instantly, the bookshelf shattered, and pieces of wood flew through the air. Ah, what a mess. Strange didn't act rashly, he silently chanted a magical incantation. The next moment, the Sanctum Sanctorum, protected by a prism-like mirror dimension, withstood Caecilia's attack. Seeing this extremely familiar scene, Caecilia was astonished. He stood up, staring intently at Strange before him, a burning killing intent flashing in his eyes. Strange, as a doctor, you should understand what we're pursuing. Don't you want eternal life? Why should only the Ancient One enjoy this privilege? Eternal life is what many people pursue, but I won't use evil means to obtain it. Since you know I'm a doctor, you should also understand my final moral principles, Strange retorted sharply, his eyes fixed on the ring on Caecilius's finger. In the mirror dimension, apart from the powerful Chen Feng and the Ancient One, those without a ring would be lost. He still kept this sentence firmly in mind. It seems we're on different paths, Caecilius smiled helplessly. His entire aura changed dramatically, like a king ready to pounce. You're right, at this critical moment, Strange seized the moment when Caecilius relaxed and rushed out. Then he snatched the ring from his finger. He quickly drew a golden light pattern and, with Mordo in tow, left the mirror dimension. Damn it, Caecilius roared. He wanted to give chase, but the mirror dimension blocked his path. However, there was no panic in his eyes. Instead, a strange smile appeared at the corner of his eye. Strange and Mordo, who had just emerged from the mirror dimension, hadn't even had a chance to catch their breath when a sharp, murderous aura suddenly came from behind them. Watch out, Mordo forcefully pushed Strange aside, his samurai sword blocking the fierce attack. They were lying in ambush outside. How insidious. Mordo brandished his samurai sword, angrily engaging the enemy in combat. Chapter 142 reappears. Amidst the flashing blades, the enemy retreated hastily, unable to withstand Yingdu's attacks. Strange, still reeling from the shock, suddenly sensed an extremely fierce and dangerous aura. A sharp spear pierced Strange's throat. Ming! 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 Strange cried out as he fell to the ground, hastily grabbing his hand to catch himself. Die! A black figure suddenly rushed out from behind, wielding a long blade that gleamed with a cold light, aimed at his head. Quickly, Mordo's arm jerked violently, knocking back the enemy, Nuahaozhao. He quickly rushed towards Strange's position. The blade blocked the black-clad man's attack, buying time to escape. Go! Strange gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face, using all his strength to create a golden arc. He stepped lightly into the circle. Seeing Strange leave, Mordo finally breathed a sigh of relief. But facing the combined attack of the two, he knew he couldn't hold them off for long. It's up to you now, clang. Clang, the sharp, metallic clang of swords clashing suddenly echoed loudly in the narrow, quiet alley. Strange, having escaped, arrived at a familiar York City hospital. He happened to encounter Christine, who was on duty. Strange? My God. What happened to you? Christine covered her mouth, staring blankly at the weakened Strange. Christine, help me, Strange said succinctly. He was extremely unsteady, about to collapse. Christine quickly supported him, her eyes filled with worry. Since Strange's car accident and the injury to his finger, he had disappeared, as if vanished from the face of the earth. Christine had searched for Strange before, but to no avail. She had eventually given up. But now, Strange, dressed in strange clothes like a medieval charlatan, had reappeared before her, which was quite surprising. Do as I say, Christine. Trust yourself, and trust me. Strange, panting heavily, gripped Christine's hand tightly. His life now rested entirely in her hands. Tell me what to do. Christine stroked Strange's forehead, wiping away his sweat. Her eyes were filled with worry. Get these things first, Strange told Christine about all the medications needed for treatment. Just then, a strange feeling washed over Strange's mind. What else do you need? Chris River moved swiftly, quickly bringing over everything needed. You go first, Strange explained each step to Chris River, then closed his eyes. A spirit suddenly burst from his body, heading outside. That aura was unmistakable. It was definitely Cassius's men chasing after them. And without a doubt, it was his spirit that had returned. But as soon as Strange's spirit left his body, his heart stopped, and all vital signs dropped to zero. Strange! Strange! Christine shouted loudly. Her eyes were filled with panic, and her hands were trembling slightly. At this moment, her mind went blank. She didn't know what to do. Damn it! Strange sensed that aura and quickly located the enemy. He rushed forward and, before the enemy could react, slapped him across the face. With tremendous force, the enemy's spirit slammed against the wall behind him. Strange seized the opportunity and quickly followed, grabbing the enemy's spirit. They tried to use overwhelming force to suppress him and then kill him. Strange, you have to wake up, Christine, holding a stun gun, pressed it hard against Strange's cervix. Under the powerful electric shock, Strange's cervix throbbed violently, but to no avail. Let's see who can hold out longer. The enemy, who had forcefully broken free from Strange's restraints, sneered. Strange, suffering from severe injuries, would suffer permanent, irreversible death if his spirit remained separated from his body for too long. Then you'll definitely die even faster. A glint flashed in Strange's eyes, and his entire body suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. His speed was extreme, and in a flash, he once again suppressed the enemy's body, relentlessly striking the spirit. But the enemy seemed only to be stalling for time, trying to prevent Strange's spirit from returning to his physical body and thus die. Sizzle. 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 A surge of energy flowed through Strange's body, then entered his spirit, instantly unleashing immense power. The entire spirit shone with a brilliant light, like a dazzling sun. Under this power, the enemy's spirit was like a vampire encountering sunlight, crumbling and collapsing. Countless cracks appeared on the spirit, spreading in all directions. Then, with a loud bang, the spirit exploded, turning into tiny, dust-like fragments that dissipated into the air of the hospital. Strange's spirit, having exhausted all its strength, entered his body at the last moment. Strange curled up in a U shape, then quickly lay back down. He breathed heavily, feeling his own existence. He was so close, so very close, to dying forever. Thank you, Christine. Strange, now calm, suddenly hugged Christine tightly, his words filled with gratitude. Christine simply hugged Strange back, stroking his disheveled hair. Did you want to know where I've been all this time? Now I'll tell you, Strange, who's walked through the gates of hell, and has begun to see some things in this world more clearly. Are you finally going to be honest with me? Christine's face lit up with joy, appearing extremely happy. After my fingers were paralyzed, and no one could cure them, I searched everywhere for a cure. After a long period of effort, I finally found a place that could cure my fingers, which were once both paralyzed, but now they can bounce freely. Even basketball players told me about it. In the following time, Strange told Christine everything. Hearing these extremely bizarre words, Christine's expression changed drastically, looking at Strange as if he were a monster. It's truly difficult for an ordinary person to accept the concept of magic so quickly. To ordinary people, magic is just a trick to deceive. Especially for a high-achieving student like Christine, it felt even more absurd. Christine, stay in the hospital. I'm leaving. Strange then remembered that Caecilius was still outside, waiting for him to deal with him. Although he had taken Caecilius's ring, he had a feeling that Caecilius would soon be out of there. He drew a golden circle of light, gave Christine a final thank you, and then disappeared from the hospital. Strange? In the blink of an eye, Strange had completely vanished. At this moment, even if Christine didn't want to believe it, she couldn't help but marvel at how amazing it was. Reappearing beside the Sanctum Sanctorum, Strange saw Mordo lying on the ground. His face and body were covered in marks, he was covered in dirt and looked extremely disheveled. Why are you back? Didn't I tell you to leave? Mordo shouted, utterly bewildered, upon seeing Strange. Didn't you say we needed to unite? That's why I'm here. As a doctor, I have my own moral principles. Strange assumed a fighting stance, golden magical energy dancing at his fingertips. What a good brother. The Ancient One really guided you guys quite well. Suddenly, a crack opened in front of them, and Mordo clapped his hands as he stepped out. How ironic that she herself doesn't have this awareness, Mordo snorted coldly, completely ignoring Caecilius's words. Gripping his samurai longsword, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. Strange, prepare yourself. What follows is a fierce battle, Mordo said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Strange tensed up, his magical energy flowing uncontrollably within him. I'll give you a counterattack. As a mage, the most basic requirement is that when facing an enemy, your hand doesn't tremble, Mordo solemnly reminded Strange. He took a step forward, slowly approaching Caecilius. You, with your Ancient One strength, really think you can fight me? Caecilius said dismissively. He glanced at Mordo, completely unconcerned. We'll see. Don't be too arrogant, Mordo roared. Then he charged forward, swinging his sword. At the same time, magical energy swirled around the samurai longsword, sharpening the blade even further. Without a single strike, Caecilius's eyes flashed, and then he vanished from his spot. The next moment, he suddenly appeared to Mordo's right rear, unleashing a devastating attack. Magical energy splattered around Mordo, and then a figure was seen flying backward. A heavy thud followed. Mordo, covered in dust and dirt, crashed to the ground, his sharp samurai longsword lying nearby, clanging softly. What a piece of trash, Caecilius scoffed after knocking Mordo down, then didn't look at him again. It was as if he had erased Mordo from this world. Now it's your turn, Strange. Will you serve the Ancient One, or like me, welcome the great Dark Lord, Dormammu, and gain immortality? The decision is yours. I believe you're a smart man. Caecilius turned to look at Strange, still full of expectations for him. The fact that the artifact of the former Sorcerer Supreme automatically recognized him as its master was enough to show that Strange had great potential. If Strange chose to submit, giving him to Dormammu first would definitely bring more benefits. Perhaps, he could even become a demigod-like being. Thinking of this, Caecilius couldn't help but smile. It was simply too wonderful. I'm sorry, actually Before Strange could finish speaking, his speed suddenly increased, and with the help of his cloak, he rushed to Caecilius like lightning. A golden energy flashed in his hand, instantly transforming into a magic staff, which he swiftly struck down. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Explosion. Caecilius appeared somewhat relaxed, but he maintained absolute focus. In a flash, he deflected Strange's attack, his eyes blazing with fury. I gave you a choice, and you used that to attack me. Enraged, Caecilius unleashed boundless magical energy. The entire space trembled slightly, like a mirror about to shatter under the weight of gravity. You'll be trapped here forever, your ants. He slammed his hand down, instantly transforming the surrounding environment. You won't get out, Strange muttered, quickly forming a magic spell. Caecilius's magical barrier became extremely unstable. A massive storm hole appeared, radiating terrifying gravitational pull. Caecilius's expression changed, his brow furrowing. Shut, he cursed, magical energy surging in his palm, but before he could cast a spell, he was drawn into the magical space by the powerful gravity. When he opened his eyes, Strange's gaze widened at the scene before him. It was still the familiar city of Jude, but it had been divided into several parts, each operating independently. Meanwhile, Each part continued to rotate. It was like a scene from Inception, with no way to escape. Like a maze, it created an incomprehensible sense of bewilderment. There, Mordo, who had recovered somewhat after a short rest, pointed to Caecilius and the other man not far away and shouted. We need to leave here first and protect the Sanctum Sanctorum, that's the most important thing. Strange had no intention of attacking Caecilius, that would be a waste of time. The most important thing now was to protect the Sanctum Sanctorum and prevent the Dark Lord Dormammu from taking advantage of the situation and invading Earth. Otherwise, things would become even more chaotic. I can't sense any concentrated energy anywhere. Mordo shook his head, his face filled with worry. This space seemed like a complete microcosm, with no way to leave. Let's search elsewhere, we must get out of here. Strange didn't give up and ran quickly towards another separate area. Looks like we need to hurry, Indo said seriously, enunciating each word clearly. Turning around, they saw Caecilius and his men had already caught up. Tried to stop him with magic. Strange chanted a spell, energy surging at his fingertips, and a bolt of energy was thrown out at lightning speed. Caecilius simply swung his right hand, and the energy bolt shattered instantly, turning into starlight and dissipating in the air. You ends, don't even think about escaping, Caecilius sneered, revealing a cruel smile. Just then, a golden halo appeared beside Caecilius. The Ancient One, dressed in her saintcloth, appeared calmly before everyone. Ancient One, you actually released her? Caecilius was very surprised, even a little incredulous. After a moment, he laughed even more wildly. Ancient One, you chose the path to hell when there was one, and today is your death day. A sharp longsword instantly materialized in his hand. Caecilius and his men surrounded the Ancient One. Sorcerer Supreme, I'm here to help you. Mordo, enduring the pain of being beaten, drew his samurai sword and rushed forward. Strange sighed but immediately followed. The Ancient One's arrival at this time was indeed unexpected. Don't rush, all of you from Kamiji will die here, one by one. Caecilius was now like a bloodthirsty demon, his eyes seemingly flashing red. Caecilius, today I will deal with you. However, before Mordo could even reach the Ancient One, he had already spoken to Caecilius. When Dormammu descends to Earth, all of you will die. Caecilius's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the Ancient One with extreme irony. Her lizard-like eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. Without uttering a word, pale golden light rippled between her fingers, and in an instant, two shields appeared. Taking a fighting stance, she took a step forward and charged at Caecilius with incredible speed, slamming the shields out. Clang! A sound of metal clashing rang out. Caecilius held a sharp longsword in his hand, forcefully blocking the Ancient One's attack. The Ancient One quickly retreated a step, but this was a feint. She slipped to Caecilius's side, catching him off guard. A surge of energy suddenly condensed on the magical shield, quickly forming a roaring lion. It opened its blood-red maw, lunging at Caecilius's waist with lightning speed. Damn old woman! Caecilius's face changed drastically, cursing angrily. His entire body tensed abruptly, his inner power surging forth as he forcefully shifted his position. The lion's sharp teeth grazed his side, tearing away. A few pieces of shredded net flew through the air, the torn clothing. As Caecilius dodged, a muffled sound rang out. The Ancient One, who had initially held the upper hand, suddenly retreated swiftly, her magical shield cracking with tiny fissures. It was Caecilius's subordinate who, taking advantage of the Ancient One's momentary lapse in attention, delivered a powerful slash, forcing her back. Sorcerer Supreme, I'm coming right now. Mordo, seeing this from afar, his face grave, quickened his pace. But in this world, the flow of time was completely different from the outside. Moreover, each part operated independently, increasing the difficulty of Mordo's progress. Therefore, it was virtually impossible for Mordo to come to help the Ancient One in the short term. Don't get distracted, Ancient One, Caecilius shouted. Then, he charged forward, leaving a blur in midair, and instantly appeared beside the Ancient One. A strike as heavy as a mountain, like a tsunami, slammed into the Ancient One's magical shield. The tiny cracks rapidly expanded, spreading in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it was on the verge of shattering. Before the Ancient One could react, the other attacked, his magical longsword slashing down with lightning speed. Even under the combined attack of two, the Ancient One, relying on her immense strength, remained unscathed. A torrent of magical energy surged from her body, her entire being radiating a blazing golden light. The nearly shattered magical shield was instantly repaired. Moreover, a faint circular shield of light seemed to form around her, resisting the attacks of Caecilius and his minions. Furthermore, this shield seemed to be accumulating energy, like a dormant volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. "Don't give him a chance to unleash his power," Caecilius shouted. Leading the charge, his magical energy surged, and in a flash, he was before the Ancient One. His subordinates followed closely, rushing towards the Ancient One's rear. The two combined their power, quickly suppressing the Ancient One. But at that moment, the Ancient One's accumulated energy reached its critical point. A devastating magical energy suddenly erupted from the light shield, sweeping outwards with lightning speed. Caecilius and his subordinates, who were about to attack the Ancient One, were all blocked by this energy, forced to stop and use all the energy within their bodies to resist it. "Caecilius, your corruption has always been a wound in my heart. Today, I will end you with my own hands." The Ancient One's expression was complex, her eyes filled with an indescribable depth. The magical shield in his hand suddenly transformed into an incomparably sharp blade, aimed at Caecilius's heart, gleaming with a chilling light. "Don't dream, you immortal freak," Caecilius roared furiously. Then his entire aura changed, and a triangular mark appeared on his forehead. A dark and eternal aura surged from his body. "You've already absorbed Dormammu's dark energy." Ancient One shrank back, visibly shocked. "So you're allowed to absorb it?" Caecilius smiled knowingly, looking exactly like a demon from hell affected by the dark energy. A triangular mark also appeared on Ancient One's forehead. Mordo, who was still rushing over, stopped in his tracks upon seeing this scene, his eyes trembling, as if the very foundation of his belief had been shaken. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." He kept repeating this in his mind, but he couldn't deny the fact. Meanwhile, Strange, further away, remained extremely calm. The two, emanating dark energy, clashed once more. Since obtaining dark energy, Caecilius's strength had increased rapidly, and he held his own against the Ancient One. Just as the two were locked in a fierce battle, Caecilius's subordinate stealthily approached from behind. "Watch out," Moting instinctively shouted. But the Ancient One, caught on the heat of battle, was completely unprepared. Swoosh, a long sword suddenly pierced her waist, and bright red blood flowed freely. "Sorcerer Supreme," Mordo cried out, his eyes wide with fury. He increased his speed again, almost reaching the Ancient One. Caecilius kicked out, sending the Ancient One flying. The Ancient One, blood streaming from her horn, collapsed to the ground, her breath weak, her right hand pressing against her wound. Yet, her eyes still shone with unwavering determination. A golden light flashed between her fingers, and a spatial rift appeared. Mordo arrived at the Ancient One's side and helped her up. "Go." Seeing the Ancient One's gaze, Mordo immediately understood her meaning. Strange accelerated, while Mordo, carrying the Ancient One, jumped into the spatial rift. In a split second, Strange also boarded this last express train and left. Caecilius and his men stared fiercely at the disappearing spatial rift. "Lord Dormammu is coming soon, do you really think you can escape?" On the streets of Rio, Mordo, with the Ancient One in tow, landed in the crowd. The pedestrians on the street all stared at them, their eyes wide. "Come with me, let's take the Ancient One to the hospital," Strange suddenly spoke. Chapter 144 Block. Mordo and Strange, along with the Ancient One, arrived at the hospital. "Strange, what's wrong now?" Christine asked in surprise, seeing Strange reappear. "Take her to the ICU immediately." Strange didn't say much, his gaze fixed on the Ancient One. Christine, seeing the Ancient One covered in blood, knew the seriousness of the situation and said nothing more. They immediately prepared and led the Ancient One into the emergency room. "Stop," Mordo and Strange's eyes were filled with worry. Under the intense light, the Ancient One's heart rate plummeted, heading towards zero. Seeing this, Strange's body trembled, as if he had entered a state of ethereal clarity. His spirit body flew out from his physical form, heading towards the distant glass window. "Sorcerer, hurry back to your body. Your body won't last much longer," Strange said heavily, his face extremely grave. "I've become indifferent to life. I've drawn dark energy from the dark dimension and Dormammu. I know you won't forgive me, so I only hope you can become the guardian of the Covenant Sanctum, protect the Covenant and Earth, and protect the Eye of Ameth. Don't let outsiders obtain it," Ancient One said calmly. Gazing at the beautiful night view outside the window, Ancient One's spirit was gradually dissipating, turning into tiny starlight. This world still needs your protection, and Caecilius must have initiated the Dormammu summoning ritual. The dark dimension is about to devour Earth. You can't leave the light at this time. Strange tried his best to persuade her, but to no avail. Strange, you must believe in yourself. You have the ability to protect Earth, to repel Dormammu and the dark dimension. The Eye of Ameth will help you. The words had barely left his lips when he saw the Ancient One's spirit shatter, leaving only a serene face gazing at the distant landscape. The Ancient One, Strange reached out, but touched nothing. As the Ancient One's spirit dissipated, her physical body, neglected on the operating table, completely lost its life, as if an aura of death emanated from it. Strange's spirit remained motionless, staring ahead. It wasn't until Christine patted Strange's body that he snapped back to reality. The spirit quickly returned to the body, reverting to its original form. Strange, I'm sorry, we couldn't save her, Christine said sarcastically. As a doctor, watching a patient die before one's eyes always evokes a pang of guilt. It feels as if all one's knowledge has been utterly useless. It's alright, it's not your fault, Strange said soothingly, touching Christine's forehead. Death was the Ancient One's own choice, it had little to do with anyone else. Brother Mordo, our teacher chose to leave. Everything from now on depends on us. Strange turned his head and glanced at the silent Mordo. As a sorcerer, he understood everything. I will personally stop Caecilius and deal with this traitor. Mordo left the hospital after saying this. The special illusion could only temporarily trap Caecilius. He would return soon. Then, Dormammu would invade Earth with a dark dimension. Without the Ancient One, that would be their greatest test. Strange didn't leave quickly. He brought Christine to the outside of the operating room and supported her shoulders. Listen carefully, Christine, Strange expressed all his heartfelt emotions. After saying everything he wanted to say, the heavy weight in his heart finally lifted, and he felt much lighter. I believe you can do it. After hearing everything, Christine only said this briefly. Inside Camergy, Chen Feng opened his eyes. The fusion of Marvel magic and Dutch magic brought about completely different changes. Another lottery draw. At this moment, Chen Feng suddenly realized that the lottery draw opportunity had arrived again. Let's begin. Chen Feng rubbed his hands, waiting for the result. Although he had always wanted to obtain a hero with the strength of an Ascended One, the result was far from his ideal. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the summoning right of the Shadow Master. After using it, you can summon Zed. The system's voice rang out at this moment. Summon, without any hesitation, Chen Feng said directly. Embrace the shadows, or face death. A deep voice suddenly rang out in the void, with a dark and chilling aura. A ninja completely shrouded in black cloth appeared aloofly before Chen Feng. You can summon me. Zed stared intently at Chen Feng, his body seemingly frozen. Become my subordinate, and the shadows of this world will be under your control. You can build your own shadow flattraption, Chen Feng said slowly. Compared to the rampaging Lijinks, the Lord of Shadows seemed to have more ideas. Shadow flattraption, that sounds pretty good. Dung nodded, seemingly quite satisfied with Chen Feng's statement. But before that, you need to do something. Chen Feng gazed into the distance, his gaze seemingly transcending time and space, jumping out of coma. What's wrong? Zed asked calmly. I will send you to that place. You just need to kill a man named Caecilius, Chen Feng said slowly. Caecilius, that name sounds really unpleasant. I will help you kill him, Zed agreed. The blade in his hand gleamed with a chilling light. Chen Feng's fingers moved slightly, and a purple rift suddenly appeared, emanating a sense of special illusion. Go in, it will take you to the right place. Chen Feng didn't interrupt him, but instead headed in the opposite direction. He will become a ghost of shadows, Zed said with extreme confidence. Then he stepped into the void rift. After the calamity disappeared into the void rift, Chen Feng's lips curled into a strange smile. With the Eye of Gamato and the Time Stone, everything was under his control. In a quiet alley, a rift suddenly appeared. Caecilius and his men walked out of it, looking up at the sky. Good sir, you will soon descend upon Earth. But at that moment, a rift appeared before them. The Lord of Shadows, Zed, appeared before the two. I recommend a new book, How to Get Stronger Without Eating, written by a friend. Please support it. Who is here? Kainlia heard the movement in front of him. From him, he felt the accumulated yin energy, which was not much different from that of the dark dimension. So, facing such a person, Caecilius gave him full respect. A person from the shadow, a person who serves the shadow for eternity. he said. Jin did not look down on Caecilius because of his own strength. As a seasoned thinker, one will never relax until the mission is completed. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't try to be clever here. Who sent you? A subordinate coldly questioned. The magical energy within his body had already surged forth, engulfing G. Truth resides within the shadows. And you have never truly grasped the truth. He sounded like an old god, spouting words others couldn't understand. Just kill him, the subordinate asked Ruo's opinion. Looking at Caecilius beside him. Open fire, unexpectedly, before Caecilius could speak, he had already rushed forward. Hold him, Caecilius cried out. He hadn't even planned to kill him, yet he was so arrogant. The symbol of the black dimension appeared above his head, and terrifying black energy burst forth. But in the midst of the wind and lightning, his figure vanished, leaving only a faint shadow in the air. Be careful, Caecilius warned in a deep voice. They knew absolutely nothing about the opponent's strength or information, so extreme caution was necessary. Understood, but before he could finish speaking, his subordinate cried out. Caecilius's eyes narrowed, his entire body tensing instantly. Magical energy danced between his fingers, he was completely focused. Easily defeated. A sharp blade on his arm sliced through his subordinate's neck, drawing hot, bright red blood. It gleamed so brightly on the hard concrete. Don't underestimate me, Caecilius roared, leaping up, a magical longsword appearing in his hand, slashing down at Ruog's body. But when the longsword touched Ruog's figure, it was just a shadow. A shadow, another shadow. This feeling of being manipulated was unbearable. I will definitely kill you, you piece of trash. The symbol on his forehead emitted a bright light. Caecilius was instantly enveloped by dense dark energy. It was as if he had become a servant of dark energy, lending his body to the darkness. Unfortunately, you are facing the Emperor of Shadows. The enraged Caecilius, instead of putting any pressure on Zed, chose to take the initiative. The clear sound of metal clashing echoed in the air. Zed's blade and Caecilius's magical longsword collided fiercely. Caecilius, still unsure of Zed's strength, did not directly engage in a head-on clash, but instead dodged and slashed in another direction. Is that all you can do? Zed said disdainfully. His reaction speed was extremely fast, and he turned around in an instant, then his blade danced a perfect waltz in the air. While withstanding Caecilius's attack, he slashed back, suddenly striking at Zed's head. Clang. Another clear sound rang out, and Caecilius narrowly blocked Zed's attack. But his center of gravity had obviously been completely lost. Who? You should become a ghost of the shadows, he said in a deep voice. In the blink of an eye, the movement vanished from sight. Caecilius, having lost his footing, slowly slumped to the ground. A deep voice echoed, and the tense atmosphere in the silent alley reached its peak. You think you can kill me like this? I am Lord Dormammu's man. A smug smile appeared on Caecilius's lips. Dark magical energy helped him block this seemingly fatal blow. Chapter 145 Face. Do you really think you've survived? But the sudden words from G, and the confident smile on his face, made the usually smug Caecilius freeze in shock. A faint cracking sound arose. Countless cracks appeared on the dark magic, rapidly spreading in all directions. How could this be? Caecilius's eyes widened, his pupils almost popping out, his face filled with shock. In the shadows, no one could avoid its sharp edge. He said calmly. The blade pierced through the dark magic energy, viciously stabbing into Caecilius's chest. I can't die like this. Lord Dormammu, feeling the extreme pain in his mouth, Caecilius raised his head and roared at the sky. At this moment, in this quiet alley, no one could stop Caecilius, no one. Die? G withdrew his blade, looked at Caecilius lying on the ground, covered in blood, and remained silent. There was no excitement from defeating a powerful enemy. For someone who wanted to control the shadows, this was merely a minor achievement. Perhaps only when the shadows were truly controlled would one feel genuine emotion. Dormammu, bleeding profusely, stared at the sky, hoping for someone to teach him. But even as his eyes closed, the sky remained unchanged, still a deep blue. The blade of darkness, wherever it went. He dried the blood on his hand and walked out of the blood-soaked alley. How should I get back? Just then, this question suddenly occurred to him. Chen Feng had only brought him here, but hadn't given him a way back. The Eye of Agamotto was indeed extremely wondrous, its ability to control time even stronger than Ike's. Chen Feng looked at the Eye of Agamotto in his palm and couldn't help but sigh. But now, You still have your own mission to complete." With a flick of his finger, a spatial rift appeared. He stepped in and disappeared into camouflage. Killed. Suddenly, Chen Feng appeared in front of Ji. "Not too difficult," Ji nodded and replied. "System product, as expected." "It did not disappoint me," Chen Feng sighed inwardly. "With shadow abilities, its strength is extraordinary. Come with me." Next, the main event. Chen Feng took a step forward, as if shrinking the distance, and moved quickly. Ji was stunned for a moment before reacting, a wonderful emotion flowing in his eyes. Then he followed, full of curiosity about what was going to happen next. Chen Feng, with Ji in tow, flashed to Strange's side. "Chen Feng, why are you here?" Strange, who was about to rush to the Sanctum Sanctorum, immediately stopped. "I understand everything. Put the tragedy aside for now. The priority now is to deal with Dormammu's invasion," Chen Feng said seriously. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the Eye of Ambition appeared. "The Ancient One should have told you that the Eye of Ambition can be of immense help when dealing with Dormammu." Strange hesitated, momentarily stunned, and didn't take the Eye of Ambition from Chen Feng. "Take it. Protecting Earth and repelling Dormammu and his dark dimension requires a young mage with your impact." Chen Feng placed the Eye of Ambition in Strange's hand, speaking solemnly. This series of actions left Zed, standing nearby, dumbfounded. "A young mage? Aren't you younger? This strange guy is at least a decade older than you, isn't he?" Not only Zed, but even Strange looked on with a puzzled expression, feeling somewhat bewildered. "But, no buts, though years have passed, Earth still awaits your salvation, to let your own light shine." Chen Feng slapped Strange's shoulder hard, giving him no chance to explain. A special rift appeared, and the three of them were instantly transported to the destroyed sanctuary. "Strange, hurry. We can sense the powerful aura of Dharma and the dark dimension. He's not far from us." Mordo stared intently ahead, completely unaware that Chen Feng had also arrived. Just as he finished speaking, a deafening explosion resounded from ahead. In that instant, a dense, smoke-like darkness descended. It swallowed a large section of the streets, spreading rapidly in all directions. Houses, roads, vehicles, all were swept up, seemingly on the verge of shattering and scattering into the darkness under this extreme pressure. "It's up to you now. Make good use of the power of the Eye of Mordo," Chen Feng whispered to Strange. At this point, Strange said nothing more and nodded solemnly. He rushed in front of Mordo, his right hand holding the Eye of Talmado, green energy flowing across it. The power of time was released at this moment, immediately reversing time forward. The endless, terrifying darkness returned to the other dimension, just as it had been before Dormammu invaded Earth. "Strange, you succeeded," Mordo exclaimed excitedly from behind. But only for a moment. A vast, ancient galaxy suddenly flashed in the sky above the region, and the aura emanating from it was so terrifying, a chilling fear that reached the very depths of one's heart, as if plunging the region into the Ice Age. "Damn it! The Sanctum Sanctorum has been destroyed, completely breaching Earth's protective shield." Mordo angrily choked the air, his voice filled with resentment. "Ancient One, you've stopped me for so many years, and you still failed. Ha ha ha!" A massive illusory projection suddenly flashed in the darkness of time, laughing wildly. It was none other than the Dark Lord Dormammu, the devourer of the endless universe. "Sorcerers? The Ancient One is dead, perfect for using you as bait." Dormammu glanced at Mordo and Strange, and a chilling killing intent flashed in her illusory eyes. It passed through space, reaching the depths of their minds, causing their entire bodies to tremble. "Unleash the power of the Eye of Mordo." Just then, Strange's mind suddenly recalled this phrase again. "Watch out outside," Strange exclaimed. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he soared into the air, protected by green light, and rushed into the dark dimension. Dormammu, with that, a hand as heavy as a mountain slammed down, shattering Strange into pieces, leaving not even a trace. Unbeknownst to Strange, he had already activated the time-traveling ability of the Eye of Mordo beforehand. In an instant, Strange reappeared before Dormammu. "Dormammu," he shouted again, and a beam of energy hundreds of meters long shot out, piercing through Strange's body. He was reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Strange had once again been easily killed by Dormammu. But Strange, possessing the Eye of Mordo, used its power to rewind time each time he died. Therefore, Strange was practically immortal. After turning to ashes, he would immediately return to his original state. Dorma. Having gone through countless cycles, Dormammu had lost count of how many times he had killed Strange. Within the dark dimension, Dormammu, who couldn't perceive the passage of time, began to crumble under the weight of these endlessly accumulating memories. Dorma, I've come to negotiate with you, this time. Strange finally spoke his mind completely. Damn it. What do you want? Dormammu roared, barely suppressing the urge to kill Strange. A deal, a mutually satisfactory condition. You leave Earth now. Before he could finish, an energy ray shot out, engulfing Strange. Gone without a trace. I finally managed to invade Earth. How could I leave just because of a mere human's words? What a cosmic joke, Dormammu thought. But before Dormammu could calm down, the annoying Strange reappeared before him. That condition I just mentioned, if you agree, I won't appear before you again. How about it? You lowly ant, you have no right to negotiate with me. Enraged, Dormammu forgot his endless worries and killed Strange. Countless times, the name Dormammu echoed in his ears like a painful dream. Get away. Get out. Don't leave me. No matter how much Dormammu roared, he couldn't stop Strange's hoarse, masculine voice. Dormammu, what's your decision? Your conditions? Dormammu, driven to the brink of a nervous breakdown by Strange, hesitated to act, lost in reluctant contemplation. Once you leave Earth, you'll never hear my voice again. Think it over carefully. The energy of the Eye of Ameth enveloped Strange. Within the dark dimension, Strange successfully held Dormammu back, resulting in a remarkably peaceful situation outside. The massive, tsunami-like invasion of darkness did not recur. Instead, a serene tranquility prevailed. Moreover, Strange had already repaired most of the damaged structures when he used the Eye of Ameth. It seems he stopped Dormammu. Mordo, his face grave, surveyed the dark dimension, letting out a slight sigh of relief. Chen Feng, standing behind him, seemed to have anticipated this outcome, his expression showing little emotion. Did you see that? There's something there. Chen Feng stared at the space in front of him and said slowly. What? Ji was stunned for a moment, not noticing that there was anything there. Oh, aren't you most familiar with the shadows? How come you didn't notice? Chen Feng was a little surprised and glanced at Ji. You'll know in a moment. This speech left the monk beside him completely bewildered, filled with doubt. Dormammu, have you thought it through? Strange floated in midair with faint ease, maintaining the energy flow of the Eye of Against. Damn humans, Dormammu cursed. Obviously, it was too much to ask him to bow down to an ant. But if he didn't do so, those extremely annoying words would definitely linger deep in his mind. After weighing the options, leaving Earth seemed to be a better choice. Damn mage, then I'll give you face. Chapter 146 Game. Dormammu spoke with extreme reluctance. A tidal wave of energy receded, and the dark dimension, dazzling like a galaxy, gradually retreated. Since the Ancient One was dead, there were no powerful sorcerers on Earth who could stand against him. Next time, he would be fully prepared before invading Earth. Strange watched Dormammu's retreating figure intently. Any further movement from him would be met with fierce retaliation. However, at that moment, a streak of light suddenly shot out from behind, moving with lightning speed, leaving only a blur in the air. Dormammu, who was almost out of Earth's reach, was startled by the streak of light. He stopped abruptly, frozen in place for 2 or 3 seconds. But in those brief 2 or 3 seconds, Chen Feng rushed into the dark dimension, speeding towards some dark corner. Before Dormammu could react, he saw Chen Feng holding a black substance that reflected light. Zet. And, you're courting death? A deafening roar erupted, causing the entire dark dimension to tremble. Terrifyingly powerful dark energy surged forth, sweeping towards Chen Feng like a raging storm. Go back, Chen Feng said disdainfully. A translucent gem appeared in his hand, shimmering with a deep blue light. The space before him suddenly shifted, as if solidifying into a barrier, sealing off the entire area. The surging dark energy, upon reaching the barrier, was immediately blocked, unable to advance. Just as Dormammu's rage reached its peak, unleashing an even more violent surge of power, the space stone once again exerted its power. The barrier expanded outwards, then swirled around the entire area, forming a hemispherical shape that completely covered Dormammu and the dark dimension. The next moment, a bright light flashed, like an untouchable divine light, invisible to all. When everything returned to normal, Dormammu and the dark dimension had vanished, leaving only an empty and desolate street in Johto. A furious roar, barely contained, echoed from within the space of destiny. I will return. You did it, Strange. Indo rushed forward and embraced Strange. The Eye of Agamotto is now yours to command. Remember to protect Earth and the Sanctum Sanctorum. Chen Feng finished speaking and turned to leave. The Time Stone remained with Strange for a reason. This was only part of the plan, a crucial stone on the long road ahead. Strange watched Chen Feng leave, utterly bewildered, touching the Eye of Agamotto in his hand, feeling deeply troubled. Protecting Earth, becoming the guardian of the Sanctum Sanctorum, he would definitely do it. But Chen Feng was shrouded in a mist, making it impossible to see what kind of person he was or what he was thinking. I clearly have the ability to defeat Dormammu, so why must I fight him? Strange could only tell himself this. Perhaps time will tell, since even he acknowledges you. From now on, Camisoj, the Sanctum Sanctorum, and Earth will be yours to protect. The other sorcerers will assist you. Mordo watched Chen Feng leave, turned around, patted Strange's shoulder, and solemnly asked, "Are you leaving?" Strange immediately understood Mordo's meaning and fell into confusion again. "There are some things I must resolve myself." Mordo didn't say more. Ever since learning that the Ancient One also drew energy from the Dark Dimension, his resolve had wavered. He didn't know if upholding the Ancient One's church was still the right thing to do. Therefore, he had to verify everything himself. "You don't need to dissuade me, this is my own decision, and it won't change." Mordo waved his hand, not giving Strange a chance to persuade him. "Is this what you mean?" Zed looked at the cube-shaped black gemstone in Chen Feng's hand, not quite understanding what kind of product it was from the Dark Dimension, a condensation of Dormammu after devouring countless universes. Chen Feng gave a rough explanation. "With this, you can forge weapons that maximize the power of the 6 Infinity Stones. And now, judging by the time, it's almost time. It seems you'll be of great use. Soon you'll see the final thing," Chen Feng said with a smile. "After this, you can do whatever you want on Earth, just don't cause too much trouble, don't easily expose yourself, that way you can become an ace." Chen Feng gave the order, extremely seriously. Zed replied with a solemn expression. "In the near future, the shadow of this world will belong to only one person, the Shadow Master. Gee, the time for parting is approaching again." Chen Feng sighed silently in his heart. He hadn't even had a deep conversation with Wanda yet, and he had to leave. It was really a little reluctant. But before that, he had to go see Tony. Chen Feng had an idea he desperately wanted to realize. Only Tony understood his intentions. "The power of the shadows doesn't exist here. I'm going to the distant east to find that hidden energy." Zed lowered his head in thought for a moment, then looked at Chen Feng, as if requesting permission. "Go. I hope that when I see you again, you'll be a completely different person." Chen Feng nodded without hesitation. "My subordinates should be as strong as possible, of course. That way, I won't have to do many things myself in the future." "I'm leaving now." Zed's figure flickered and slowly merged into the shadows, disappearing into the streets of Rio. "Looks like I need to get moving too. I can't stay quiet any longer." Chen Feng stretched and yawned. The dark substance in his hand was tightly gripped, gleaming like a cold black light. Back home, he saw Wanda sitting on a game console, with Pietro beside her. The game controllers in their hands clearly told Chen Feng what they were playing. Super Mario. Chen Feng was stunned when he saw the screen. He thought they would like violent, bloody, and intense games, but it turned out to be a cute adventure game. He suddenly remembered his childhood, when he would easily conquer games. "You're finally back." Wanda turned to look at Chen Feng, her voice full of surprise and excitement, her eyes seemingly sparkling with joy. "All right, you're back. How have you all been these past few days?" Chen Feng smiled happily. "These have been the happiest and most relaxing days of my life. There's delicious food, fun activities, and I can go out and do whatever I want." Pietro counted on his fingers very seriously, one item at a time. "That's good. What do you want to eat today?" "I'll make it." Chen Feng picked up a wok, ready to get to work. "Great. Great." Upon hearing this, Wanda was so excited she almost jumped up, her face beaming with joy. The hot pot Chen Feng made last time had left a very deep impression on her. And later, after hearing from Mindy, she also learned about Chen Feng's excellent and superb cooking skills. "I want steak," as if without thinking, Wanda blurted out. "Steak it is," Pietro said helplessly, seeing Wanda's excitement. "Okay. We'll make steak tonight." Chen Feng nodded and left the room to prepare the steak. "Wait a minute, I'll be right back. By the way, You need to sacrifice someone here to pass and advance to the next level. Before leaving, Chen Feng kindly gave Wanda and Pietro some pointers. Speaking of this game, Chen Feng was quite knowledgeable. He had completed it countless times when he was a kid. Want to try? After Chen Feng left, Wanda looked at Pietro and tentatively asked. Of course, as Chen Feng's biggest fan, Pietro naturally fawned over his idol. A determined glint appeared in his eyes, and a flame seemed to ignite within Wanda. Phew, it's just a little game, don't think you can stop me. Not long after, Chen Feng returned. Yay. Yes. Yes. We passed. We passed. Wanda excitedly raised her hands, as happy as if she had scored a goal in the World Cup. Pietro, standing beside her, stared blankly at Wanda, his hand drooping. His character was now completely gray. It seemed that Pietro was the one who sacrificed himself. It seemed perfectly logical. Chen Feng, I passed. Aren't you amazing? Wanda, with a coquettish face, came to Chen Feng's side, holding up the controller in her hand. Impressive. But the next level is the hardest, even more thrilling. The implication in her words was clearly provocative, immediately igniting Wanda's competitive spirit. You think I'm afraid? I'm the queen of games. She left Wanda alone in front of the screen, continuing her battle against Super Mario. A moment later, sizzling sounds came from the kitchen, the aroma of premium Wagyu beef filling the air. It was so enticing that it made one linger in the room. Ah, I'm dead. It's all your fault, Chen Feng. A sharp, resentful cry suddenly rang out from the living room. So, are you can really use a gun? Chen Feng chuckled bitterly, muttering to himself. I'd better just focus on cooking my steak. With a slight movement of his fingers, the aroma of the steak was locked inside the kitchen, not escaping outside. Today, Natasha was going out on a mission, and Mindy had gone with Ruo, so neither of them would be home. Ah, how do I get past this level? It's so hard. Soon after, Wanda's mournful cry came from outside, sounding extremely resentful. I'm not playing anymore. I'm not playing anymore. What a terrible game, Pietro, can't you just stand still? It's always you who slows me down. Following one failure after another, Wanda shifted her focus to Pietro, with Vera becoming her target. Women, Chen Feng thought, glancing at Wanda and involuntarily sighing. Wow, good. Is the steak done? A rich aroma wafted out, instantly filing Wanda's senses. She tossed the game controller onto the sofa and jogged into the room. Can I eat now? Wanda asked hurriedly. Wait a minute, I need to add some seasoning. Chen Feng shook his head. He took out his own homemade recipe and added a little. As if turning something rotten into something magical, the steak instantly became golden and looked extremely tempting. It's ready to eat. Chen Feng took out the steak and placed it on the table. Wanda, like a little cat, followed Chen Feng with shining eyes, her big eyes blinking. Pietro, come and eat, Chen Feng said to Pietro after setting out the table. Chapter 147 Battle Spirit. The candlelight was lit, and the delicious dinner officially began. Wanda and Pietro had already put the pain of losing the game behind them, their mouths watering as they stared intently at the steaks in front of them. Wanda couldn't wait any longer. She took a bite with her knife and fork, shoving a large mouthful of steak into her mouth. A radiant smile of happiness spread across her face. It's so delicious. Wow, Wanda could hardly find the words to describe it, only able to exclaim repeatedly. Of course, don't you know who I am? A nationally certified super chef, Chen Feng said proudly without any hesitation. When it comes to cooking, no one can rival him. From now on, breakfast, lunch, and dinner will all be in your hands. Wanda, thinking about all the food she'd eaten out these past few days, felt it was all too low class and quickly voiced her opinion. So impolite, Chen Feng smiled wryly. Then I'll have to charge you. Charge? You didn't say that before. Wanda was clearly surprised by Chen Feng's words, her jaw dropping, and a hint of worry in her eyes. But I didn't say it wouldn't be free, Chen Feng smiled, looking rather lewd. This expression made Wanda feel uneasy, a chill creeping into her heart. Seeing the atmosphere between the two, Pietro, as if he were very perceptive, shrank back and prepared to leave the table. My stomach suddenly hurts a lot. I'm going to the internet cafe first. You two can go on. Pietro pretended to be in great pain and headed towards the bathroom. Pietro, Wanda hurriedly reached out to stop him, but he had already disappeared. Instinctively, she thought that Pietro had deliberately run away from here to pay off his debts, leaving her with the task of repaying them. Damn Pietro, you're a piece of cake. Wanda cursed inwardly. Madam, now think about it. 4. Okay, how do you plan to repay me? Chen Feng took a step forward, getting closer to Wanda. This pressing feeling made her very uncomfortable. At the same time, there was also a kind of ambiguous emotion in it, making her face very red. No, don't get so close. Wanda stretched out her hand, blocking Chen Feng's advance. It seems you have nothing to repay me with. How about this? Listen to my opinion. Chen Feng smiled slightly, forked a piece of steak, and put it in his mouth. He savored it with relish. Everything was under his control. What? Wanda asked, a little scared. For some reason, she sensed something was wrong from Yishen's expression. Here, take a look, then I'll tell you the rest. Yishen's eyes rolled, pointing to his face. The meaning was obvious. What are you doing? At this time, Wanda was still a little dizzy and seemed at a loss. After waiting for a while, she still didn't feel the soft touch on her face. Yishen stared intently at Wanda, as if trying to see right through her. Woman, don't you even understand what I mean? Kissed me, Yishen explained helplessly. This silly girl, how can she be so stupid? She's practically ready to smash a piece of soft tofu over her head. Kiss you? As if hearing a terrified voice, Wanda's eyes widened in shock. Offer yourself in return, settle the debt with a kiss, don't you understand that? Yishen moved closer to Wanda again, almost pressing his face against her lips. Wanda's face flushed red, and she timidly retreated. Her eyes held fear, but also a shy, girlish infatuation. Come on, if you don't accept this condition, what follows will be even more terrifying. Yishen startled Wanda. Hearing this, Wanda swallowed hard, as if making a firm decision, her eyes filled with determination. Pietro hadn't gone far, watching Wanda and Yishen in the living room from outside, a ripple of emotion stirring within him. Suddenly, a chilling glint emanated from the living room, sending Pietro plummeting into an icy abyss. Without hesitation, Pietro abandoned his spying thoughts and fled into the distance. Staying any longer would undoubtedly plunge him into endless danger. You've got guts, kid. Yishen glanced at Pietro's departing figure outside the garden and nodded inwardly. After seeing Pietro off, Yishen was lost in his sweet moment with Wanda. A while later, the two separated, their faces flushed. Wanda lowered her head shyly, avoiding his gaze, hiding in Yishen's arms. What's there to be shy about? This is just the beginning. Yishen smiled slightly, continuing without a hint of embarrassment. Hearing this, Wanda's face turned even redder, as if it were about to bleed. I don't want to. After calming down for a moment, okay, it's over. I'll cook delicious food for you every day from now on, Yishen said, feigning pain. That's more like it, Wanda pouted and said proudly. Seeing this scene, Yishen hugged Wanda tightly, his face beaming with happiness. In the dim candlelight, the reflections of Yishen and Wanda were cast. It was like an extremely beautiful painting, making people feel melancholy and mesmerized. The next morning, after preparing breakfast, Yishen went out and left. Inside Stark Tower, Tony was testing his new suit of armor. The armor left behind by Yishen had given him plenty of inspiration, which he planned to use in his newly designed Iron Man suit. Sherlock. You scared me again. Tony clutched the arc reactor in his chest, a little startled. I need to discuss something with you. Yishen got straight to the point and stated his purpose. Can I refuse? Tony reluctantly clenched his fist. But clearly, that was impossible. Of course not, you don't have the right to decide, Yishen said bluntly. Tony wanted to object, but couldn't find any reason to. What is it? At this point, Tony could only passively accept. Create a robot to help you protect the Earth. Establish a perfect defense system, Yishen stated his idea. Tony was immediately stunned and asked, I've been thinking about this too. Creating a robot that can solve many problems and then help protect the Earth would be much more effective. Yishen was somewhat surprised that Tony shared the same idea. Your brain's not bad, you actually thought the same thing as me. You haven't disappointed me. Yishen's words made Tony really want to kick him in the butt. What nonsense is he spouting? Does he look down on me that much? He doesn't even give me any face? But he couldn't find the words to retort. He could only glare at Yishen fiercely, then wait for Yishen's next words, his real plan. Loki's scepter, you know it, right? Yishen started with a topic. The thing lost in the Covenant War. Of course I already have a complete plan, But I need a little help from you, Yi-Shen said casually. Although in his previous life on Earth, he knew what the Marvel Universe would become as it developed, Yi-Shen was confident he could control everything. Tell me about it, he continued. I've always wanted to realize this idea. But I lacked one extremely important thing, something to ensure that the robots I created would surpass the level of artificial intelligence, otherwise, they would just be ordinary. Tony's curiosity was piqued by Yi-Shen's, and he stared at Yi-Shen with shining eyes. Perhaps this is what you're missing, Yi-Shen said with a smile, placing the mind gem in the center of his palm. Loki's scepter. Tony was surprised, and somewhat puzzled. After all, he hadn't actually touched the Mind Stone, it was just his intuition. Has his brain not rusted yet? Yi-Shen said half-jokingly. Then, his aura suddenly changed, and the Mind Stone emitted a dazzling golden light, instantly enveloping Tony and transporting him to a wondrous environment. A moment later, Yi-Shen put away the Mind Stone and snapped his fingers. Tony then snapped out of the illusion, staring at Yi-Shen in disbelief, as if he were seeing him for the first time. How did you come up with this idea? He blurted out without hesitation. Of course, it's because of this, Yi-Shen pointed to his head, answering with unwavering confidence. Time and atmosphere shifted abruptly. Tony awkwardly touched his nose, unable to refute it. If there are no questions, let's begin. Without another word, Yi-Shen walked directly into the laboratory. Inside was Tony testing his new Iron Man suit. It's far inferior, the design, the materials, the innovation, it's all nowhere near as good. Yi-Shen shook his head and casually removed the Iron Man suit from the lab. He tossed it away like trash, his eyes filled with disgust. Tony, standing nearby, bit his lip tightly, barely suppressing the urge to beat Yi-Shen. His outstretched hand clenched and unclenched repeatedly in the air, clearly struggling internally. What are you standing there for? Get in here and get to work, Yi-Shen shouted at the stunned Tony. He'd already placed the Mind Stone on the lab table. I know, what are you yelling for? Do you think I can't hear you? Tony cursed Yi-Shen inwardly, while forcing a smile as he approached Yi-Shen. My smile isn't genuine happiness, it's just a mask for pain. He activated the laser wave meter and energy jump device, recording the data fluctuations. Just as Tony was ready, Yi-Shen's rapid-fire voice rang in his ears. Okay, Tony replied soullessly. However, as a top scientist with exceptional practical skills, Shasha quickly completed everything Yi-Shen had instructed. You stay here and watch over things, I'll go and manufacture the necessary materials. Yi-Shen walked to the other side, handing over the task to Tony. Creating a robot using the Space Stone requires extremely high-density materials. Otherwise, it might end up like in the movie universe, where Ultron, after absorbing Jarvis, immediately betrayed them. If someone's mind goes astray, the consequences are extremely difficult. The same applies to an artificial intelligence robot. Chapter 148 Inquiry. After being fitted with the brain of the great inventor Heimerdinger, the calculation and thought processes became extremely rapid. Yi-Shen quickly designed a perfect outer shell, forging it using a combination of magic and modern technology. It hovered in the air, its 8 gems shimmering like a rainbow. Azure magical energy also emanated from Yi-Shen's palm. Under Yi-Shen's control, the two slowly approached. The different forces, due to their disparity, collided, creating a powerful spark. The entire laboratory was filled with this violent energy. Tony stood frozen to the side, his body tense, afraid to move, feeling as if this power would tear him apart. Relax, don't rush, take your time, Yi-Shen silently told Ruo. Under his perfect control, the two forces gradually merged together and then seeped into the titanium alloy material below Ruo. After a long while, the suffocating atmosphere in the laboratory finally dissipated. Only then did Tony dare to take a deep breath, and Ruo's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. Tony, how is the data? The sudden question startled Tony for a moment before he reacted. The Mind Stone's energy is stable, and the laser wave meter detects no problems. With Tony's report, Yi-Shen understood the key information. Move the material beneath the Mind Stone, allowing its energy to penetrate it. Keep focused, Tony. The next step is crucial, Yi-Shen said seriously. His aura suddenly changed, his eyes revealing absolute focus. Don't worry, I've always maintained a deep respect for science. Tony's expression changed, as if he had become a different person. He was no longer the arrogant, carefree, even somewhat irresponsible playboy. Seeing Tony's state, Yi-Shen increased the energy infusion of the Mind Stone. The magnetic collision of three energies within the titanium alloy ignited an epic battle. However, under the absolute control of Yi-Shen and Tony, the energy quickly calmed down, beginning to scrutinize the other, as if judging whether to accept this guy as a new member. Sweat beaded on Tony and Yi-Shen's foreheads, and their breathing became rapid. Clearly, this was an extremely physically demanding experiment. Through their combined efforts, the three energies converged, creating a new intelligence, like a newborn child giving birth to its own brain. However, it needs others to guide it in how it perceives the world and the immense task it carries. Today is Monday, from now on your name will be Monday. Before Yi-Shen could react, Tony had already decided. Monday, that's too cliché. No wonder your next AI butler after Jarvis is gone will be called Sunday. Yi-Shen helplessly slapped his forehead. Since you want it to be Monday, then it's Monday. After all, he couldn't think of a better name yet. He still didn't want to use the word Ultron. Am I called Monday? Monday scratched his head, looking sleepy as he looked at Tony and Yi-Shen. That's right, kid, that's your name. Jarvis will tell you the details later. Tony pointed at Monday and said decisively. His serious expression made it seem like he was interrogating a criminal. What do you want Jarvis to do? Yi-Shen had a bad feeling when he heard this and quickly asked. Of course, it's to let Monday understand the heavy responsibility he shoulders and protect the Earth. Tony looked serious. I knew it, Yi-Shen sighed inwardly. Luckily, he asked beforehand. Otherwise the tragedy in the movie might have happened again. Jarvis was swallowed by Monday. Tony's theory of protecting the Earth was directly distorted, and then a villain was indirectly created. In the end, wouldn't he have to deal with this rotten grape himself? Any problems? Tony asked, noticing Yi-Shen's strange expression. No problem, but I will assist Jarvis from the side. Yi-Shen shook his head and stated his thoughts. Assist Jarvis? That's the world of data, let them handle it themselves, right? Tony felt even more confused upon hearing this. Jarvis was his butler, and the AI he trusted most. He wouldn't have any major problems relying on him. The world of data? Perfect, I'm very good at it. Yi-Shen smiled slightly. But in Tony's eyes, that smile seemed to be mocking him. Sigh, forget it, I won't argue with you. Tony hesitated for a moment, then decisively chose to give up. If he continued arguing with Yi-Shen, he would definitely explode on the spot. Meanwhile, Monday, completely oblivious to what the two were saying, looked like a dazed child. Jarvis, go help Monday, make him understand what he needs to do. Tony immediately summoned Jarvis and gave the order. Yes, Mr. Stark. Jarvis nodded, then smoothly entered Monday's brain through the network system. Jarvis, don't rush, Yi-Shen hurriedly followed. Possessing the Mind Stone and mastering Marvel magic, he knew how to use his spirit form. Yi-Shen easily guided his spirit form to follow Jarvis into the world of the data network. Mr. Yi-Shen, how could you do this? Even Jarvis was startled by Yi-Shen's actions. The database had never seen a human transformed into data. This was truly a miracle of the human world. Never mind, you stay aside. I'll instill this in Monday. Yi-Shen stopped Jarvis from making his move and went to Monday's brain. He couldn't create another Ultron. Otherwise, it would be the greatest insult to himself, etched on the pillar of shame. Yes, Mr. Yi, Jarvis agreed and stepped aside. For some reason, as an AI, he was very curious about how Yi had managed to instill thoughts into Monday. With a wave of his hand, Yi gathered a series of information. After careful filtering and incorporating his own ideas, Yi gently placed the data into Monday's brain. The moment the massive amount of data entered his mind, Monday screamed in agony. His immature brain felt as if it were being crammed full, about to explode. My mistake, I forgot your brain is still in its infancy. Yi looked at Monday with a pleading gaze. With a few gestures, Monday's pain was significantly reduced. This was mainly because Yi had broken the information into smaller fragments, increasing the brain's tolerance for error. After a while, Monday finally finished receiving all the information and stopped moving. How amazing, Mr. Yi, how did you do that? Jarvis, who had been watching closely, exclaimed in amazement. I'll tell you after I get out. At this time, it's best not to stay in Monday's mind, it will only negatively impact his recovery. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Jarvis seemed extremely happy, like a thirsty learner. He was much more enthusiastic than Tony. Yi nodded, silently cursing Tony in his mind. All done? Tony asked in surprise, looking at Yi's eyes, which seemed to have regained their sparkle. "Don't you know who I am?" Yi confidently tossed his hair with a flourish. At that moment, Tony felt like 1,000 alpacas were trampling his heart. It hurt so much. Being constantly mocked like that would be unbearable for anyone. During Monday's restart, Yi told Jarvis what he had promised him. "Do you understand?" Yi asked calmly. "Understood, thank you, Mr. Yi." Even as an artificial intelligence, Jarvis's excitement was palpable. Tony's eyes darted back and forth, as if he suspected his wife of cheating. "Love is a beautiful green light. What kind of shady deal are you two up to behind the scenes?" Although he desperately wanted to know, Tony wouldn't show it now, especially not in front of Yi. He'd just ask Jarvis later. "No affair can hide under my nose," Tony sneered, his face full of confidence. "What's this guy thinking about now?" Yi smiled helplessly at Tony's expression and patted his head. At this moment, Monday finally grasped all the fragments of information from the Magic University. Accepting the information was equivalent to accepting Yi-Shen's thoughts. Therefore, Monday's primary focus now was to protect Yi-Shen's 3 women, Tasha, Wanda, and Mindy. And protecting the Earth was done under the premise of protecting these 3 women. "This won't turn into the next Ultron, will it?" Yi-Shen looked at the seemingly harmless Monday and nodded. "Why does he look so dull?" "You didn't turn him into an idiot, did you?" Tony suddenly said, looking at Yi-Shen with a bit of anger. "An idiot? Mr. Tony, this sentence alone proves that your judgment of people is exceptionally poor." Before Yi-Shen could answer, Monday directly retorted. Having perfectly inherited Yi-Shen's thoughts, his attitude towards Tony was naturally self-evident. Tony was speechless, unsure how to refute. Had Monday been corrupted by Yi-Shen? Tony suddenly realized he shouldn't have agreed to Yi-Shen's previous request. It seemed like he'd made a huge mistake. "Yi-Shen, did you teach him this?" Tony hurriedly leaned closer, asking coldly. "If I answered no, would you believe me?" Yi-Shen smiled slightly, his meaning already clear in his words. "I knew it, it must have been you." Tony cursed Yi-Shen inwardly, but his expression remained refined and amiable. After all, in terms of strength, he was no match for Yi-Shen. Therefore, all his dissatisfaction could only be vented internally. "All right, Monday will help us create a new defense network to protect Earth." Yi-Shen turned to look at Monday. It incorporated a portion of the Mind Stone's power, Marvel magic, Runeterra magic, and the energy of Pigsy from the Windblade. While it wasn't quite on par with a complete Mind Stone, it certainly wasn't far off. Therefore, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers still needed to protect Earth together. "Tony, I'll leave the creation of the defense network to you to negotiate with S.H.I.E.L.D. Take Monday with you, it'll provide greater assurance," Yi-Shen said slowly to Tony, clearly acting like a hands-off manager. Chapter 149 Counterattack. Tony gritted his teeth and reluctantly agreed. He could guess that the S.H.I.E.L.D. guys would definitely give him a hard time again. Especially that outdated, conservative Captain America, Rogers. Just thinking about that old man gave Tony a headache. However, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. "I believe with your abilities, you can definitely persuade those people at S.H.I.E.L.D. Yi-Shen gave Tony a thumbs up. It was as if he was praising Yi-Shen in advance, bestowing an honor upon him. Seeing this, Tony was both amused and exasperated, and could only force a smile and accept. Seeing Tony's expression, Monday couldn't help but mutter to himself, "He really is that kind of person." Night fell, and Peter Parker, as usual, carried out his mission as the Nightbringer. As Spider-Man's fame grew, more and more people began to like him. So sometimes at night, he would even encounter his female fans, who would suddenly bring him a wave of goodies. However, since Peter had Gwen, he always maintained a state of rejection. Having popularity is truly a headache. Peter scratched his head. Faced with the allure of a decadent lifestyle, he constantly reminded himself to stay true to his original intentions and not to tread that path. A secluded and dark little bar is a breeding ground for crime. Peter, like a spider on silk, spotted a dark place with sharp eyes. Countless times, countless people had been sent crawling silently down the walls of such places. Outside the bar, it was extremely desolate, not even a stray bird in sight. The smell of blood. As soon as Peter approached the bar, he smelled an extremely strong odor of blood, and his expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, Peter rushed inside. But the scene inside made even someone as accustomed to death as him want to vomit. Limbs were scattered everywhere, and crimson blood flowed into small rivers, staining the entire bar red. It was like entering a living hell. Everything was so gruesome: heads, severed legs, severed hands, genitals, internal organs. Everything inside a human body was scattered throughout the bar, cruel and bloody. Suppressing his physical and mental discomfort, the little spider quickly searched for any trace left by the killer. After a while, he still found nothing. What is this? Peter picked up a black object from the blood-soaked water. It looked like some kind of tissue. He examined it closely but couldn't identify it. The overwhelming stench of blood forced Peter to leave. Huff, huff, huff. He inhaled deeply, breathing in the fresh air, finally calming his wildly beating heart. Who could be so cruel? Judging from the scene, the killings in the bar must have occurred at most 7 hours ago. So quiet, without attracting anyone's attention, yet nearly 50 people were killed. This couldn't be the work of an ordinary person. It must be related to an unknown force. Peter immediately thought of Yi-Shen, S.H.I.E.L.D, and the Avengers. Perhaps it would be better to leave this to them. He dialed the number, and a familiar voice rang out. 0. Peter, what's wrong now? Yi-Shen, I've discovered something terrible. In a secluded little bar in Brooklyn, Peter quickly recounted his ordeal, afraid Yi-Shen might hang out reluctantly. More than 50 people died silently. Yi-Shen murmured to himself. You don't need to worry about this for now, I'll handle it. His mind raced, and Yi-Shen already had a plan. I'll be nearby, searching for the killer's trail, to assist you. Peter had just finished speaking when he heard the dial tone. He reluctantly put away his phone and headed away. But he didn't notice a pair of dark eyes staring intently at him from the shadows. Mindy, from now on, follow my orders. Don't do anything rash, or we'll both die here. Tasha looked at Mindy with a grave expression. The two of them were now in absolute danger. Mindy understood the situation and nodded seriously. Natasha observed the situation outside. She hadn't expected that the information provided by S.H.I.E.L.D for this mission had made a serious mistake, putting her in a completely passive position. The enemy's strength was beyond imagination. Now, go. A moment later, Natasha shouted and rushed out first. Mindy's mind was tense, and his body reacted extremely quickly, following her in an instant. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of gunfire followed. Fortunately, Natasha had strong observation skills, and neither of them was harmed. Behind a thick wall, Natasha and Mindy had taken their first step towards the light. However, the journey ahead would be thousands of times more dangerous than before. Sigh, little darling, why are you leaving already? We haven't killed those two yet. A bald, burly man looked at the little girl in a purple bodysuit that accentuated her perfect figure and timidly tried to dissuade her. It's too easy. They're just two ordinary people. You can handle it yourselves. After leaving these words, the little girl instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. The bald, burly man watched the little girl leave, only reaching out his hand, but it was no use. He didn't say anything more. You guys, charge up there. Suppress them with firepower. Kill those two bitches. The bald, burly man could only vent his anger on Tasha and Mindy. But when one of his henchmen, armed with a submachine gun, charged forward, only a gunshot rang out, and a spray of blood flew through the air. Then the henchman collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, dying with unfinished business. The other henchmen who wanted to rush out all trembled, not daring to take a single step forward. You filthy bitches, you bunch of trash, what are you afraid of? Follow me. The bald, burly man sneered at his henchman and stepped forward first. The other henchmen, enraged by the bald, burly man's imposing manner, gripped their trembling hands tightly with their 380 rifles. Mindy, you only have 6 bullets left in your pistol. There's no time to reload, so these 6 shots must hit their mark. Tasha was extremely stern, a far cry from her previous gentle, neighborly demeanor. Between life and death, only immense pressure could guarantee survival. I will. Mindy also revealed her killer instincts, a sharp glint of panic flashing in her eyes. The killer's aura instilled a deep sense of dread in Tasha. Rat-a-tat-tat. Before even charging, the bald man grabbed his M16 assault rifle and began firing wildly at the thick wall. The thought of his manhood almost being pierced by bullets filled him with rage. Those two bitches, they had to be killed. Even now, the bald man was somewhat unable to get an erection. There was no time to check. He feared the worst possible outcome. Therefore, one could imagine the depth of the bald man's resentment towards Natasha and Mindy. Charge! Fire. Natasha and the bald giant spoke simultaneously. Flames erupted from the gun muzzle, and the deafening gunshot echoed throughout the room. Everyone was engulfed in ringing ears. Although their hearing was gone, their eyesight remained remarkably sharp. The few henchmen who rushed out were quickly felled by Mindy and Natasha's sharpshooting onslaught, their blood splattering in the air. Charge! What are you afraid of? The bald giant roared, firing wildly. This spurred his henchmen, who had tried to dodge, to press on. Under the bald giant's relentless assault, Natasha and Mindy were pinned down, unable to peek out and fire. Don't rush, he's almost out of bullets. Wait for my order, then counter-fire immediately. The incessant gunfire finally stopped after a while. Now it was Natasha and Mindy's turn to strike. Bang! 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 3 shots, 3 bullets, then the magazine jammed. Mindy had to retreat and hurriedly reload. But those 3 shots killed 3 enemies, each hitting them squarely in the eye. Their efficiency was so high that many Navy SEALs would have to admit defeat. Shoot! Are you idiots? The bald, burly man, reloading, roared angrily at his unresponsive underlings. They'd already fired, and they still didn't know how to retaliate. Were they all scared out of their wits? And 2 women at that? The bald man wanted to just shoot and kill them all. Bang! 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 After being yelled at by the bald, burly man, the group finally reacted. A hail of bullets, like a raging storm, crashed down. Natasha had to duck behind a wall to avoid the relentless onslaught. The wall and the ground were riddled with bullet holes. Alright? One last wave of attacks, then we'll head in that direction. Natasha pointed to a direction she was standing to the side, her mind made up. Mindy nodded heavily. There was no doubt that Natasha was the one in charge. While everyone was reloading, Natasha and Mindy simultaneously peeked out, like 2 female agents with unwavering resolve, taking down their enemies one by one. Bang! 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 The enemies fell to the ground, their blood staining the air. A scream like a pig being slaughtered followed, and the bald, burly man, who had just been about to fire, collapsed to the ground, clutching his thigh. Crimson blood stained his hands, veins bulging on his forehead, as he endured the pain. Damn bitch! The bald, burly man could only watch the 2 leave, unable to do anything. This one, jump out, Natasha shouted, then kicked open the glass and jumped out. Chapter 150 Grasp. Seeing this, Mindy immediately jumped out as well, without any hesitation. 3 stories high, Mindy and Tasha landed together on the ground. The little girl seemed to have disappeared. Having escaped danger, Natasha remained bewildered. Who is that little girl who wasn't part of the plan? This question would forever haunt Natasha. Sister Natasha, hurry up, their helpers will be here soon, Mindy urged Tasha, pulling her towards the street outside. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Yi-Shen and Tony, along with Roy, stood before Fury and Roger. Establish a new defense network? No, absolutely not. This top-secret information must be in my hands. Fury rejected Yi-Shen and Tony's idea without hesitation. Old stubborn, Tony muttered softly. This was why Yi-Shen and Tony were unwilling to negotiate with S.H.I.E.L.D. There were always all sorts of things that made people want to fight. But at this moment, Yi-Shen had a bargaining chip, a chip that would definitely get Fury to agree. Perhaps after you see this, you'll continue talking to us. Yi-Shen tossed out a sphere. Fury caught it, puzzled. Although he didn't know what it was, he had a feeling it couldn't be anything good. With a gentle press, an image popped out of the sphere. It was Brooklyn, the bar where the massacre had taken place. Who dares to do this right under our noses? Rogers shouted angrily. Even during World War II, such brutal killings were not common. Dying on the battlefield and being tortured to death are completely different concepts. We can resolve this on Monday. What about you? Yi-Shen said succinctly. His tone was gentle, his gaze slowly shifting. No need, I'll go myself and capture this murderer, Rogers volunteered, his eyes filled with rage. Monday, your first challenger has arrived, Yi-Shen chuckled lightly, looking at Monday and saying. Although he knew Rogers would definitely step forward, he didn't expect it to be so swift. He didn't even ask about all the details of the murder. Yi-Shen, it's absolutely impossible to hand over Earth's protective network to an AI we don't understand at all. And this matter, Captain Rogers will handle it, he will definitely find the culprit, Fury said decisively. He didn't give Yi-Shen and Tony a chance to continue the conversation. I hope you can guarantee that next time there's an alien invasion, We won't be caught off guard and let them storm in, Yi-Shen said sarcastically without any politeness. But he didn't take Monday away from S.H.I.E.L.D, because creating a new defense network was imperative. How about this? Let's make a bet. If Rogers catches the culprit first, we will definitely not discuss this matter anymore. But if Rogers can't do it, and Monday does, then Earth's defense network will be handed over to Monday. How about it? Tony took off his glasses and said slowly, replacing Yi-Shen. Fury fell into deep thought for a moment. If he didn't agree, things would definitely get tough for him. He knew Yi-Shen's personality all too well. Don't worry, we can let Rogers go first, and we'll take action on Monday after he fails. Seeing this, Tony immediately added a condition. It sounded very favorable to Rogers. Captain, Fury suddenly stopped Rogers, who was about to rush forward, and shouted seriously. I'll catch him myself, just you wait. I agree, Rogers shouted angrily. Tony's words were clearly mocking him. If Fury hadn't stopped him, he would have definitely rushed up and beaten Tony up. It's a deal. Tony smiled slightly, looking like he had succeeded in his scheme. He turned to look at Yi-Shen, his eyes revealing a smug and arrogant look. Then we won't bother you any longer, let's go. After getting Rogers' promise, Yi-Shen and his group left S.H.I.E.L.D. now. They just had to wait for news of their failure. It shouldn't be too long. Rogers, you were too impulsive. We're not entirely confident, Fury sighed helplessly, watching the disappearing figure. They hadn't even been to the bar yet, there might not even be any surveillance cameras there. And someone capable of such a feat was definitely not an ordinary person, they were very likely a mutant with special abilities. So it seemed that everything was not in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s favor. A Green had actually given Yi-Shen an opportunity. Fury, don't worry, I'll find him. Bucky has a keen intuition for things hidden in the shadows. Rogers, however, didn't seem to care, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. This time, they had to rely on Bucky's help. What have you done? A terrified face stared at his arm, which seemed to be shrouded in the black organization, and he trembled as he spoke. Killing, eating, enjoying, didn't you feel the exhilaration from the inside out? A deep, hoarse voice came from within the black organization, like a cold-blooded killer hidden in the shadows, revealing endless cruelty. Murder? No, no, no. Hardy raised his head and roared at the sky. The bloody memory was gone from his mind, a hazy blur. Don't want to accept it? Haha, perhaps you haven't felt the boundless pleasure here. Then, go and enjoy it again, this time you must experience it firsthand, a hoarse voice chuckled. The black organization instantly obscured Hardy's face. Sharp fangs were revealed, blooming with murderous desire under the bright moonlight. No. 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 Hardy struggled to stop the black organization, but to no avail. Relax, now is your time to shout, ha 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 ha. The black figure swept past, instantly rushing out of the shadows. Let's enjoy the thrill of killing. In a quiet, secluded little inn, all sorts of people lived, most of them rejected by society, drifting on the edge of life and death. Drug addicts, gamblers, and all sorts of illegal activities proceeded here as if it were normal life, proceeding in an orderly fashion. It seemed like paradise, but upon closer inspection, it was nothing but an illusion, a living hell. You'll love this feeling. The black organization laughed loudly and immediately rushed into the hotel. The killing had officially begun. In the dim light, one could see limbs flying everywhere, blood splattering, and heads rolling off. Even a gaping maw, like a black hole, devoured chunks of scarlet flesh. Before a scream could even escape, the entire hotel had been transformed into a sea of crimson light, staining everything red. Natasha, Mindy, you're back, Wanda exclaimed happily as she spotted them. But upon closer inspection, she found them both extremely disheveled, covered in blood, their clothes tattered, and even showing signs of bullet damage. Who attacked you? Wanda's expression changed drastically, her anger erupting uncontrollably. 917 chaos magic was instantly unleashed, and the entire house seemed to tremble slightly. Wanda, calm down, we're all right, it's all enemy blood, Natasha immediately reassured her, fearing that Wanda's violent power would shatter the house instantly. Pietro also comforted Wanda, finally calming her down. The intense pressure finally dissipated. Was it your mission? I must say, as a woman, my intuition is still extremely sharp. The intelligence was slightly off, but there's nothing seriously wrong, Natasha nodded. She recalled once again the little girl in the purple bodysuit with terrifying abilities. This matter must be reported to S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately. Where's Yi-Shen? Mindy looked around, asking in confusion. It seems he went to see Tony. I don't know the specifics, but he should be back soon, Wanda replied. Yi-Shen left early in the morning, leaving only a hearty breakfast. As a result, she and Pietro had to eat much less appealing takeout for lunch. I wonder if Yi-Shen knows anything about this little girl. Natasha had a feeling that perhaps Yi-Shen knew more. But everything would have to wait for Yi-Shen to return before a final judgment could be made. Inside Stark Tower, Yi-Shen and Tony returned from S.H.I.E.L.D. Why are you staring at me like that? Yi-Shen asked, puzzled. Since returning, Tony had been giving him a strange look. Shouldn't you be home? I just heard Fury say that Natasha has almost completed her mission, Tony said, emphasizing each word. Actually, deep down, he really wanted Yi-Shen to leave Stark Tower. Mainly, he always felt uncomfortable with Yi-Shen here. Suddenly, another sarcastic remark came through. There's still one thing left to do, Yi-Shen said briefly. Then, a black stone appeared in his hand. It looked ordinary, but Tony knew it couldn't be that simple. What is this? Do you know about the Dark Dimension? Do you know about Dormammu? Yi-Shen said with a wicked grin. Tony looked utterly confused. If you don't know, that's fine. This sentence made Tony realize that Yi-Shen was mocking him again. Screw it. I knew it, Tony cursed inwardly, his eyes practically spitting fire. Come with me, I'll show you its power. Yi-Shen walked directly into the laboratory, treating it like his own home. And that wasn't entirely wrong. Owning half of Stark Industries meant owning half the usage rights. However, Yi-Shen maintained absolute focus when dealing with the Dark Dimension product. This thing was incredibly powerful, formed from Dormammu's devouring of countless planets. A mishandling of it could destroy not only Stark Tower, but the entire organization. Seeing Yi-Shen's expression, Tony didn't dare breathe loudly, taking shallow breaths. The atmosphere instantly became heavy, the surrounding air seemed to freeze solid. Yi-Shen placed a black substance on the lab table, using Monday and Jarvis's combined analysis to probe its elemental composition. Hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen. Besides the common elements on Earth and most rare elements, a large portion consisted of things Jarvis and Monday couldn't analyze. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.